Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's guerrilla cricket. Good morning. And it's day 7 of the second test, or well, day 7 of the first. I don't know. It's day 7 on the track anyway, as we all know. First time in apparently cricket history that, well, modern anyway, at least I imagine, noted in the history books anyway, that a test has been played on the second wicket for a second test in a row. The same wicket, sorry. So we are effectively on day 7 on this track, and you know, looking at it now, it still don't look that bad. I can't say. It's a bit slow, it's a bit low, and there's certainly a bit more turn, and I'm sure eventually that is going to happen. But looked reasonable for batting yesterday. Pakistan got themselves to 259 for 5 at the end of play. That was quite slow going. But here to discuss that all and more this morning as we go on, I have the venerable Messy Jez from the Weather Cave.
Venerable indeed. I'm a bit discombobulated this morning, Bear. I received an email from Qantas this morning to say that Qantas are resuming direct flights to South Africa. I thought that's fantastic. So I looked it up. To get to South Africa from Perth, I have to fly to Sydney and then direct to Johannesburg. It takes longer than getting from Perth to London. So I'm all over the place. But I think England's going to win this match one way or another. I think they're well placed, and I don't think this wicket's going to do a lot of crazy stuff for the next couple of days.
I don't think it's going to do a lot of stuff, but I think, you know, it might start ragging back end of day 3. But it was turn yesterday. Wasn't quick turn, wasn't. There was the biggest danger, I think, on this track is going to be variable bounce. What do you think, James?
Hey, yeah. Watch your Bear, watch your Messi, watch your everyone. Yeah, I think it's hard to tell, isn't it? This is the Paul Rudd of cricket pitches. It just doesn't seem to age. It just seems like a decent track, even though, like you say, we're coming into day 7. But I think it actually is very hard to tell. I don't know what you thought. Very hard to tell at the end of yesterday who was in the box seat. I mean, it seemed maybe even Stevens, but just so hard. So I'm seeing with this England side as well, when they get in, are going to bat at a more of a turbo rate.
Well, yeah, that's it. I just don't think. Well, they've only got 5 wickets down. They didn't really get anywhere considering the scoring rates we were seeing in the first test. I mean, 259 isn't a great. I mean, it was under anybody's GPL pick yesterday. Last GPL pick was 275, I think. So it was under that, and it just seemed that they were determined not to get out. But as you say, the game's got to move on, and England will move the game quickly. So they're not taking enough time. They're not taking enough time out of the game to kill it.
No, they weren't. I mean, yesterday the run rate was 2.87, which is it was like Michael J. Fox and Doc Brown should have turned up, because it was like going back to the future to the 1980s. So it was slow going. They didn't get bowled out, tick in the box, but like you said, they didn't go anywhere either. No.
And I think they can get a couple of early wickets this morning. I mean, they've got to come. They've got. I don't know much about Sajid Khan. Jamal, he was all right. He's got a test best of 82.
Yeah.
Usually they can bat. Nauman Ali, I don't think bats very well, and Zahid Mahmood, I have no idea either.
No, he's not quite a rabbit, but let's just say they'll be putting a carrot on the crease for him.
Yeah, a few lusty blows. I mean, if England can get them out for 350, which is another 100 runs, 5 wickets possible. Equally, I guess Rizwan and Sagar Arman will be wanting to sit in. Ball's reasonably new. It's 90 overs old. They actually got 90 overs in yesterday. Would you fucking believe it? It did take them into the extra half hour, but they managed to get 90 overs in a day. It actually looks a bit... Well, when they just had Wardy and Athers on the TV, it looked a bit overcast. Looks like it's burning off now. It looks very hazy. What? Well,
intermittent clouds is what AccuWeather says.
There we go.
Which is
28 degrees at the moment.
Yeah, that's pretty warm. Intermittent clouds. That's the first clouds we've seen for about 10 days, isn't it? I think it's,
I can assure you the chance of rain is 0%. So
we did it.
Well, indeed. So overnight batsmen are this man.
Wouldn't it be nice if Agus Salmon could be given just a game or two, and after having spent the match together, felt at home with the whole national crew? Oh, wouldn't it be nice?
Wouldn't it be nice with this guy?
Everyone knows he's not his opponent, cause he can hit the ball really quite far. If the bowling's so far, the runs are sure to flow. Oh, he bats and he keeps, and that's what the deal is, because he's Muhammad Rizwan.
And the bowler is going to be, unsurprisingly, it's been pretty good so far.
Your hopes of victory up to Brian Cass. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half-mast. When the Brian comes a-calling, oh, your fools will be falling. Stick it all right up your pride and cause.
Well, it is a bit of a bowler's graveyard, wasn't it? A wicket, the average, the highest average of anywhere Pakistan has for runs per wicket, about 45, something like that.
Yeah, it's a batsman's paradise, isn't it? But as you were saying, no surprise on Cass. He was absolutely excellent yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He settled in nicely. I'm sure they'll be thinking about him for the Ashes, funnily enough. Now.
Yeah, 100%.
Seems to be the good thing about him, he seems to be able to do it spell after spell, unlike a lot of bowlers who seem to tap off at the end of the day. I noticed in the last test, even when he was steaming in after about 120 overs, he was still managing the odd ball getting up to nearly 90 miles an hour, which is pretty laudable in the heat and conditions.
Yeah, I agree. He is. He's that soldier who keeps getting sent over the top and is still charging with his bayonet, isn't he? He's got that bull-headed thing. But he's been absolutely terrific.
He has. Well, his first ball in the morning, it's very hazy. And the camera from the back makes it look like you're looking through cloud. And it's defended square on the offside and there is no run. Rooty is in a helmet at second slip. And he's in front of third slip. It's a very odd looking slip cordon.
It is. It's the equivalent of someone who sleeps with a mouth guard. It looks ridiculous, but he's got to go that close, because that was one of the defining things yesterday, wasn't it? That the ball just wasn't carrying at all.
There was a couple of catches that might have carried it elsewhere, but just dropped short. That one is defended into the leg side, and there is no run. Pitch is pretty lifeless, though.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely. Which is why Cast is so useful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because he can put stuff into the pitch. I mean, he's a very, very different type of bowler. But if you think about something like Mitchell Starc, who often can just sort of take the pitch out of the equation,
Yeah.
he feels that he's got that ability, and you can see why they're so excited about him.
Indeed. Barmy Army there, chanting something pointless, no doubt.
Goodness me, what an assumption.
Cast is in. It's defended by Salmon comfortably on the front foot, and there is no run.
I really remember a friend of mine who lived in South Africa for a while when England were touring South Africa told me that in the popular South African press they were more excited that the Barmy Army was coming over than the England team.
Jeez.
Well, I'm sure they got over that.
Yeah, and I was going to say my head collapsed into my hands several times as he told me this.
The first hour is amusing. The next 29 are fucking dull.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can
Being
imagine.
generous at an hour.
Cast in. Ooh, outside half the bat. Quite nicely timed, though, by Salmon. Out to cover. And there is no run. I guess the haze will burn off.
Yeah. You think it would burn off like the bleach on Bryden Cast's hair has burned off. The less he looks like Roy Batty from Blade Runner, the more successful he's becoming.
Roy Batty, the first one or the second one?
The first one, like Rutger Hauer, I guess.
Ah, right. I couldn't remember the name of his character. Bryden Cast is in down the arse. Salmon can't get anything on it. Through to Smith, and there is no run.
He had a good day yesterday, didn't he, Smith? I thought he did all right.
Yeah, he did do all right.
Actually, talk where just pure reaction was actually really laudable.
Yeah, he did a pretty good job behind the stumps. I thought he missed the stumping when Cameron got bowled. Then we all realised he'd been bowled.
Yeah. It's hard conditions for him. Oh my god.
Yeah, and he, the fact that we haven't mentioned him that much when he's been keeping is a sign that he's doing all right. That's just knocked into the leg side by Salmon, and square leg fields it. There is no run, and the first over of the day is a maiden. Who's with us, Messi?
So Leah's first up. She says, "Morning. Apparently today is World Bread Day. I'm quite surprised it's not a bank holiday in Germany." Jay Grover's with us. Says, "Hey up, in solidarity with the bear, I'm even wrestling computing things all night. If I nap, pray do not think less of me."
We won't, don't you worry. I went home yesterday and napped immediately.
Yeah, fair enough. Mog says, "Hello there. I understand it's National Banana Day here." You could call any day what you like if you're a good marketing operation. I think we should have a World Gorilla Cricket Day.
Absolutely. Now let's go. I think you should promote that, Messi.
Yeah.
Potts is going to be on at the other end, and he has a jingle. If I can find him, sounds like this.
I've heard from Potts that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
And his first ball is defended by Rizwan out into the offside, thinks about a run, then decides against it. And there is no run.
How do you think Potts went yesterday? Because I thought he did okay, actually.
I think he did all right. He's a strong lad.
Yeah, he is actually.
He's a
trier as well.
Yeah.
That sounds so dismissive, but he really is.
And typically stereotypical trope is that he's a tough northerner.
He is. Well, this is what you get when you get an old Durham seam attack, don't you? You
Yeah.
get the Ponces from down in Somerset to bowl the spin.
Yeah.
And then you get the top miners from up in Durham to come in and bowl
Exactly.
the hard.
Strong lads, keep going all day.
Yeah.
His terrible Yorkshire accent. Jay will be fucking sending something in very shortly. That one's just chopped into the offside and there is no run. I mean, the biggest danger, I think, on this pitch is that the batsmen end up sort of standing in a hole by the end of it. Because they've all been standing in the same place, just digging a hole.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because the majority of the pitch really looks like a flapjack. And it's sort of playing like you would play on a flapjack. So it's a little bit sticky, nothing really happening. But you're right, there's big craters.
Oh! Now there's a good appeal. I think it's jagged back a bit too much, you know. I think I might hit a crack and come back in. It'd be interesting if England, have we reviewed anything? We did. We reviewed a catch, didn't we, yesterday?
And we got it wrong, yeah.
We didn't review one against Rizwan that he actually got a nick on.
It doesn't look like it's gone.
He's gone. We didn't see the time on the stage. On the TV. It's early in the morning, forgive me. Rizwan, maybe a little bit worried. It's certainly hit in line. The question is, did it do too much to go down leg side?
I think clipping leg is the best.
Yeah, it seemed to dart back in. I don't think that was off the bat. I think that was definitely... You saw a couple yesterday that went off the cracks.
Yeah, it's a cracking delivery, actually. Absolute cracker for the second one up. Yeah, Stokes doesn't look convinced, does he?
Well, let's have a look at the replay. It's... Well, I don't know. It's hit him on the back leg. I think that's
too high and missing leg.
I don't think it's missing leg. I think it may be a question of whether it's too high. It missed the bat. It's not bad, you know. It's hit him in front of middle.
It's sort of hit him on the badge on his back leg, hasn't it? His stand patch. It could be height. Could be the issue.
He's not a very tall man. The ball does seem to be.
Its way down.
It does look like it's on its way down.
And that actually is really important what you said, because actually I think he's even smaller than Ducket, isn't he? 5'7".
Well, it's hit him in front of middle. Oh, it's missing. Down leg side.
Down leg.
Was doing too much.
Listen to Messi.
Yeah, well, you know. I was just being hopeful.
Messi, there's a bit of merch there. Listen to Messi. I can see that as a T-shirt. Can we produce that, please?
Doing the Kitchener.
Mind you, 50% of what I say is wrong. So yeah.
That's a pretty good rate, I reckon.
Because although it was missing leg, I don't think it actually was too high. So
it wasn't. No.
What I need is a photo of you doing the Kitchener pose, pointing out of the T-shirt. Listen to Messi.
There we go. We've got sales there. That's a guaranteed seller.
Potts is in.
Oh.
Squares up Rizwan a little bit. There's a bit of a misfield at cover. I can't see who that was. Crawley? No, it's too short for Crawley. But somebody, maybe Harry Brook. Anyway, they don't get through for the run.
Well,
Mind you, when I say 50% of what I say is wrong, except when it comes to discussions with Gary, I'm 100%
right.
That just means you're wrong the rest of the time then.
Oh, I've just discovered it was too high as well as missing legs. So there you go.
It was. I was being hopeful. Potts in again. That one's outside off stump. Nicely driven by Rizwan. Finally gets hold of one. I think it's probably going to go all the way. Gets to the boundary now. It's first in the morning. In the second over of the day, it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Pleasantly driven through the covers by Rizwan. There's a full ball wide of the off stump. Got him width. And didn't get up.
Yeah, they're getting a bit of shape though.
Yeah.
Potts already. And that was actually yesterday one of the unusual things in comparison to the first match, wasn't it? There was actually some reverse swing.
Yeah, there was. Well, I guess the pitch is a bit more off. I mean, that's what you do think. I mean, I think, you know, Pakistan have gone in with a really unbalanced side. And even though you want it to spin, that one is defended by Rizwan up to Harry Brook. Short cover, and there is no run. You know, at the end of the day, if it's going to spin and the pitch is breaking up, it's going to do something for the seamers as well. And at pace, you get those ones that grub and stuff. They're lethal.
Yeah.
And if you only got one seamer, at least England have got a balanced attack with 3 and 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ben McCormick says, morning all. Still ill, still in bed, and not promising I'll be awake the whole session, but here for now. Hope you get better, Ben. Jay Grover says, no single second of the Barmy Army is amusing. Fair enough. Brian in Brisbane, g'day Brian, says, morning all, how is the day 7 pitch? Are we expecting more of the same today? I rather suspect so. By the way, it is 401 days until the first day of the Ashes in Perth.
Oh my God.
Don't do that to us, Messi.
Exactly. Down the leg side. I only wish Perth was the day-night test, as I always say. I hate that test. That was down the arse, and there is no run from Bryden Cast.
God, that really does make it seem quite close.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh God, now I'm worrying. We were enjoying this. We're doing well at the moment.
I've just got pangs of fear of being up all night.
Yeah.
I'll be about my 5th or 6th Ashes from England.
Well, there's a women's Ashes test at the MCG at the end of January. And it's the first day-night test ever played at the MCG.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Cast in, dabbed down by Agasaman. There is a shortish third man, but someone with a wide-brimmed hat, but again, doesn't look tall enough for Crawley, but he's usually the man in the wide-brimmed hat.
Yeah, he's old school, isn't he, Crawley? With the way that he looks, not in the way that he bats.
Yes.
But I guess this is what happens when you come from millionaire stockbroking family.
Yeah.
You can do whatever the hell you like.
The old floppy white sun hat.
I would understand if England supporters don't want to discuss their women's team today. Too.
Oh, man. That almost a little late on that Agasaman.
Yeah, it really did. There's something here this morning.
There is definitely. I mean, the ball is only 12 overs old, so there might be something left in it. He defended that anyway into the offside, and there's no run. I mean, England would love an early breakthrough.
Yeah, they would. And actually, I think one of the things we'd like to see today, wouldn't it? And I don't want to hate on him because he's too young and too inexperienced to do that. It's just that Bashir has a bit of a better day. Struggled with his lengths yesterday again, didn't he?
I thought he definitely bowled better yesterday.
He did bowl better. Yeah, he did bowl better.
There wasn't so many drag downs. That's wide and attempted cut by Salmon. He'll get it wide enough in that man, at short third man, that they'll get a single. Seemed to chop down on it last minute.
Yeah, he did do, but he definitely did better yesterday. It's just at the moment he does seem like he's just Jack Leach's shadowy.
Yeah,
to work for the day. Go on, give him a couple of overs just to get his feet under the table.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the weird thing, isn't it? He's England's first choice, but Leach is clearly the better bowler. It is a bit of a mad one.
Yeah, but I mean, we still should back him. His potential is enormous. He showed during the summer, well, certainly against the Windies, what he can do.
Exactly. Cast in, driven by Rizwan.
He's reaching for that Rizwan, wasn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't ever move his feet, does he? He's always, and he's not, as you said, he's not a big man, so things that are away from his body, sometimes he does find himself stretching for.
And he struggled against England as well. For the fine player that he is, the last series against England, he didn't score too many runs at all. He obviously had a poor first match here. So this is his top score against England in the past couple of series.
Well, exactly that. And according to the chart that came up before, he's the highest scoring wicketkeeper around the world in the last 2 years. And he's got an edge, and he's gone. Rizwan has gone for 41. That was a great ball from Cast, though. It was angling in, maybe held its line a little bit. And this is the thing, Rizwan doesn't get into line, doesn't have any sort of real traditional technique, and he's just fiddled at that. Back came from gully, filled the edge. Good take by Jamie Smith, and England get that breakthrough. Last ball of the over. Cast has 2 for 15 or 13.
My God, that was a good delivery.
That was an absolute cracking delivery.
Yeah.
A good pace as well on a dead
Jamie
wicket.
Jamie Smith was preparing to take it down the leg side, and end up right next to first slip, in fact.
Yeah, I mean,
fine catch.
I'd like to know the pace of that ball. That looked up there in 90, and that was a lot of effort in that. Anyway, let's give him a send-off.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Noticeably, another two-hander from Jamie Smith too. I like that.
Yeah,
I think his technique is excellent.
It really is, and considering the debate that was around that wicket-keeping position and the other young England, other young wicket-keepers who could have come in there, he has done so well. Like you say, Messi, the technique, the footwork looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then when he's in those extreme situations where he does have to make a dive for it, he's very confident. But that ball from Cast, slightly back of a length, got up, seemed away slightly. I mean, it was an absolute snorter. That would have got anyone out.
Yeah, it was a cracking delivery, especially to someone like Rizwan.
If Bearso tried to catch that, it would have been a specky or a drop.
Yeah, it would have
Whereas
been.
it was just no nonsense stuff for Smith.
Yeah, no, that would have been two. The first slip and him would have just been looking at each other as it sailed between them.
Well, the new batsman is.
I'm a comer. I'm a coming for you. I'm a coming for you, Jamal.
As we see that replay again, yeah, he did. He's flung out to his right. His feet were rather planted. He had to change position, but he's quite a tall bloke as well, isn't he, Jamie Smith?
Yeah.
He is, but the athleticism is just on point from him, and he looks as fit as a butcher's dog, doesn't
Yeah, he does indeed.
Yeah.
Well, Salmon is going to face up to the first ball from Potts is over. Noticeably slower is Potts. He's not that slow, but first ball is no run, just defending the offside.
Oh, I could watch that delivery from Castle Day.
Yeah.
That was absolutely superb. Just had everything.
A right snorter. Perfect start to the day for England. Third over of the day, they get a wicket.
Yeah, it's really. This is.
I mean, they do have quite a long tail. That one seems to jump a little bit on Salmon.
Yeah, if I was Pakistan, I would be looking at this from the boundary, thinking, "Oh shit, we should have played a few more seamers."
Yeah, I think the seamers could be the key.
Am I being over optimistic, or does it look like there's a bit more bounce?
I think the ball, every once in a while it does, and especially with
There's
the newer
a lot
ball.
of effort going in.
A lot of effort
Yeah,
going in to get it up.
Great.
That's defended out to Ducket, who's fielding at the deeper set of the two covers. Harry Brook in at short.
Yesterday it looked as dead as a dodo, but today the pitch just so far maybe looks a little Dracula has risen from the grave. It looks like
Well, it
there's
looks
a
like there
bit
could be
more to
something
it.
coming on it, doesn't it?
I think while the ball's still hard,
Yeah.
they've got a chance to do something with it.
Yeah, and they might. You're 100% right. They've got to maximise this moment, and certainly they've been putting it in the right place.
and that's what people forget about the last test, actually. You know, everyone says, oh, you know, Pakistan, that one's defended out to Bashir, who's at backward point, and there's no run. You know, in the last test, the only time you ever got life as a seamer was with the new ball for about 25, 30 overs, wasn't it? And England got those 6 wickets in pretty much that 25, 30 overs. Because, you know, once the ball got old, there was that partnership of 100, and it looked easy again, right? So, if you can make the new ball count, it's valuable, man.
Yeah. And I still think there'll be the occasional one that keeps low.
Yeah. And I think definitely as the test goes on, there'll be more of those as well. But that's what I mean. If you've got pacers doing that, it's a different ball game, isn't it? Potts bowls that's a bit too full. I don't think there's maybe he's trying to get some reverse. Doubt it after 13 overs with the ball.
I'm allocating that wicket to Stephen Kelk, who sent a message as it fell. He said, "Good morning, all. I've tidied my living room, James," he says. I don't know why you'd want to know that.
Well, I tell you why I want to know that, because I was slightly disappointed by the state of Stephen's living room, the previous test match. So, Stephen, you're blessed, my son. Well done for tidying your room.
How did you know the state of his living room? Did he tell you? Send you
Oh,
a picture?
we have ways and means.
Okay. Oh, I think he's going for trying for a little bit of reverse swing here, Popsy.
Yeah,
Maybe that did come in a fraction. But it was too full and it was too wide, and Salmon has driven that nicely out to the boundary. It's extra cover, and it's 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
And that was the last ball of the over.
You're spot on, though, Bear. I think that's exactly what he's trying to do. He's trying to get some reverse here.
Yeah.
We've got some action on Twitter, or X, bloody X. From West Aussie Lee says, "Morning from the land of West Oz. The 4th umpire, he checks every delivery for a no ball, so why can't he check for edges instead of waiting for the fielding team to review? I thought they wanted the correct decision." It does my head in. I think the technology's not up to that yet. Narendra Modi parody, it says, "Can someone expert, oh, that's not us, comment on the Multan pitch for the second test? Why so many spinners on the Pakistan roster? Is it going to matter in the end?" Nostradamus Bear is our spin expert, so he will give you the rundown on that.
Well, sorry, I didn't hear the question. I was trying to figure out why we can't seem to log into X.
Why have Pakistan got so many spinners in their side? He's still trying to log in. Why? Well, listen, I'll start it off. So, why has Pakistan got so many spinners? Well, because they fundamentally believe that this pitch is going to spin and is going to crack up on day 3, day 4, I guess.
Yep, that is the premise behind it. Jamal faces up to the first ball from Cast, the next over. Just guides it to the short third / gully, I suppose. And there is no run.
I mean, people like Afridi, I would suspect, in a certain way, were probably not disappointed to be dropped, because bowling on the shit tip that they had in the first test is not something that you enjoy as a fast bowler, is it?
No, and I get the distinct impression they're sort of babying him a little bit. He's not fully fit in some ways. Oh, that's come off the outside half of Jamal's bat, but he's on top of it and it goes down to that gully position.
Well, this is also this morning, we were talking about this before the start of play, but because Pakistan went nowhere slowly yesterday, now they're under the cosh a little bit, and they are under the cosh with the way these two are bowling. This is starting to look a little bit dicey. If Pakistan lose another wicket in the next couple of overs, maybe England will fancy running through them this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Chandru Suman says, so surely the pitch will deteriorate soon, so the spinners will get much more help than pacers. And I think that's a fair point.
Well, yeah, but it's slow, the pitch, isn't it? That's just tipped round a corner off the 5 by Jamal. I thought it was going to go for 4, but then Shoaib Bashir appeared and pitched a dive and stopped it.
Well, I suppose also that depends. We don't know if it's going to deteriorate immensely. You would think so, but we've never actually played a test match like this before, have we? On a pitch that's just been used a few days before for the first test. So we don't know. But also, I guess England will think, well, if we can bowl Pakistan out this morning, if it's deteriorating day 3 or day 4, can we get a big enough score that we'll be in the box seat by then?
Absolutely. Cast comes in again, defended by Jamal. Takes his bottom hand off the handle.
Ouch.
Chewing furiously on some gum.
Yeah, trying to pretend that didn't hurt at all.
Yeah.
But bloody hell, that must hurt. This lad can bat, can't he?
Yeah.
He can do well with the bat. So it's on him to stick there with Salman and for them to actually do something constructive.
Well, they were the ones who had a partnership of 100, didn't they? In the last
they did damn well
in the second innings. Yeah. So England will want to be getting rid of it. Funky field. I'll explain after this ball, as it's just played up to one of the funky fielders is an on Hayden. It looks like Crawley. They've got 2 mid wickets right next to each other and pretty short. Second slip is in front of third slip with a helmet on, and that's Joe Root. Good luck to you, son. And there is a third slip / fourth slip.
Yeah. Farong's with us. He says, second day greetings to all. Hope everyone's well. Day 1 honours to the Poms. Will be interesting to see how the pitch behaves after the first hour. What a performance by Windies with women last evening. Totally outplayed in England. Absolutely. England shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, I think it was a bit unfortunate, wasn't it? They had what's her name went off with what looked like a car.
Yeah, but they froze yesterday, didn't they?
Well, they did that,
and then they dropped catches all over them.
It's awful. Yeah, it's awful. It's a terrible performance. Really disappointing. First change by the looks of things.
Yes, indeed. Into the attack. First in comes.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
So Leach is going to bowl to Aga Salman. Let's see what happens this morning. Presumably the pitch was rolled first thing. That might help the cracks break up. Finally. Get some weight on the edges of them, and then maybe they'll crumble a bit. Well, Leach is going to come in around the wicket. First ball is just defended into the leg side up towards mid-on Brookfields, and there is no run.
This is interesting.
The GPL, by the way, is £54 today. If you want to
It's open till 1:30. I've taken up on Messi's thing. It opens when we open at 10 to 6 now, and it closes at 1:30. That's in towards middle and leg, and is just defended up to mid-on. And there is no run.
He's hit a nice length here already.
Yep.
Leach. He's got Salmon just reaching for it, just slightly beyond his reach. This is looking good.
That one's a little too full and a little too leg-sided, but it'll only be worked into leg side for a single. Yeah, whenever I used to bowl, I was left arm round. First over, I always used to try, basically bowl pretty flat and in at sort of middle and leg. And if I could get 6 balls there, drag the guy forward, not get hit for more than 1 or 2 singles. I felt that was into a spell. Bowled a couple of loopy ones, got hit for 8 in your first over. And then you're always on the back. You're always on the back foot. You want to get into your spell. And that's generally just not going for any runs in the first over or 2. It's defended back down the track and there's no run. And that's because as a spinner you want to be on for 10, 12, 14, 16 overs or whatever. You want a long spell. I always hated short spells if I bowled badly and got taken off. Leach. That's 2 leg side, just worked into leg side, but 2 straight. It's up to Brooke, who's gone a little wider at mid on.
Yeah, it's a good point though, that beyond like personal vanity, it's also, without wishing to sound like Roy Keane, it's your job. His job is to come on, and if his skipper wants him to bowl all morning, he can. Yeah,
exactly, and as a spinner, that's what I loved, but that's why I was on the field, to bowl. That's clipped out into the deep. Harry Brook suddenly gone out. I don't know who's out there. It looked like Harry Brook again. He suddenly moved.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
2 runs.
For all the talk of fast bowlers, my view is that the 2 key bowlers in the Ashes next year will be Lyon and Leach. I think they will decide who.
Well, Leach probably won't.
I don't think Leach will be there. I think it'll be Bashir. Bashir is being constructed for the Ashes. That is why he's in the team at the moment.
No, but on Australian wickets, if they don't take Leach, they're completely mad.
Yeah, I think they will take him.
I know finger spinners in Australia haven't got a great history, but I think he's now got this experience behind him to bowl really well in Australia.
I think. Everyone knows my viewpoint on Leach. I think it's just a bit unlucky, and I think the England team would prefer him, but they are sort of grooming someone to be a future spinner
will
for
have one
the
really
age.
good game somewhere, but he's not the horse that you need to just keep tying down one end.
But they are absolutely put him in. They are like Philip Schofield. They are grooming him for the Ashes.
Yeah, castes it in. And defended up towards mid on, fielded by mid wicket, no run.
But they are absolutely.
I like that.
That's the reason that that he's in the team. I mean, they're still what you said, 400 days out. But I think they would have thought the summer just gone, he was starting to show more potential. He was starting to become more consistent. This has been a bit of a setback for him. But that is the whole idea, that he gets more bounce, he gets more overs. That's why they want him in the team. Well, it might be wrong, and they might end up with Leach there.
Well, I think they'll take Leach as a second spinner anyway. That's worked into the leg side. They think about 1, they think about 2, but it's not there, and they just get the 1.
The other thing Bashir needs to learn to do is to actually catch the ball when it comes his way.
Actually, he's done a couple of decent. I mean, that one in the last test was poor, but he did a really good diving one over the summer.
A couple of really he's very up and down.
He doesn't strike me as the most coordinated. Having seen him warm up in football this morning, he's not the most coordinated man in the world.
Cass is going to bowl to Jamal. It's down the leg side and it's aerial for a little while. Maybe would have carried to a leg gully, but instead it goes down to Jack Leach on the boundary. There'll be 1 run. How many? But the other thing is, how many left-handers do the Aussies have? With Warner gone, who's opening currently?
I think Harris will open with Khawaja.
Well, that's 2 lefties.
Yeah. Then you'll have probably Smith, Head.
Head's a lefty. Marsh the righty.
Then Carey.
He's a lefty. Maybe it's not so unwise.
Yeah.
Try and groom him than Bashir. That's defended out into the covers and there's no run. Because you want your supposedly premier spinner to be able to get wickets in the top order, not just be able to knock over a tail or something.
Yeah, but I think actually the debate we're having here is fascinating. When do they take the call that the experiment is going right or wrong? Because if they don't think it's going to make it, then they've got to make that call quite soon.
No, I think they're in it for the long haul. I don't think I don't think Stokes and McCullum back out, and they've made the call. That's why, I think Leach will always be on tour when they go. To be fair, and he'll always be. If Bashir is injured, he'll be the next cab off the rank every time. But they have made a call. It's quite harsh on Leach that defended up to mid-off and there's no run, but that's the way it goes.
I think it's a bad call for Australian conditions, I really do. And I mean, these conditions, although they're not the same as Australia, the requirement to just keep bowling and hold up an end and be disciplined in your bowling is absolutely fundamental here and in Australia.
Well, one of the things, exactly that. I mean, one of the interesting things for that, I mean, we always talk about the Ashes, but how England go after Nathan Lyon on home territory will be interesting as well, because they won't let him sit like previous teams have let him do.
Yeah.
Well, also, let's not forget that before they get to the Ashes, they've got to get through India.
Yeah, India at home. I think that's going to be another great series. That's defended into the offside, and there's no run. I'm really interested to see how that's the end of the over. How the Jaswell does in England. He's had a fantastic start.
Yeah.
To get some green seamers, how's he going to cope with that? That's going to be fascinating.
We're actually over time. I just realised.
Oh, right, we are. Jesus, by quite a long way as well. No, we're not.
Sorry, I'm well behind on tweets. The next, I'll do a couple of messages and then hand over. Mog says, has anyone said potty time yet? No, I said no. Tony's not until after tea. To which Stephen Kirk says, who'll make all the puns until tea time then? And Leah says, insert Jordan B. Peterson joke about clean your room, young man here. Well done, James. And she says, she's doing the second semi and the final. If anybody wants to join the call, let her know. And the next one's from Stephen Kilk, and I shall hand over for her.
Thank you, Messi.
James.
Hi, Kat. Hi, Forthy. How are you both?
Well, very well. Is Kat there?
Yes, I'm here. Great. Good to see you, Forthy and James.
Hey, good to see you as well. We've got Leach. For all fans of mouth breathers, Jack Leach, you'll be glad to know, is tossing it up into his hands and is coming in to bowl to Jamal, who is forward, defending it. Good start for England this morning, we reckon. What do we think?
I think you're on special comments.
Leach in again, wider on the crease this time. Spears it in towards Jamal, who again is defending it. Kat,
good to get a few quick wickets, absolutely. Although, Leach might be a bit disappointed now. He's tons of runs since he got his first couple.
Yeah, I know. He comes again. It's shorter this time. It spits up from the pitch. Jamal looks slightly perplexed by the whole thing, shakes his head. This damn pitch, he thinks we shouldn't be playing on this for a second match. Yeah, one wicket straight away. I think if Pakistan lose another here, I could see England maybe railroading them as another solid defensive. Jamal is showing off his technique here, isn't he? This is book.
He's trying to he's putting in a bid for going up the order if Pakistan lose another test and they drop another half a dozen players.
Yeah, there you go. At the end of this match, he will either be dispensed with for 5 years or opening.
Yeah, or opening, exactly. Nothing in between.
Could go either way. Leach in once more, and another textbook boycottian forward defence. He's smiling now, he's enjoying this. I tell you what they could do with it. Just scoring a few more runs, because they went very slowly yesterday and they do not need more of the same today. Anyway, he's crouched over, he's ready, muttering to himself as Leach comes in, slowly trudges towards the crease. It's played off the back foot. The hand is off the bat there. It's forced through for a single. He did not have control on that at all. The pitch starting to spit up. Looks like it's got a bit more life in it this morning. Anyway, at the end of the over, Pakistan are 276 for 6. Fourthly, what is happening in the YouTube verse?
Well, yes, a couple of comments. Stephen Kelk. Always great to have you on board, Stephen. He's a very clever man. Bear, why do you talk of your bowling career in the past tense? Are you pulling out of the IPL auction? You can probably hear him shouting something from the green room in response to that. And Farong 169, England are still grooming Ducket for the other bowling option. I'm not sure I've ever actually seen Ben Ducket bowl, but I hear great things.
Well, I've heard, yeah, he's more of a keeper than a bowler, isn't he? Maybe. I tell you what he's got. His lack of height could perhaps induce a difficult angle for any batsman. Maybe that's his secret sauce.
Just looking up his bowling.
Yeah,
It would be an interesting angle, wouldn't it? Yeah,
it would be. It's essentially like having mini-me bowl to you. As Bryden Cast, who is slightly more blessed in the height department, bowls again. Jamal takes a swing at it and misses it. Quite lucky not to get an edge on that. Cast has been fantastic. Anyway, Ducket bowling average. What do we know?
Yeah. Tests, no balls. ODIs, no balls. T20s, no balls. List A, no balls. T20s, no balls. In 149 first-class matches, he's bowled 149 balls, a nice symmetry, and 2 wickets. Best.
2 wickets? Ooh.
115 is his best.
That sounds like shit takes wickets to me.
Oh, I don't know. I think we got to that symmetry and thought, I don't want to spoil this. Cast once more again, slightly back of the length here. Jamal is defending off the back foot this time. He's better at this morning when he sticks to his defensive technique.
Yes.
Unfortunately,
that wild swing he just had. I mean, the ball is sharpishly going at close to 145 kilometres an hour, but he played underneath it. He was too late on it. Trying to play a shot, and now he's going back to my defensive.
Yeah, you can sort of inside of his head. He's let yourself down again. Focus, for God's sake.
It's like a child who tries broccoli and says, "There, I told you, I knew I didn't like it."
Yeah, or maybe even the child who's been told, now don't you touch that chocolate cake. I'm just going out of the room. Don't do it. Don't do it. Why is there a big chunk out of that? I don't know. The dog that we don't have was there. Anyway, Cast, who's been absolutely terrific in this match so far, has shown why there's lies, damn lies and statistics, because he is to the manner born at the moment. He's got 2 for 19. And not only 2 for 19, he's got it from 15 overs, so he's an absurd economy rate as well, an Andersonian economy rate, which perhaps we wouldn't have predicted. As he comes in again for the third ball, this over, it's driven oppishly down the ground by Jamal, and I think that is, it's going to get to the boundary for a 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, Jamal's timing is, despite the fact that went for 4, his timing is all wrong. He certainly didn't want to hit that one into the air like he did. Again, this time playing too early on it. He hit one into the air previous over as well. It was wide of the fielder, but he looks like he's going to be caught any minute, and I reckon caught in the outfield.
He really does. Every time he plays an attacking shot, he looks very sheepish, as though he's just been caught out doing something he shouldn't have. Now this time he says, "Fuck you, commentator," and plays a proper drive. But Shoaib Bashir, whilst of course he can't keep hold of it because it's Shoaib Bashir, actually manages to parry it like Jordan Pickford in an England goal awaiting Thomas Tuchel's arrival. But it's a no ball. Cast has done this a couple of times, maybe understandable on those run-ups, which are probably not the most stable. Coming up, fourthly, what do you make of Thomas Tuchel's appointment as England football manager?
I think that there's been a distinct lack of spidery dances up a touchline in English managerial history, and I'm really looking forward to those. I think slightly unhinged and weird and eccentric, which is kind of what we need.
Yeah, we haven't had enough of that recently. Cast comes in again. He's got that slightly... Oh, this time it's dabbed by Salman. There is an attempt to field it at backward point, but actually it's dabbed with such timing that it heads all the way to the boundary.
Right, we get a slightly delayed jingle, which is appropriate because he played that late, didn't he?
Yeah,
it was a delicate little. Little
Yes,
cut.
it was content reflecting form or art reflecting life or something. Yeah.
It was Bauhausian. Form and function were
Yes.
together perfectly, as they always are on cricket. It was actually an absolutely delightful shot by Salman there. And this time it's more leg side by Carson. It is forced out. I think for a couple this time. Salman has put his foot to the accelerator all of a sudden. He thinks he can't be asked just standing around here doing nothing. Yeah, Tuchel, I think, is one of those current managers who looks like a Bond villain. You know how my wife used to have a theory that all English managers or all managers in the Premier League used to look like coach drivers. You know, Roy Hodgson, Steve McLaren, stuff like that. But they all look like Bond villains now. So Klopp, Bond villain, Guardiola, Bond villain, and Tuchel is an unhinged Bond villain.
Yeah, he does. He looks like a manic cackle. He's never too far away from his lip.
And he'll twitch when Bond parries him with another witticism. As Cars, who could be a Bond villain's henchman, comes in and is dabbed again. Soft hands, late timing by Salman. It's finer this time, and it's another boundary.
So certainly he's trying that one again. Unfortunately, there was a slip there, and he was a bit too close to the slip. But you know, good on him for that placement being just out of reach. And I love the umbrella field that can umbrella field coming back in, James. That's fantastic.
Yeah, well, no, we've got to see that because we've got to have some. This is the thing when you forge forward and innovate in cricket, I like to think you've got to bring something of the past with you, and the umbrella field is the retro typewriter of the England hipster house. I mean, but fourthly, is anything happening on social?
Well, there is not much, but a little. Farong says England is still grooming Ducket for the other bowling option. They're not taking Ducket seriously as a bowler, Farong, says Stephen Kelk. And Carl Herbert says, all I can say is with low bounce, midget medium could be effective. Just saying. What I am looking forward is Thomas Tuchel saying, maybe we Germans do have something of the sense of humour which you are not suspecting.
Yeah.
Well, midget medium. That's it. That
midget
should
medium.
be. Yeah,
that could
be that for sure.
I think that could be the clothing range that goes along with his Duckets, Buckets, hats. Leach in once more floated up a little bit more, but Jamal defends it. Yeah, my son and I bought my nephew, who is I should know this, who is 3, a Duckets, Buckets hat. And it is his prized possession, another forward defensive from Jamal, and he absolutely loves it. He has no idea what it means. He just likes that there's a duck on the front.
Yeah, that's good. That's a very nice little piece of merchandise there.
Well, it's a bit of a rip-off. In all honesty, I was slightly as Leach comes in again. Oh, this time Jamal is caught between defence and attack and doesn't really do either, but puts out. He is chewing like a man on an E in the 1990s. He is really trying to keep it all going at the moment. You feel like at some point he is Tuchel-esque going to start falling on the floor and writhing around like a snake. Comes forward, defended this time. Now the technique this time, head over the ball, beautiful, but the actual bat position wasn't quite right. Something is going to happen quite soon.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Joe Root in this very short extra cover position, ready to catch something here.
Yeah, but he said he hears you there, Cat, and thinks, well, okay, well, I'll squirm that onto the leg side right there. There's no one. I can see Root, and I don't like what he's doing. And Pope throws it in a lackadaisical way. Pope, who maybe has a lightness to him that comes from not having to do reviews anymore this match. Although I do sense it's catching. Stokes, since he's come back, has gone all Popian and can't get a bloody review right.
How many ex-captains can we get in the field at one time? We're up to 2. Let's see if we can just keep stacking them up.
Leach comes in to completely over. It's a nice sweep shot this time for Salman, but it's going to be cut out by the tattooed arm of Kars, who donks it back to Jamie Smith at the end of the over. Pakistan, after 100 overs, are 294 for 640.
Leah, look at this, the deadly lineup of powerful and insightful minds. The Ducket scene carries on giving there, I think. Paul Higginbotham, hello Paul. Bangkok, checking in. Good morning, chaps. Good morning to you. Stephen Kelk says James didn't get the memo about having books in the background. Now, normally, James, you do have your books in the background.
Yes. Well, I have changed position in the room due to it's too boring to tell. I'm just in a different place in the same room.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
I'll just pull that.
And Craig Jacobs says, thanks everyone for your great broadcast. Craig from Melbourne. I don't think I've heard from Craig before. Somebody will tell me. Oh, Craig's a regular correspondent back to the Test Match Sofa days.
Forthy, how can you do that to Craig? Come on.
I know. Sorry. Hello, Craig. So there's three of us from Melbourne, me, Kat and Craig.
There we go. The Melbourne Massive in the house. And actually a change here.
Yeah.
So Potts, who did pretty well this morning, not Carsian, but did pretty well with his... It's increasingly less of a Henry V haircut, as you called it the other day, Forthy.
Yeah.
He's coming back now to have another dart here with this, as Kat said, this incredible umbrella field that's got all sort of funky spikes and...
There's 6 spokes, I think, there in the inner field.
Yeah. This time, well, Salman says, do you know what I can do? I'm the dab man. And I can dab that down to third all day long. And he does for another 4.
That was the only position. There was no spoke. He found the gap. Good work.
It's like a slightly broken umbrella. And the rain just has a way of finding it down the spoke that's slightly misaligned and right onto your noggin.
Amazing.
For a while, I was thinking it looked like a flower from the, with the centre of the flower and the petals all around it from the zoom, the shot above. And I realised I didn't know what the name of the centre of flower was, and I looked it up, and it's called a pistil.
Yeah, pistil. Yeah, and guess what? The Dabber Supreme is back again. Sherbet Dib Dabs all the way for another 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't want to be that guy, but I just got a sense of a fielding position that might be quite useful against Salmon.
It's so great because you can see that Stokes is just going, I'm not following the ball. I'm not following the ball.
So
I'm not
true.
But he's going to have to.
It's absolutely true. And actually, as you say that, we see a picture of him gurning in the background. You can almost see that thought process that you've detailed there. Well, 2 balls, 2 fours. Potts runs through the flower
And now
patch.
2 slips.
Yeah, we got 2 slips. We've got such an odd fit. I like that you thought it was like a flower, though. There was something sweet and poetic about you. We're talking about umbrellas. Forthy is talking about it. But the William Wordsworth of guerrilla cricket. Yeah. This is frustrating for the England bowlers. But it's not exactly the shot he should be playing, but exactly the sort of thing that Salmon should be doing. Just get a move on. Just get it going. There's no point in just defending and getting pegged back all the time.
Doesn't matter how you get your 4s.
Yeah. Potts,
Had you heard of a pistil cat? The centre
I
of the
think
flower.
so.
Yeah.
Oh, it must be just me then.
I think it is just you. I think my wife is a florist, as 41.
Yes, that's true.
If she could hear you now, I can guarantee she won't be listening. She would be furious. Oh my God. I don't want to think about what she would do. She'd probably throw a stamen at you.
Yeah, there was a minute there where we had a slipper gully and we had a cover point, a cover, and an extra cover, and they were all shortish positions.
Yeah.
So such a loaded offside field there.
It is, well, it's a loaded offside field as Potts comes in to bowl to it. This time Salmon is defending, and he holds the pose. He actually holds the pose so much it almost seemed like he had cramp for a second. But then he comes back. He shows that he's not just about the dabs and the late cuts. He's got more to his game than that.
He often holds his defensive stroke, right? So he holds
it.
the defensive stroke, and at the same time, it's a bit of a stretch for him because he needs a stretch when he's out there.
Yeah, he's also, I get the vibe from him that in the best sort of way, he's a bit of a dick as well. That story that you hear about when he texted Crawley to calm down when he was watching him in a match. Oh! This time it gets up a little bit more. He takes the edge, tries to play one of his lovely little dib-dabs, and all it does is it dib-dabs its way into Jamie Smith's hands, and he's gone. Pakistan are 7 down, and Salman is gone for 31.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Just playing a little bit too late on that one, or he could have got it down to a third again for another 4, but Potts are very happy with that. And just a little tiny error. He was playing pretty well, really, all things considered. Yeah. 31 from 53.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there, Kat. It reminds me of, like, I remember once reading an interview with Brian Ferry where he was talking about where he ended up with Roxy music in the early 80s was because he became obsessed with how little he could do. How can I pare back the music? How can I pare back the lyrics even more? And it felt like Salman was doing that then. That how fine can I get it before I get into trouble? And the answer is, that is what you can get too fine, and that's how you can get into trouble, because that was guided right into Smith's great plans. But positive, he actually moved the scoreboard on a bit.
Stokes will be feeling smugly validated. Yeah. He fell into my trap.
Yeah.
You love.
You can see the interview on the boundary rope of, like, look, as a team, we're just willing to give away 20 runs if he gets us a wicket. That's just how we play. No, it was very good, though. I mean, Kat, you were talking about it. That temptation to move that fielder, that's what makes Stokes an exciting attacking captain, because he did that. Anyway, there is a new batsman in town, and that batsman is Sajid Khan.
Sajid Khan, the very best model of a modern match cricketer. Sajid Khan.
Sajid Khan, one of the many people to come through the revolving door for this match, and he's an average batsman, shall we say? We're not expecting much from him. Yeah. I don't think
his average is almost in double figures, almost.
There we go. I love the positivity there. Yeah. As Jack Leach comes to test out whether he'll do that in this match. Jamal actually facing at the moment. This time Jamal plays a cover drive. Only goes for a single. It is fielded by, is that our wicket taker Potts there? Yes, it is. Good to see Potts getting some reward there. I tell you what it did do, it got up more again. That
bounced,
delivery.
didn't it?
Yeah, from a length. Yeah. And we were talking about this morning. Obviously, the ball is newish, but the pitch just seemed to have a bit more life in it at the moment.
Yeah, I think it was a shortish. It wasn't a super short delivery. Yeah, definitely bounced a lot more there.
Leach comes in and immediately Sajid is reaching for it and missing it. But yeah, it doesn't feel like it's the dead track that it was yesterday. But maybe it will die down again. It's a Lazarus on a bungee. It keeps dying and coming back to life. But Leach in again, no run. Sajid, of course, magnificent of moustache. We were talking about James Robertson justice for all the kids out there in the previous match, and his beard is very James Robertson justice-esque. Now, Sajid attempts to guide it through the slip cordon and does so successfully. Salman is catching at the moment. That disease, it's all late cuts and dabs and nurdles. Jack Leach doesn't mind.
It's a very tightly packed couple of slips there. He's still got it between them with a bit of a deflection.
It's quite impressive. Anyway, one of them disappears for Jamal now. Leach bowls again. Leach, he's a good line and length, I think, since coming on.
I like that first ball that Leach bowled to Sajid, and it beat Sajid for pace.
Yeah. I agree. Well, it'd be interesting to see, actually, if we were talking about Bashir before, if Bashir gets a run out this morning. I wonder if Pakistan are 8 or 9 down, if Stokes turns to him to try and boost his confidence. As the final ball of the over is patted down by Jamal, Leach walks off, imitating what he should have done. Fourthly, what is happening?
Well, first of all, just to say, James Robertson Justice will always be in my mind as he played Taffy Evans in Scott of the Antarctic.
Yes, that's a fine
1948 film.
Yeah.
And he passes the audition because he arrives with a comedy pair of eyeballs, and Scott finds that so hilarious. He says, "You're in." Oh,
Classic
God,
Taffy.
It's so funny. Yeah. Right, now hang on. Let me just get back to more importantly your messages. Phuket greetings, all from a beautiful day in Phuket from Elizabeth Inman. Hello, Elizabeth. Rather embarrassingly, Mr. D Handjob says, "Did you just call me Leah Forthy?" I did actually. It's because you come up in blue. I just saw the blue because I think you're some sort of what do you call them? You've got your little toolbox, so you're some sort of administrator. Sorry about that, Mark. Jay Grover, not a fan of Georgia O'Keeffe then, Forthy? I am actually. I do like her paintings. It's just the word pistol, which I wasn't aware of. And Stephen Kelk says that's worth another hundreds and thousands sandwich at breakfast. And the Melbourne Mafia is destroying Gorilla Cricket, says Jay Grover. Oh, come.
Wow, this is... Well, Potts comes in, it's manipulated round the corner for a single there. The Melbourne Mafia. You're going to kill us with coffee. I can see...
Yeah, kill you with books and coffee is what
books
we have.
and coffee. An open artistic interest. This is what's gonna happen. I don't know what I always feel for Potts. I'm glad when he does well because I feel like he's maybe been slightly mistreated by England. He came in, he did well originally, and then he's just sort of hung around like a teenager at an adult party, not quite knowing.
He looks pretty feisty when he gets a wicket.
Yeah, I agree. I like his attitude. Good delivery from him there. Jamal is defending. Jamal, who I now think has the greatest defensive technique this side of Chris Taveray. We're seeing a lot of it at the moment. He's the guy. He is. I know he's not a tailender. He's slightly better than that. But he's the tailender who you can tell scored a 50 in the last match and is now very much taking himself incredibly seriously.
Yeah. And also a little bit too defensive to ever be put in as a night watch person.
Yes, it's true. Yeah. I think that's absolutely spot on. Potts in once more. This time it is defended. Again, out to cover his field.
I mean, you'd never get rid of him. He'd be on like 5 from 350 balls, and the number 4 batter would be going, when am I getting a turn?
Yeah, he's that guy who's read the latest Booker Prize winning novel, and it's the only book that he's read. And he's going to go on about it all the bloody time.
Oh,
Man,
is Night Watch person the official formulation now, Kat, that we should adopt?
I actually think it's a Nighthawk. I think Nighthawk is the official.
That's what they like now, isn't it? As Potts in once more, number 35. It's being pulled by Jamal. There's no timing in that. It goes a lot straighter than he would have intended. It just stops in the pit. The ball dismisses the shot almost. It just gave up and went, sod you, I'm not going to give you any more than that.
It does feel a bit like Jamal can hear us, because every time we sledge him on something, he does the opposite.
I like this thought. It's like, you know, those films that you get where suddenly someone can hear the voice in their head narrating. There's a funny start to a Community episode. I don't know if you remember it, where Abed is narrating Pierce's life.
Yes, I know the one.
In a very bleak way. He's eating a sandwich knowing that every bite was taking him closer to the grave. Or something like that. It feels like maybe we're in his head. This is an existential crisis. Potts in again. Jamal goes back to his safety zone. Goes back to defending it rather well. What do we think? I've no idea, by the way, but what do we think is a score that Pakistan would be happy with? Are they at that score already?
Well, at the moment they're 7 for 307. I'd say 310.
There we go. And that will.
And they might get there before the end of this little spell, because I think we're just about due a change.
At the end of the day, yeah.
Yeah, we are. This is true. We are due a change in one delivery, if it's a legal delivery.
Let's make it a wicket, Jamal.
Come on, Potts prepares again, cocks his head back slightly as he comes in. And Jamal plays an attacking stroke through the cover region. Rayan Ahmed, who is on the field at the moment, number 53, is able to scuttle round it, get the ball in. The over is finished. My stint is finished. I will see you again in about half an hour. Pakistan are 309 for 7.
Yes,
See you later.
40.
We'll welcome the next crew. Is the drinks coming on as well?
I presume so. It is that time for a change. I am joined by 40, who's going to give you your ball by ball. And Messi is
William
back.
Wordsworth of guerrilla cricket.
Well, absolutely.
Who, me?
Yes.
I don't know about.
You are our resident poet laureate.
No. Although Philip Larkin went to my school, in fact.
Yeah.
There you go.
What
He
school was
hated
that?
it. King Henry VIII Grammar School, Coventry.
Ah, another grammar
Absolutely
school boy.
hated it there.
Did you?
I'll tell you that we had a test cricketer went there as well. R. Wyatt in the 1930s.
Ah. I think
General
Bailey went to my school. No, it was a test cricketer went to my school. No, maybe.
Did he?
No.
George or
No,
the other one?
He was
Which
Dulwich.
one?
Dulwich. He went to.
He went to Dulwich.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. As
That wasn't my
indeed
school.
did our fellow commentator, Nessie.
Yes. Did you get a Dulwich, Messi?
No. My
was gonna
nephews went to Dulwich.
Ah, right there. You
No.
go.
You know Benedict Cullen. You would have come across him in Sofa Days.
Is he your nephew?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. How weird is that? They live in a massive pile in Dulwich.
Not anymore. No. That's
It's all gone.
yeah, all gone.
Well, yeah, I suppose that was a while ago.
Something your nephew's got in common with Margaret Thatcher, who had a massive pile in Dulwich and then sold it.
Well, let's face it, Margaret Thatcher was a massive pile.
She was indeed.
Her name has been up in lights in Australia in the last day or so because George Negus, a famous commentator and interviewer, died yesterday, and one of his seminal moments was a very, very feisty interview with Thatcher, which
That's right.
put his name on the map almost.
Good on him. She was a
She
witch.
was.
Witch woman, that woman. Anyway, as to the score, back to the cricket, as we're having drinks, so that's why we're talking nonsense. I think Pakistan will fall. I think you need 400 on this track. I still think it's not that bad.
Yeah, they just can't get out of, bit like Friends, they can't get out of second gear or whatever. They just can't quite move up through the gears. And then, who is the batter of attacking intent who comes in, and they need a useful 6 or 7 or 8?
Well, they've got Nauman Ali next, followed by Zahid Mahmood. And if Sajid is the best with an average of 9, then you can't imagine they're much better. So it kind of sits on Jamal's shoulders to get the runs.
Get on with it. There is going to become a time, in one test every episode, as per the Sri Lankan experience at the end of last summer, England unravel, and maybe it'll be this test, and they'll fall in a heap. But it doesn't feel like it.
It certainly doesn't feel like it. I imagine that Root and Brooke just want to pile on some more runs, don't they? See if one of them get to 1,000 runs in a 3-test match series, batting once in each game.
Because Rizwan this morning went for 41 off 97. That's quite a 1980s sort of a strike rate.
Yeah, they really haven't got on with it. This is it. You can't see England coming out and being this placid, can you? I mean, then whatever happens, they're not going to be. They're going to. I mean, these guys have had 100 overs. England would be on about 500 by now. You'd have thought.
They would.
Can you tell me where we were up to on YouTube? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Yeah, no problem. Hang on. Let me just get it back up. The last one there was the Melbourne Mafia is destroying GC. So Ben McCormack at 453.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I should pick up there. Well, he said he had dozed off there, but James's excitement at that wicket has woken me from my slumber. And Mog reckons there's something dodgy going on with the playback on his jingles.
Yeah, I don't know, but they all come out as 1 minute and 42, even though they're not. So I don't know. I mean, they play fine here. The time looks completely wrong. But other than that, I don't think there's, unless you're taking the piss out of your own.
I blame Ditch. You should never let Ditch near your computer.
Well,
something quite interesting. As play is about to resume, we've got one of those situations where we've got a first slip. Leach is about to come onto bowl. We've also got a second slip. Second slip is on his knees in the modern style. Is that Pope at second slip?
It's so close. It's ridiculously close.
He looks like it is Pope.
He looks like he's a 100-metre sprinter who's about to set off. He's got both his hands in front of his knees. Now that's round the corner to, I think, Bryden Cars.
It looks like he's praying to the batsman.
He does rather, yeah. He's practising avoiding the ball, which is a bit pointless for a field. There's not much point in him being there if he doesn't catch it. Leach ran the wicket for the second ball of the over. Big forward defensive. Oh, in so much so that big appeal. Actually, that's probably not a bad appeal, but they've only got one review left.
I think who's the umpire? Is it Darmasina? No, I think he did that thing where he tapped his hand like he inside edge.
I wish he wouldn't. I don't know what you guys think. That's not the umpire's role. No. And that's cut wide of the man who's on his knees. But
I just saw it again. It was definitely a missing leg.
Yeah, but it's not up to Darmasina. It's not up to the umpire to say why he hasn't given it out. It's up to the fielding side to work it out. And that's defended to the man in.
I don't know. That might be a habit. I mean, when you're umpiring in a club game, and you give not out, you always kind of give the reason why, and maybe it's just a habit.
Yeah, that's fine for a club game.
Oh,
when there's all upish and caught and gone. Sajid has gone. That man short in at the covers. He's about 7 or 8 yards away. I think it's Joe Root. Snaffled it up. Sajid's gone for a desultory 2 off 9. Pakistan have lost their 8th wicket at 309.
Yeah, just trying to push one that wasn't really there for that shot. Didn't commit to it.
Just really good bowling, in my view, to a tailender. Yeah.
You're a Leach fan, I would say, Messi, aren't you?
I am. I'm increasingly so.
I tell you, he's
so much better than anybody else.
Yeah, he's the best England we've got.
I'm in a Leach affection sandwich between Messi and Bear.
I've always said, you look at his stats, and he's played quite a few tests now. They're not that different to Nathan Lyon. And
no, that's quite true.
I don't think he's quite got the control.
No, he hasn't. But I always said that
end up with it.
Exactly. I mean, in the same way that they'll do with Bashir, I think England spinners kind of have to learn on the job. He's fortunate he plays at Somerset because they create Sajid, so he gets more over, especially towards the end of the season. Yeah, but in general, as an English spinner, I think England need to, whoever they pick, they kind of need to stick with, because they're going to probably get more Test matches in a year, which is 5-day cricket anyway. Then they're going to get county games. So, England would have played 17 tests at the end of this year. I mean, they're playing this series and New Zealand, which is the months between the last 3 months of the year. We're playing 6 tests.
Yep.
Well, Nauman Ali. Nauman is an island. Nauman is an alley. Nauman Ali is striding to the crease. He's played 16 tests. He's got an average of 18, which is not too bad, and he's got a 50.
And he sounds like this.
Some time has passed since Edward confessed, and now Nauman Ali is feeling repressed.
Unusual example of a Pakistan player without any facial hair as well, so that'll make things easier.
Oh, that's a novelty.
Leach over the wickets, and he just reaches for that one a bit and misses it. Nauman Ali first up.
Well, it didn't turn, did it? It's a Waden.
It's the dog that didn't bark in the night, the one that didn't turn. Over to you, Messi. End of the over.
Mark has an excellent fundraising idea for you, Bear. He says, "Hey, Bear, did you want to play the failure-written English women's team jingles in return for super chats?"
Well, I just found your email with lots of them in, so if people do want a super chat for a women's team's jingle, and please do.
One super chat, one jingle.
Absolutely.
And nominate the player. Yes.
Indeed, if we got them.
And they'll all be the first time they've ever been heard in the wild.
Indeed.
That's amazing. You can release these jingles with the super chat.
Indeed. And don't forget, smash that like button and subscribe. We haven't been saying that enough recently.
Potts in again. Straight ball, defended by Jamal. Top ball.
Well, now Jamal really does have to decide what he's going to do, doesn't he?
Stick or twist.
Stick or twist.
Yeah, come on, mate. Get on with it. Some really good keeping this morning. A couple of really good catches from Jamie Smith in this innings. He made them look reasonably straightforward, but you could easily imagine a Bairstow or a Butler shelling those because he had the direction.
Yeah, last minute adjustments.
Yes, that's right. You can imagine them flinging out one hand and making it going down. Or maybe they would have caught it, but you'll never know. Anyway, pulled for a 4 by Jamal. Well done him.
Yeah.
313 for 8, the score. It's really hard to know, isn't it, after the last test? What is a good score? It's impossible to know when you're playing this England side, whether you've ever got enough, I suppose.
What happens to Pakistan if they've gone all in on spin and it fails dismally? Then what do they do?
They've got one seamer.
Yes.
Yeah. You've bet the house, haven't you?
Yeah, you have.
Okay, so we've got a hit already. Stephen Kelk sends us €2 for Sophie Eccleston's jingle.
Oh, very nice. In comes Potts again. And he's put that halfway. It's a slower ball, in fact. And Jamal has almost completed a 360-degree pirouette by the time the ball's gone past him.
Here we go, Sophie Eccleston.
Sophie cannot finish her dinner. She says she's eaten enough. Sophie's trying to make herself thinner. Says she's eaten too much.
Well,
it's got a very, very modern tinge to it, that one. We don't have many jingles like that. In comes Potts, and that's a fuller ball. Effectively a half volley on off stump, which is driven to mid-on for no runs.
You know what? I think that wasn't a mog one. Someone's just done one of those and ripped it off the internet somewhere. It's probably going to get us banned. Not banned, but, demonetised.
Yeah, that did not have a mog-like vibe to it, I've got to say.
Dave Durrell says, George Negus has died. That's a shame. He was good. He was actually pretty good, yeah.
Can't remember what he upset Margaret Thatcher about. Something or other.
Well, he basically said, everybody says you're a tough bitch. Well, not quite those words. And she said, who's been saying that? And
who are these people? Oh, I remember that. Who are these people?
Yes.
Matt Potts in again. Plays that one, Jamal, wide of the man at point, all the way down to the boundary.
Ooh, one of these.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
Nice shot.
Yeah, it was a good shot. No, I do remember that. Who are these people? Who are they? I remember that, yes.
Yes, Mo confirms that wasn't one of his jingles.
Yes. Clearly, that was just ripped off of some song called Sophie. It's my bet.
Pops in for the last ball of the over.
Ooh.
Ooh, and that got up a bit. A little bit of uneven bounce there. Anyway, dot ball to complete. Pakistan 317 for 8 at the end of the 105th.
Leah says off to work. See you tomorrow. See you, Leah. Jay says England said this about Boomer and Shami. I think we tripled their batting averages in one innings. Mog says the jingle playback is a tad too fast and pitched up. It does mean they are over fast at that. Stephen Kirk says wickets are tumbling now. Unleash the carnage. Oh, yes, filling in for Tony here. One of the Pom says, if I was on my knees like that for a few minutes, I'd need a crane to get back up. I relate entirely.
Yeah, tell me about it. I'd lost feeling in my feet by then.
To which Jay says, that just shows dedication and enthusiasm for our job. And I'm ready to ever send us £1.99 off break by Cornwall.
Is that the tune that's from? I don't know.
Okay. Jack Leach's ton came up in the last over. He's gone for 3 for 100, but he has bowled 33 overs, so I think that's entirely defensible. current run rate is just snuck back over 3. Anyway, Leach over the wicket to Nauman, who actually receives his first ball and defends it solidly. Although he didn't look like, he sort of just plunged his foot rather down the wicket and assumed that the ball would hit the bat. I'm not sure if he's reading the ball here. We'll find out soon. Aerial shot of the ground. One of the most attractive, not one of the most attractive, I'd say.
I like the fact that it's kind of perfectly circular, though, for a cricket ground. You know, odd-shaped ovals for cricket grounds where you have a shorter boundary. I like it, the fact that it's probably the same. It looks like it's a wicket right in the middle of the pitch, and pretty even boundaries all round.
Well, that's what you can do with a greenfield site, basically, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's Leach is trying to drag Nauman wide, which he does, and he sort of nibbles at it. He's not looking entirely happy here, Nauman.
Well, a lot of these balls
by the way, Omrin over reminds me that the GPL is open and it's at £58 now.
Ooh, there you go.
Defended to gully by Nauman, dot ball. He's played out four dots so far.
I mean, you look at this. A lot of these balls that Root is hanging out there, they're still going straight on. They're not really turning.
There's no great menace. And that he's off the mark. Played down to long on for a single.
Yeah, they did have the roller on this morning. I mean, it doesn't look that bad, this pitch. It's got the usual cracks you'd expect to see, but they don't look like they're exploding and breaking up.
The hairdryer treatment, not just Alex Ferguson who can do that. The Pakistan ground staff have been doing that to this pitch. Leach in again, last ball of the over, this time to Jamal, who's 25 off 39. He comes round the wicket to the right-hander. There's just one slip, so what a defensive field, perhaps slightly surprisingly. Played straight down the pitch, dot ball, end of the 106th, 318 for 8, Pakistan.
So Stephen Kelk, I think he feels a bit ripped off having paid €2 for a Mog original to get that one. Have you had any joy finding the other one?
Not from Mog, actually, weirdly. Maybe, hold on. Yes, no, here's one from Mog. I think this is from Mog. Yes, this is from Mog. So, I shall, give me a second. I'll just put it over. And then we can have a little listen.
Here it comes. Any moment now. Please, Freddie.
Anticipation.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Courtesy of Mog, we bring you the worldwide debut of...
No,
not quite there yet.
Not quite there
guys.
yet.
Little technical glitches. The band will be on any moment. Potts back into the round the wicket to Nauman. Oh, big appeal for LBW. No, says the umpire. Only one review left now. Potts says, bugger it, not worth it.
You know, we got so many jingles, and I only realised how to work the jingle machine after a few years as to where I was putting jingles. But now I have to find a reasonably large, oversized space where I can stick them all in.
Excellent.
That one.
Oh, also.
There we go.
No, that one was probably going down leg side and maybe a bit high.
Yeah, I'd say so.
He's having a lot of trouble with his shoelaces, Potts. He really should. I mean, that shouldn't really be holding the international cricketer up, unless it's in the last 10 minutes of the game when they're holding out on the last wicket. Defended by Nauman out into the covers. Dot ball.
David Durrell asks if it's overcast and moving in the air. It's slightly overcast. Doesn't seem to be moving in the air at all.
No, there isn't much happening, is there? It's a slip.
Jay Govers sent us £5. Thank you, Jay. For Georgia O'Keefe. All of these are piling up on the list for the Bear to play if you can only find them.
Right. No, I found them. It's a question of actually getting them in.
Right.
Nauman defends that ball, and that's a dot. He's 1 off 9, so he's not going to be the aggressor. Just had a look at that one again. Ooh, it just clipped. Just clipped. Had it been given, it would have remained. It just got the very outside edge of the leg stump, but you can see why it wasn't given. We've got Damascena. Who's the umpire at the other end? In comes Potts again, round the wicket to Nauman, who leaves it well alone. He's going to let Jamal do the heavy lifting.
Right. Well, let's do this one for a start.
Okay.
What have we got? There we go.
Chris Gaffney, of course, by the way. He's the other one.
Right, here we go. So this is Sophie Eccleston, done by Mog.
Is that Sophie Eccleston with the ball? Is Sophie Eccleston good? Is Sophie Eccleston a kicking us? We all know the answer to that.
There we are. Very nice. Thank you very
Nice.
much, Mog. Much more of a Mog vibe. Liked it.
Absolutely.
You missed one dot ball there.
And now we'll try and find Georgia O'Keeffe.
Georgia O'Keeffe.
If you come across off break by Cornwall for Ombre Nuevo in your travels, that one too.
Well, funny enough, Mog, you didn't do one for Georgia O'Keeffe.
That's played out to mid-off. As the dot ball to finish the 107th over, Nauman remains on 1 off 12, no aggressor he, and Pakistan 3-1-8 for 8.
Now, Jay Graver is challenging me in terms of my understanding either of euphemisms or of grammatical structures. He says, Nauman Ali likes the geography I used to drink with years ago. Now, maybe it's a geography professor. I don't know. He says, nice man. He said his family didn't care about his drinking, but were persistently disappointed by his lack of moustache.
Well, Jay, just keep sending us money.
Interesting, Jay.
Whatever you like.
And Stephen Kelk says, I really want there to be a run out with No Man Ali stranded in the middle of the pitch. He would be in no man's land. Yes.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, let's hope so. God, we can only hope. Leach round the wicket. And that's an expansive shot by Jamal. And it is being cut off by, who's that out there? Possibly Joe Root. And returns it, and they come through for a couple.
Mog has a fairly reasonable response by saying George O'Keeffe isn't in the T20 squad.
There you go.
It's fair enough. It's also rather confusing. The American artist is Georgia O'Keeffe, who painted all the flowers that we were talking about earlier. And that's big or defensive from Jamal. And gets the inside edge. Jamie Smith comes round from in front of the wicket to do the mopping up because there's no one just out there. They decline the single. It would have been there because Jamal is going to farm the strike.
Oh God, we're at that point already.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. And that's floated up, and it's clipped off his toes, wide of the man who's already wide-ish at mid-on for a single.
I think England will be happy with this so far.
Well, it's not going anywhere, is it? And
No.
It's not like they're going to run out. It's not like England are going to run out of time to win the match. It's they never run out of time. Effectively, assume it apart from for weather-related reasons, and I believe Messi will confirm for us there's no rain due during this match, is there?
I don't think until the apocalypse at this stage.
This is the pre-apocalypse test. Oh, a reverse sweep. Oh man! Oh, didn't know he had it in him. Now we do.
There may be a light shower on day 422 on this wicket.
Still on the same wicket, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I did mull at the in the first test. They should play all three tests on this wicket. Maybe by the third test it will actually do something.
Well, maybe they will.
Oh, that's close.
Leach around the wickets, and there's a big appeal. Well,
Probably going down leg.
Slightly muted big appeal, if you know what I mean. There was an appeal, definitely, but it wasn't one of the full throttled ones. Then they've decided against a review. They've only got one view left.
Well, Joe has very kindly sent us another £2 and just says, don't ask Bear to look for O'Keeffe.
Let's clip round the corner by Nauman, who will get the deal. He'll keep the strike, which is probably not the intention. Bashir does the fielding, and the end of the 108, 322 for 8.
Hombre Nuevo says the off-break jingle of Cornwall's is based on Brick in a Wall by Pink Floyd. And Stephen Kelk says, thank you for the Sophie jingle. Order is restored in the universe. Jay says, after years of being accused of being the porn bot, Morgan Lear make me smile. I'm pleased to hear it.
Funny thing about Another Brick in the Wall is that it's the only Pink Floyd song with a 4-to-the-floor disco beat. It's their only number one. You'd think, having done it once, out of all the songs they ever did, they might have another go at a disco beat, since it seemed to work the first time.
Well, I'm sure Roger Waters didn't give a shit, did he? He's a curmudgeon old bastard.
Well, Roger Waters and David Gilmour, we're not in, you should have thought sort of less like a disco pairing. It would be hard to imagine, and yet it does have a disco beat. Another Brick in the Wall.
Ah,
in comes it's Bashir time.
First for the morning.
Bashir likes to attack. Bashir now in an England cap.
I think sometimes Stokesy likes winding him up a little bit, trying to get a bit something out of him. Puts Leach on first, and then Bashir's
It's an interesting field, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about that?
Well, we got 2 slips, we got 2 extra 2 covers, short, all of it, but obviously
mid wicket as well.
That's gone through mid wicket. Bit of poor fielding, burst through whoever the man was there, down towards deep mid wicket. I'll get back for 2.
Don't know who that was.
No, I don't know.
Nauman moves on to 4. It's hard to avoid puns when he's on strike.
What's every man on?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Nauman, Jamal and Bashir. It's pun central, potentially. Bashir comes round the wicket. And that's swept quite nicely, actually. He's getting into his groove now. And it's wide of the man at square leg, and I think it's going to go all the way.
It does indeed.
It's Nissan she. It's Nissan she.
Taking a bit of a liking to Bashir.
Again, that's not really turning, is it?
No, it's not.
I
do wish that Bashir would sort his shirt out. Becomes unruffled as he quite a lot of his midriff as he comes around the wicket. It's rather ungainly.
Only in Melbourne terms.
Well, I know that sort of thing passes muster in Perth, Messi, but we do have certain standards. There's a dot ball from Bashir to Nauman, who's looking altogether a little perkier now that Bashir's come on. Although, of course, that can signal doom, as he might get complacent. Down to 1 slip now. We've seen one of the slips off, and that's a much more solid defensive. Out to one of those short men on the offside. Not short in the sense of Ben Ducket short, but short even. How tall's Ollie PAK?
Not that tall. He's about 5'10", I think.
We never go on about his height. There can't be much in it. Bashir in again, and that's a little straighter, defended by Nauman.
I blame Tony Bishop. He's the one who's got an obsession with it.
Yeah.
It's just because he's got little legs. He rather reminds me of my friend who's got an extra vertebra, and he's got short legs. It's just the impression you give. He's literally got a vestigial tail. He's got a little vertebra, an extra one at the bottom of his spine. Comes Bashir for the last ball of the over. Tossed up. And not to be tempted, Nauman. Dot ball, 328 for 8. Oh, so what? Yeah, that's...
Couple of tweets that got overlooked. Anna Forsyth says, all the good cricket takes over the years and never agreed with something on guerrilla cricket more than the bear calling Thatcher a witch woman.
Yes.
And West Aussie Lead says, Perth Ashes test scheduled in November, which is a relief. We normally get February and 40 degrees days. Much milder in November, hopefully. Lots of left-handers playing Shield as well as first 11. Yeah, we did have a test in November against India where it was 42 degrees, I remember. So it's
not a guarantee.
I think test matches attract hot weather in Perth. That's the problem.
Well,
Okay, would you change?
we are. Kat's due back. She's the media some ball by ball. You there, Kat? Are you there, Kat? Yes, you are.
I am indeed.
Fourth is going to give you your comments, and I'm going to take over on this old social thing.
Super duper. And we have Leach, who's going to bowl his, 100th over, I imagine. And this is a bit annoying now, right, for England, because Pakistan have put on 70 runs and there were 2 quick wickets, and they probably thought they could knock them over a bit quicker than 70 extra runs.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it's maybe slightly similar to the start of the match when England got a couple of quick wickets and thought, aye, we're off again.
Yeah. Anyway, Leach is off again. He's around the wicket, and another beautiful textbook defensive stroke. Slightly ruined when the batter goes a little bit off balance, seems to get a bit of a cramp at the end of it. But, he tried to hold his pose, Jamal. He's been out there for a while now, hasn't he, James?
He has, but he's not been out there long enough to get cramp.
No.
I mean, come on, Jamal.
It's not that hot today either, compared to...
No, it's not that hot. Anyway, he's imitating it well. He sticks his bottom out. He offers another straight bat and pushes the ball to short cover.
Well,
The run rate's about 3.6. It's textbook Test cricket.
Well, it's quicker than yesterday. They've amped it up a bit.
have they? They came out on 350 odd. They scored just over 80 runs.
They've amped it up, but I guess they have. Another ball that's just defended and accidentally sent out to mid-wicket where they can take a run, but I'm not sure Jamal wanted it to go there. But anyway, he still looks like he's rubbing his side and stretching his hamstrings.
It's further proof that he's a proper batsman, that he can get cramp like what proper batsmen do.
Maybe he's actually pulled a muscle. That won't do him any good. He's there on
That
his
would not be good.
This is not good for Pakistan for Jamal to be out there batting this long, actually. He's your only fast bowler.
Yep.
There's a lot in the pitch for the fast bowlers. So
there's more in the pitch for the spinners at the moment. I mean, it's still not turning massively, is it?
Anyway, a lot of tight fielders in here as Leach turns the ball nicely to the left-hander Nauman, and he doesn't get a run there.
I actually think that this is under par, this score. I still think there's 400, 450 in this pitch.
Do you?
At least 300 out there for Brooke. So we've got a leg slip, a square, short square leg, and this ball's pushed out to point.
That's right into the right arm over bowlers, and we've had a lot of people bowling that side of the wicket on the 7th day of this pitch, and it's not ragging square out of a foothold. It's just turning gently.
It isn't turning much, is it? This next one's defended back to the bowler as well. So certainly a little bit in there for the fast bowlers. Not much for Leach at this point. 1 run from the over, 329 for 8.
Oh, it's me. God damn, Tony. Who we got? Jay says, I just thought she sounded like an Australian cricketer. Oh, right, Georgia O'Keefe. I don't know. Steve Kelk says, you could use your super chat credit to ask for Dane Pete jingle. We can't play the Dane Pete jingle every once in a while. It kicks off our YouTube strike for monetizing, because obviously it's just no doubt. But sorry about that. Can't we just cut off the Gwen Stefani bit? But that's virtually the whole thing. It's only me saying a couple of words in between with a terrible auto-tune and my kids that makes it amusing. Back to the cricket.
Such a shame you can't play all those jingles. I mean, you could commentate the semi and just play the England jingles for other cricketers.
Yeah.
It's Bashir who's bowling to Jamal's, pushing the ball back into the offside, and Bashir does his own fielding.
I dream of having Money Cat and taking YouTube to court. I'm sure we abide by their guidelines. They just don't enforce them properly.
No, they do what the hell they like.
Ooh.
This ball is, it's hitting the pads, it's bouncing up, it's all over the place. It's not dangerously close to an LBW, but I think Bashir would like that.
No, at the moment I don't want to be a dick towards Bashir, but him pitching it right line and length is already a big victory. If he can get it together this morning...
But he can't, so he tosses up a juicy half volley outside off, and Jamal says, thank you very much, sends it out into the deep, and they get a run.
I'd rather is trying it from out there. I mean, if it does turn back big, it might get between bat and pad. I mean, that's the idea of having a spinning wicket, right?
Yeah, and we were talking last match, weren't we? That he's been bowling too much of a leg side line.
Yeah, too much at the stumps.
Yeah, they want to back him a little bit. This is the thing. If you are, I'm going to stop using the word grooming, but if you are grooming someone to be in the Ashes come 400 days time, you've got to actually give them some confidence. Ooh.
That would be good. And this next one, an attempted pull shot. Doesn't know where the ball's gone. It's actually gone down to short third. And Nauman decides he'll run through for a single because Jamal's very keen to get back on strike.
Jamal letting down those credentials.
It's noticeable also he's given it more loop in this test than the last test. Last test he was towards the end he started to give it a bit more loop, and at the beginning of the last test he was bowling quite flat.
Jamal's going to send a ball into the sky if he bowls outside off to him again. Jamal this time pulls out. Bashir runs in and stops and goes back.
Jamal is like a kid who's been observing adults and is trying to kind of act like they do. Batsmen stop bowlers and ask for the sight screen to be changed.
He did that nicely too, just like a proper bat.
He really did.
Drives this ball to mid-off. And what's Jamal's highest score? I'm
82.
Sending this out into the 82?
Yeah.
Right.
And his batting average is late 20s, isn't it?
No, I think it's 40. It's 40.
What?
Really? No. Sorry, that was Salmon
average yet. Another flighted ball from Bashir, defended back down the pitch. And that looks like the end of the over. They're changing hats and swapping over and fist bumping in the middle of the pitch, and the score is 331 for 8.
His average is 39.17. He has only played. This is only his sixth. Yeah, it's only in his fifth match or sixth match, whichever. I don't know what that, whether they include the current match. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the old socials. What we got? Mog. Fun fact: I do have a bunch of jingles for the World T20 New Zealanders and South Africans already done.
Oh, good. Oh, exciting. And of course, Australia's already done.
Yeah. England fucked it up. Stephen Kelk says we should stand on each other's shoulders and tweak James's nose.
Thanks. You heightist bastards.
We now have a leg slip on his knees. I love this. This is great. Leach is bowling. He's bowling over the wicket. It's a reverse sweep attempt from Nauman, who should not be doing that. That was a hilarious shot. Missed it completely and just looks around as if, totally normal.
You are old enough to know better, Nauman. I mean, you are really old, so you really should know better than that.
He missed it by some distance, maybe half a metre. And this next one, it's the same again. And then this time he gets a top edge. It's sailing out into the, offside, offside, and it's plugged in the ground. Brooks come in and fielded it. Nauman's going to get some runs he does not deserve.
No, he doesn't. Although it's it's not a risk-free shot, but you can see why, because the field is so scrunched up on the other side that if you can manipulate it round that way, why wouldn't you? And it's just to come back to Stephen Kelk, I am more than willing for you to all stand on each other's shoulders, but you have to be wearing Ben Ducket midget medium clothes when you do it.
So we can all take a breath now because Jamal's on strike, the relatively senior partner in this batting partnership, and he just squirts the ball out to cover, and there's no run, and we feel like everything's under control again. Sadly, we want Nauman on strike, don't we?
Yeah, we want some chaos. I think Jamal's got his eye on another 50 here.
Oh yes, he's got to get to at least his average. He's only on 30, and we know he needs another 9 runs or something, so he defends the next ball, and this could be a tedious conclusion to Leach's exciting over.
Yeah, he's certainly got that in mind at the moment. Well, I think they've both got that in mind. Leach saying, I'm not going to be hit again. Don't reverse sweep me, you get.
Yeah, no reverse sweeps for Jamal. He's a textbook batter. He's up the order, is what he thinks.
He is MCC technique all the way, Jamal.
And Stokes can read his mind because Stokes is bringing in the field so that Jamal cannot take a single on this last ball of Leach's over. There's one slip in place. Nauman is not even looking like he's going to take the single. This is beating the batter. Outside edge, almost edges it through to the keeper. A little bit of turn, and the end of the over, 334 for 8.
Right, we have one of these.
Super Chat. super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat.
And we have to say thank you very much to Richard Milgate. He just sends a balloon emoji. It's the first ever super chat to us. More of you should try that. It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
Smash the like button. Subscribe. Yes. You know you want to. He sent us €3, so thank you very much, Richard. That's all we have on the social for this over.
And whose jingle are we getting for that super chat?
That's our super chat jingle. No, we're not. He didn't even ask for a jingle for his super chat. He just
but I
gave
want to hear
willingly.
another jingle of the England women. Anyway, it's Bashir who's around the wicket, and it's swept confidently in front of square by Nauman. And there's a fielder out there, so they get a single.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see Bashir get a wicket here. I think not just for the sake of England, but for his own sake. I mean, Leach is exuding as much confidence as a man like him can exude, but Bashir could do with a little bit of that as well.
There's a genuine risk that Nauman may overtake Jamal's score at some point, and he tries another kind of strange sweep shot here. This is Jamal on strike now, though, and no run taken.
Well,
He's injured himself. I think he's injured himself.
What is this? This is a groin injury. He was holding his hip last over. Now it seems to have gone to the groin.
I think he's done himself a proper injury here.
This is not good for Pakistan. He's shaking his head, isn't he? This is not what we want to see.
Well, he's got a bit of a history of injuries.
Yeah, but he's also as he proved in the last match actually. He keeps going, doesn't he? He keeps going and going, and he's got a good ticker. But if he's injured, this is bad news for Pakistan.
Indeed.
Oh,
he's beaten outside off stump, and Jamal does not make contact. He tried the forward defensive. It was a dot.
yeah. Every time now when he's going forward, he's coming up hopping, which is not exactly what you'd want.
No, and that will impact his forward defensive, I'm sure. He tries another reverse sweep with no footwork this time, which is much better for his injury. Makes contact, but does not get a run.
Well, you're absolutely right, Kat. If he hasn't got his forward defensive, what has he got?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got nothing at all. But he's definitely slightly ginger on the old feet at the moment.
Oh, well, maybe he'll stretch it out. He tries to play a ball wide outside off stump into the leg side, and in fact he does, but he's almost limping in this single he takes here to get to the other end, and he moves to 31, and Nauman is now on strike, and the score 336 for 8 at the minute, 1 ball to come in the over.
Yeah, he's struggling. He's certainly struggling. This isn't just injury peacocking whilst he's facing. He's chuntering to himself at the striker's end, non-striker's end.
It'll affect his batting because he'll be now very much worried about how he's going to bowl, although maybe the spinners will take the load. And Bashi's around the wicket, he bowls a pie, and Nauman manages to make contact, sends it down to third, where it'll be fielded inside the rope. And oh no, it won't be! There's a chase on, and it goes over the boundary. I was confident there was someone there who could get around, but that's 4 runs to Nauman, who moves to 17.
Sorry. There we go.
I mean, that is like a teenage boy's porn collection. Absolute filth. I mean, that was a terrible delivery by Bashir there.
Yeah, and a pretty terrible shot from Nauman. But anyway, 4 runs from it. Fantastic. Right. Do we have any socials?
Yeah, we have.
Use your brain, super chat.
Richard Milgate, who expands a little bit more. He says he works nights. He finished at 7 a.m. your time, our time. So where are you then? 7 a.m. our time. You finished work. That's 5. Is that 5 o'clock normal time? So where's that? That's your part of the world, surely. Or behind us, I don't know. He's enjoying his 5th beer whilst listening to us lot. Cheers for all your work. Thank you very much, Richard.
Where is he? Which country is he in?
Well, I'm trying to figure it out. He said he finished work at 7 a.m. our time. So that's... oh, right. So maybe you just work nights and you're in England. Or you're on the continent just an hour ahead of us. I don't know. Yeah, he does. He said he works nights. I'm being stupid. See, that's what happens when you have to get up so early in the morning. Messenger says, play Maya Boucher in honour of her ability to drop 3 catches last night. Funnily enough, I had got her out as Mog sent in capitals. Just play one anyway to Richard Milgate's first super chat.
Yeah, good idea.
So here we go. Here's Maya Boucher.
It's time Bouchier, it's Maya Bouchier. Hip, 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 hooray, it's Maya Bouchier.
Oh, I love that one. That's fabulous.
That's nice. Ben McCormick has given us another super chat. He's only just worked out how to do this. Great. I hope more of you learn how to do it. As we are having a break in play because Jamal is now getting some treatment. This bodes really, really badly for Pakistan, does it not? They've got one seamer and he looks like he might be out of action.
Well, he seems to be getting two different sorts of treatment here. So he's had the, when you get the straight leg leaning on your foot cramp treatment, he's been getting that, but then that's to his left leg, but then he's been getting that leg wiggled around a little bit for a hip thing. And then on the right hip, he's been giving a different stretch. So it looks like he's packing more than one injury at the moment.
Well, to me, it looks more like a hip than it does to be a groin. I think something's popped in his hip.
There's definitely a problem with that. I think there's definitely a hip problem, and there's a little bit of cramp. Yeah, it looks like maybe right hip he's holding on to, but he doesn't look in all sorts, really.
No, but I mean, it'll tell in his bowling more than it will in his batting.
And if you're the only seamer as well, that is not what you want your hip to be like that.
No, I mean, they've got 7 spinners, but England will know exactly what's coming at them, won't they, if there's no seamer in the attack?
I'd still be getting some pickle juice out to him, just in case there's an impact of...
The old pickle juice.
He looks like he's just been drinking water, so I don't know what's going on.
Well, he's not a true professional. This is the next level of batting. Once
he's
you
not
hit
a true
the
batter
pickle
yet.
Juice, yeah, exactly. Maybe he doesn't have access to the pickle juice cabinet. He'll be given a little set of keys at some point later in the match.
Yeah. You got to be in the fast bowler cartel does not get the pickle juice. That's for batters.
He'll have that slapped out of his hand if he starts trying to chug that.
Missed opportunity for the sponsor to send out some of their tea, and perhaps they could be claiming some kind of amazing cure.
Absolutely.
Anyway, Nauman at the other end, the non-strikers, is pretty much in a relaxed mode because he's pretty sure Jamal's not going for a quick single. This ball is flighted by Leach on leg, driven out to mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and they do take a single. I presume it was walked.
Yeah, I think so. He's back to Nauman, who after not really scoring many runs is accelerating his rate a little bit. It's now on 17.
Yeah, he's doing proper test cricket batting. He's got a good strike rate.
He's nearly up at his average. It was 18, wasn't it? His average? 18 points.
Oh, there we go.
Good.
We're in nosebleed territory soon then.
So Nauman, and there's a lot of changes to the field here. Leach is moving people around. But they have built a significant partnership, so a bit frustrating. We've got a leg slip and a conventional slip and a short square, and again it's the attempted reverse sweep. I would have thought Nauman, he doesn't make contact, and he's had 3 or 4 of them now. He probably should be getting better at it, shouldn't he, James?
Well, it's definition of madness territory, isn't it, unfortunately, for him at the moment.
This time, though, he goes with the conventional defensive stroke.
Although we have to say also, if we were Pep Guardiola, his thought is always, if Plan A isn't working, do Plan A better. So maybe he's got that in his mind. I'll keep going until I get it right.
This could be another one coming right up, and no, another one this time down leg. He doesn't make contact through to the keeper. So Leach is not looking particularly threatening, I don't think, James.
No, I agree. I was just about to say, I'm wondering if he might be thinking, maybe Stokes gives himself a blast.
Yes. Yeah, that's always good to see. Let's see if we can ninja Stokes. This one is conventionally swept so well.
Oh, poor Phil.
Shot. Fabulous misfield out there by Potts on the boundary. Puts one hand down like a casual 5th grader cricketer, and it's gone for 4.
I'm looking over a 4.
Yeah, that was end of day fielding by Potts there. Of course, it wasn't his fault, listeners. We have to say this. As soon as he went to grab it and missed it, he was gesturing as though the ball had done something quite odd. And the odd thing it had done just to avoid his hand. So a nice 4 for Nauman.
Glorious as Leach comes in, and this time it's Nauman offering a defensive stroke because he's already made his runs for the over, and that is 5 for the over 345 for 8 after 114.
Well, here's a puntastic Kieran Roseblaze. Good morning, all. 8 down was where was there any reverse swing this morning? Because Mark Knopfler was on about him and the England Seamers doing a Dire Straits tribute song, The Multans of Swing. Oh. I'll get my coat, he says. Yes, indeed.
Good attempt.
Yes, and we have another one. I think, Christ, we're getting these all the time now. Thank you very much, people. We have another.
Use your bright super chat.
From Sally R56. Says, some people are so needy. Yes, we are needy, Sally. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you got rent to pay. Tell everyone how to do a super chat, because I wouldn't have a clue either.
Well, I think you just press the dollar sign at the bottom.
At the bottom of what?
Of your comment section, I think, on YouTube.
Uh-huh.
And
Rashid's bowling now, and he's bowling to Jamal, who defends. Okay, so in YouTube, you can just click something, and it automatically depletes your bank account. That sounds
well,
nice.
yeah, I presume you have to sign up for it. And maybe someone who's actually done a super chat can tell us, because I've never done one, because I'm always in here reading them.
Yeah, do a super chat tweet to us.
Oh, now that's aerial.
Reverse sweep from Jamal. This one's gone all the way to the boundary.
Jamal.
Absolutely glorious shot from Jamal. And this is really demoralising England now. Let's have a jingle for the 4.
2 + 2 is a remember.
And after he's done that, he's really done his hip. He's not going to be able to bowl.
This is not good. He's dropped his bat. He's hobbling. He's hopping. He's giving Douglas Bader vibes at the moment, the way that he's moving. But he's still on 36. And let's be honest.
I mean, he may as well keep batting because he isn't going to be able to bowl. So I guess this is his one
it's
chance.
just true. And they need him at the moment. You know, he's one of their premier batsmen. He'll probably be captain in the next match the way it's going.
He'll certainly be opening, provided he's still got 2 legs. As this next one's flighted, and Jamal looks at that and thinks, I can spank that to the boundary, but he can't. He can only send it to mid-off, and no run taken. Jamal's on 36. He hasn't even made his average yet.
No.
This is it. There's plenty of room to grow. No, that's not a Ducket reference, by the way, for Jamal at the moment.
So another ball angled in on middle, and Jamal pushes the ball forward a square. It does not take a run. 2 more to come in the over.
Yeah, they need to change it up here, England. It's the game is drifting slightly, which is unlike a Stokes captain side.
Yeah.
Well, I just think that
Another defended ball back down the pitch.
the pitch is so slow that spin may not be that effective, actually.
Okay.
England have been more effective with their seamers, almost, you know.
I agree
You know what?
with that.
Pakistan only have one other seamer, and it's the keeper. So he's going to have to come. Yeah, someone else is going to have to take the gloves, and we're going to see some medium paces from the keeper.
Yeah, or he's going to have to be bloody quick on his feet and get down the other end once he's bowled and catch it. The way England batted in the last match, you might not need a wicketkeeper if he does that.
Yeah. Another beautifully flighted ball there from Bashir, and it's almost sent into the mid-wicket hands, but not quite. And that is the end of the over, I think. Oh, no, one more to come.
No, that's it.
No, end of the over. Only 4 from it. 349 for 8.
Well, George McPherson said England don't seem to be able to wrap up their opposition innings. Anderson would have done this job already. I'm not sure he would have. I think it's still pretty placid wicket, to be honest, George. I mean, there's a bit of turn. The seamer seems to be more effective, but Ahmed Jamal just seems to have injured his hip and probably looks like he probably won't be able to bowl. So England, could be in gravy. Stephen Kelk and Jay Grover, congratulations, Sally R56 on her super chat, saying proper mint. And that's like a Godzilla of a super chat. Yeah, more of you should do that. And Rich Milgate responds with €2. Me too. This could be quite costly. Yeah, well, you know, you're supporting a very worthy cause, is what I will say.
And we have Cast coming back on. This is a good decision. I mean, Tailenders need some pace to blow them out, to blast them out, right? So
absolutely.
Cast is going to be bowling. This is exciting.
Yeah, he's the man to do it.
His figures are 2 for 35. He's bowled 16 overs. He's replacing Leach. And No Man's going, shit, fast bowler, hang on a minute, and he pulls out.
Well, that's it. It's almost like his mind was set on the reverse sweep, and then he suddenly saw who was running up to bowl and thought, recalibrate.
Yeah, get ready to duck, No Man.
This is a good move, though.
Yeah, definitely good mood. No Man's not going to last. He's not going to last against Cast, surely. So the score, 349 for 8. And this ball's almost Yorker length. It's turned around the corner. No Man makes contact accidentally, I think, and turns it around the corner to mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, he's gesturing as though it did something odd off the wicket there. But I think that's why Cast is potent on this wicket, isn't it? Because when you dig it in, you'll get what you can out of it. But I worry for Pakistan, not just because it's not spinning too much, but also because the spin that's there is slow. And also, let's be honest, those spinners they've brought into the team aren't necessarily off the top rank of spinners. You know, there's plenty of talk about them not being quite up to it.
That could be a big problem. And this ball's wrapping him on the pads. There's a big appeal. A big appeal from everyone, but it was just a practice, I think, James, because no one's really keen on reviewing that.
Well, that's it. It's good technical rehearsal before the big night comes up. But a good delivery again. He didn't know much about that. Since Cast has come on, No Man is in the land that he gives his name to.
Yes. He's on 21. He'll be relieved to have got to that point. And if England clean up the tail now, 350 odd after a day and a session is pretty good for Pakistan. Maybe a bit underdone. This next ball is driven down past mid-off. It's going all the way out to the boundary. Will it get there? It will. That's glorious actually, using the pace of the ball for No Man.
You ask where I live, is the address I give, the phone.
Yeah, whenever Jack Leach is chasing the ball, I always tend to think it's going to be. He's like a dad chasing a beach ball on a windy day. He never quite gets to it.
Yeah, and looks a little bit embarrassing as he's doing it too. No Man is surveying the ground as if he's going to hit one into the outfield. He may well at this point. This is short, and he just closes his eyes and throws the bat at it, and somehow the ball dribbles out to cover point, and he's safe.
And that is something, I mean, obviously Cast did a lot of battering ran stuff, particularly in the previous match, but that is another weapon in his arsenal. His bouncers are well directed and vicious. It's not a bad idea to put him back on his back foot there, Nauman.
Yes, and of course Pakistan have brought up the 353 at the moment. Another short ball, and it's pulled competently by No Man. It's gone out to the boundary. 1 or 2 bounces, 4 runs.
Four.
This is becoming a little bit annoying, but it shows how easy it is to bat out there.
It is, but I know we were saying that the pitch is a little easy for the batsman. But I can't remember who messaged in before. I do think England have a slight problem with finishing off innings, not just in Pakistan, but if we go back over the past 18 months, they lack that kind of like just lethal ability to close things down.
Can't just bowl a Yorker, Cast. Come on. And this one again is just back of a length, and it's squirted out to mid-off. It feels like No Man, wherever he plays his first-class cricket, is far more comfortable with pace bowling we're finding now.
Yeah.
End of the over, 2 fours from it, and it's 357 for 8.
Well, we have
Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash.
It's from a Mr. Disinterested hand job, who, as no one is actually asking for any of his jingles, has asked one of his own. He wants Charlie Dean.
Hey there, Slay Queen. Your name, Charlie Dean.
Oh, I like that. Bit of Brink 182.
Good, I like that.
Are we due a change now?
Well, no, we're due lunch.
Oh, lunch, yeah.
But are they getting another over in before lunch?
One in. I think they are.
One more over. Yeah.
And then we will indeed be having a bit of spot of lunch.
Right, if you want a podcast to play at lunchtime, there's a fresh one from Can't Bowl, Can't Throw there for you.
Oh, yeah, we'll do that. We played ours yesterday. I was going to replay it, but it's always good to have new content
Something
rather than the
fresh.
same one. Is it on Apple? Yeah.
It is just in all the usual places on Spotify, and we only recorded it today, and Dan's already edited it and put it up. So.
Okay, what is it again? Can't bat, can't bowl.
Can't bowl, can't throw. Can't bowl, can't throw. We talk about the Women's World Cup up to the minute, and also the first test, and another defensive stroke offered by Jamal to Bashir. He just wants to get to lunch. If he can only have, I don't know, a meat pie or something, or whatever he eats, a vegetarian curry, he will get his legs back on track. He this time plays the ball off his hip quite nicely down to fine, and they take a single.
Well, maybe that's a deliberate Bashir targeting his hip, like a boxer targeting a cut eye. Canny from the young spinner.
Dangerously targeting the injured body part.
Well, this is it. I mean, I love the idea that he might have a meat pie in the. I hope that's true. Forget about energy.
That would be funny. That would be funny.
Oh, it'd be fantastic.
I think Bashir's going to have a meat pie as well. This one's an attempted sweep. It looked good, but there was no serious contact made, except I think maybe with his shoulder.
Yeah, Nauman is thinking, why can't it be Cars again? Why have you put a bloody spinner against me? I've got to do things now. I think that's sort of true in a way. Like, you know, if you're a tail ender, if the ball's coming to you from a quicker bowler, you have to do less in a way.
Yes. 3 balls left to come before lunch. A slower delivery flighted by Bashir and played easily to the offside. Has Nauman got a different spelling of his name on his shirt? I think he might have. An explanation of that.
I think there are two. There's Nauman, isn't there, is one of the spellings of his name that I've seen, and Nauman as well.
I think NAU is what's on the back of his shirt.
Yeah.
If he turns around, we'll be able to confirm as another ball's deflected.
That's how we spell it in our jingles.
Yeah, very much a fluid situation.
So he's on 29. Jamal's on 37. They've done a fabulous job, these two.
My God.
And this ball goes down leg side. It's an absolute pie from Bashir. But anyway, Nauman can't make any contact, and the keeper gets it. So no harm done. That is the end. Is that the end of the over? It is.
It is, yeah.
It is the end, and it is lunch. And James, you can take us through the card.
No, I will do. Hold on, give me 1 second. Just kind of... Okay, so, yes. So, Rizwan was out this morning, caught by Smith, bowled by Cars, absolute snorter of a delivery for 41. Salman departed, caught by Smith, bowled by Potts for 31. Jamal, as you can see, is still there on 37 not out. Sajid Khan, the other man to go for 2, looked all at sea really, by caught by Root and bowled by Leach, and Nauman Ali, however you want to spell his name, is there on 29. And actually, the important stat that we should give you, these two have a partnership of 49 now, which has taken Pakistan to 358 for 8. So after a slightly dodgy start where we wondered if they'd just get rolled over, these two have stabilised things.
They have, and I still don't think it's really, and I think 400 is a pretty average score on this track still. So England could fuck it up, but I'm not particularly worried about that.
England's going to make another 800, aren't they? Like 900 maybe.
Well, precisely.
I'd hope so, because I think I felt Harry Brook left some runs out there last match. So if he could get up a little more. The other point.
A triple century for Pope. Come on. Triple.
Yeah, come on. Or a triple. I don't know. Can we get to 900 personally? But I think the other thing we should mention that we talked about a lot over the past half hour is that Jamal has batted very well, but it does look as though he has a hip injury that is giving him a bit of jip. And bearing in mind he's the only seamer in the side, that could make things difficult. Extremely so.
We know Cass and Potts have been really the standout bowlers. So, I mean, they haven't done Leach has taken a lot of the overs, but they've really looked at the most dangerous there, Potts and Cass. There's still something in it for the fast bowlers, and definitely some reverse once it gets going. So, a bit of a shame for Pakistan.
Indeed. I think they panicked a bit too much, really. But I wouldn't be surprised if Nauman's out. Not Nauman, sorry. If Ahmed Jamal has to leave, they would go back to Nazir. I would hope, because he was. I thought he bowled pretty good in the first test. A few last messages. Jay says that has to be an Australian meat pie. I used to like meat pies when I was in Australia. You used to get those cheap ones with mince filled with mince, and you put loads.
Yeah, they don't have chunks of beef; they just have minced beef.
Yeah, exactly.
It's mostly gravy, actually. I quite like them.
Yeah, with lots of ketchup on top. They were quite good. I seem to remember. It was a long time ago. Some people asking how they reply. The GPL, as Messi rightly points out, is open until 8:30, so half an hour into lunch. That's about it. We should be back after lunch. I presume this episode is Joker, Sophie and Moliere. I like the title.
That is the one, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
well, here we go. Cat and Dan for your lunchtime entertainment, talking about the Women's World Cup, which, of course, England fell out of yesterday with a dismal display. But hey, that's the way life goes. We'll see you after lunch. Until then, goodbye.
Live on the Zone, October 19th, Francis Ngannou returns to the cage versus Reina Ferreira. When giants collide, the earth shakes. The Professional Fighters League presents Battle of the Giants. The two most feared MMA fighters clash in the cage for the World Heavyweight title. Plus, MMA legend Chris Cyborg faces two-time PFL champion Larissa Pacheco in one of the biggest women's MMA fights ever. Battle of the Giants. Ngannou versus Ferreira. October 19th, live on the Zone. Buy now at thezone.com.
In a week where the underdog nations took over the T20 World Cup, but someone forgot to tell Australia. This is Can't Bowl, Can't Throw.
अरे रे दर्द हो रहा है ये मुझसे डर गए
आपको सिक्स नहीं मार पाऊंगी यही दर्द है
अच्छा ये लो वॉलनी मैक्स
ये अंदर तक जाए और ऑर्डिनरी स्प्रे से 3 गुना जल्दी दर्द मिटाए
दर्द हो रहा है क्या
वॉलनी मैक्स नो टाइम फॉर पेन.
You're here with Kat Jones and Dan Lubke, and that was Smriti Mandana and Jasprit Bumrah doing a commercial. And as our resident Hindi-speaking expert, Kat, what were they talking about?
Well, it was a commercial for Volini Max, which is a spray that helps reduce muscle soreness. Apparently, I mean, I'm glad we checked this because it could have been literally anything. Volini Max, it could have been a breakfast cereal, I don't know, a continence product, a car.
A cartoon series.
Yep. So anyway, in the commercial, Smriti is suffering prior to the India men versus India women match.
Yep, we all know that fixture.
But Jasprit gives her some Volini Max to try, and she promptly recovers and...
She hits him for 6.
Yeah.
Oh, very exciting. Great sportsmanship from Bumrah.
I do want to see that match.
It'd be a great match, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Especially if Jasprit's out there, you know, oh, you're feeling a bit sore, that's okay. I've got this magical cream that will help you.
Yeah, we know why India's winning so many matches now.
Well, the men anyway. The women, as we alluded to in the opening there, they're not doing quite as well in the T20 World Cup. We'll come back to that. And Smriti, I don't think hit any sixes in the T20 World Cup, so I think from that we can conclude, the bowlers she faced during the T20 World Cup
are
all better than Jasprit Bumrah.
Yep, better than Bumrah.
Yep, and that checks out, I think.
I think it checks out, yeah.
So before we begin the episode, let's just go back to the previous Can't Bowl, Can't Throw poll that we had from the last episode.
And that was something about being embarrassed?
Yeah, so when facing a spinner, is it more embarrassing to be bowled around your legs or bowled while leaving the ball? And we got lots of votes for this one. What do you think the answer was, the general consensus?
I think bowled while leaving the ball is more embarrassing.
It was, yeah. That was roughly 70% of the answers said that. that, and 30% of them said bowled around your legs was more embarrassing. So we have a new poll for this week, and this week's poll is: should Jasprit Bumrah try to improve his bowling by training harder or training smarter? So that's something to think about.
Or maybe there's an alternative. Should he retire to be a full-time television commercial talent?
He could do all those things. One of those polls will be online at our usual social media places, so go there and vote.
This is the part of the show where we discuss the cricket news of the week.
A lot of stuff going on in the world of cricket, but we just have time to cover the T20 World Cup.
Yes, so I think we just finished the group stages as we record. I think as everybody predicted, Australia just romped through undefeated despite injuries to all kinds of people. Taylor Vlemek and Alyssa Healy were both knocked out in one game and both are yet to return. Taylor's out, full stop, and Healy's racing the clock, which he shouldn't do on a busted ankle. He shouldn't race anything.
No, definitely not. I mean, Australia have won, 200 World Cups in a row? Something like that?
Yeah.
What were the surprise? I mean, no surprise from Australia, but what were the surprises, Dan?
Well, I think New Zealand were the surprise team in Group A. As we mentioned, they did knock India out. They knocked them off in the opening match. They absolutely thrashed them in the opening match. Yeah. And they had got a bit of a scare in their final match against Pakistan, but they overcame that and ultimately stuck in at second spot. But they did have the advantage. They had a warm-up tournament against Australia before the T20 World Cup started. Just a 3-match series in the northern Queensland. Yeah,
so Australia and New Zealand getting in early and really much more warmed up than everyone else.
Yep.
And the highlights of that...
there weren't many highlights. I mean, Australia won 3-0.
I presume Australia won 3-0.
I think my highlight was the realisation that Izzy Gaze has the highest proportion of the letter Z in her name in the history of international cricket. She has 37.5% of the letters in her name are Zs, so that's very good.
The low light was another injury, and I think this time it was a collision, and two players going for a catch. Ash Gardner and Georgia Wareham both cracking into each other.
Yeah, they were playing football or something stupid. Anyway, they collided. Ash Gardner was ruled out of the game, but she's all better now, so it's all good. So that was before the World Cup, but back in the World Cup, what happened in Group B? So Australia and New Zealand through in Group A?
Yeah, that's right. In Group B we had England, and they did win their first 3 games, but they were, I guess you could say, easier games. And they went into their final match. They had to beat the West Indies to reach the semi-finals. West Indies being spectacularly good in this group.
Yep.
And there was a lot of net run rate shenanigans they had to overcome here, not having a very good net run rate, which was their own fault for not beating the easy teams a little bit more thoroughly.
Yeah, so the West Indies came out and they just smoked England. They were chasing 141, and it was Hayley Matthews, Kiana Joseph and Deandra Dotton at the end, and they were just smacking sixes all over the place. Nobody else can hit sixes in this tournament. Deandra Dotton's hit 6 by herself. I think the best team is 3, other than the West Indies, obviously.
Yeah.
So, first loss for England, and that's it. They're out of the tournament.
So, brutal West Indies.
Very
good work.
Brutal. So there were 3 teams in that group, all ended on 6. England lost to the West Indies lost to South Africa lost to England, came down to net run rate, and England did not thrash the other 2 teams by enough.
So some great semi-finals coming up, or rather the one where no one has to play Australia is going to be the great semi-final.
Yes.
But in general, the match has been played in Dubai and Sharjah, and we've seen some pretty low scoring matches in Sharjah. Big ground, slow outfield somehow, even though it's a desert.
Yeah, I think it was very slow at the beginning, and I think it's sped up a little bit as the tournament's gone on. But certainly those first 2 games very low scoring, which is good for people who spot those kind of trends and like to gamble on most runs in a match.
Yeah, that wouldn't be me. Definitely not. Yes. And those bets are definitely off the table now, with the West Indies hitting sixes all over the place.
Yep.
Anyway, there was also a proper run-out controversy in the New Zealand-India match, wasn't there?
Yeah, this was a good one. This was New Zealand, for some reason, they ran a single and then that was the end of the over, and the India bowler went to hand her cap back to the umpire. And while she was doing it, the New Zealand batter said, we'll just try and pitch a second run here. But the bowler was sufficiently alert to it that they managed to run out Amelia Kerr in the process. And then the umpire said, no, you were handing the cap over. We called over. This is all a dead ball. So she wasn't out. And then India was saying, well, she should be out. You were going to allow the run, weren't you, if they completed it? So then there was a big argument. And,
I don't think the umpire was going to allow it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was going to happen, but we never really got a chance to find out.
And in the meantime, other shenanigans, of course, we saw Mitchell Starc being the number one supporter for the Australian team. He was seen in the crowd.
Yes, the first husband of the Australian women's cricket team. He was there. That's always a good indicator that the Australia's tournament has begun when Mitchell Starc is spotted in the crowd.
And speaking of Alyssa Healy, fabulous sledging from her. She is a master sledger. I think it was a game against Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka, yes.
Where she said play a shot.
Yeah. So she said Shamari Adapatu was batting and Alyssa Healy could be heard on the stump microphone go, play a shot, Shamari. And next ball, she dismissed LBW after attempting this crazy slog through cow corner.
Wow.
So good work. Alyssa Healy gets the credit for that LBW.
Yes. Then we also had India on their way to not getting through to the finals, dawdling, winning. Well, they did win versus Pakistan, but of course, we mentioned before that cost them some net run rate.
Yeah, so it took them 18.4 overs to chase 105. We did mention that Sharjah was a slow ground, but they could have definitely won much quicker than what they did. A very strange play from India. I think it came down to the old India-Pakistan rivalry. They were more concerned about making 100% sure they won the game rather than risk losing it and boosting the net run rate.
Yeah, that's right.
And we know they could have scored quicker because in the next game they smashed 3 for 172 from their 20 overs, which I think is still the highest score of the tournament so far.
Yeah, and likewise England, when they were trying to beat in their second last match, they managed to win the game in 10 overs.
Yeah, against Scotland, yeah.
They had their timing all wrong, I think, some of these sides. They were capable of it, but they just didn't pull it out when it really mattered for the net run rate. Yes. And as well as net run rate problems, we also had more run out problems.
Yeah, so in the Australia-India game, there were 3 India batters run out, which was very entertaining. A little bit of Phoebe Litchfield, good throwing, but also some terrible running. But those 3 run-outs were trumped by the very serious Sophie Molyneux. We were noting just how serious Sophie Molyneux is about everything.
Slightly frightening.
She's very scary. But when Australia were batting, she was run out because she thought she'd been caught at gully and she just kind of wandered aimlessly around the pitch, kind of looking for which way do I walk off the ground. Didn't realise that she'd been dropped, and by the time she looked up, I think Leachfield was batting with her and saying, Sophie, turn around. And it was too late by then. She was out. So
and that was allowed by the umpire.
That was
a shame. It should have been a dead ball, but
could have been.
Is Sophie Molyneux the Alan Border of women's cricket?
Maybe she needs to grow a big moustache. Well, she did have that. She did have that terrible strapping that time. She got a ball in the face, which made it look even more terrifying.
That's right. So in the end, we have some exciting semi-finals.
Yes. Australia will play South Africa, and West Indies will play New Zealand.
Actually,
and
poor New Zealand too.
Yeah.
It feels almost certain that it's going to be Australia and the West Indies getting through, which just means you probably should put a sneaky bet on the other two.
Please support capitalism by checking out these sponsors.
All right, this episode is sponsored by my new book, which is coming out in about a week or so. It's called Best of the Best. And if you look at the cover, which has a very smiling Pat Cummins on it, it says, "It's the outrageous unofficial history of the Allan Border Medal." So I didn't even know the book was outrageous when I was writing it, but I did know it was unofficial, so I knew that much. Yeah. But you will be outraged by this book, which is good news because everyone likes to be outraged. But mostly it's just an excuse for me to analyse the last 25 years of Australian cricket, which lets me see the peak of a great Australian cricket team, the demise of that team, which is always funnier, and then kind of the rise of another great cricket team, as well as a third very good team.
And most of those cricket teams are Australian.
All of those cricket teams are Australian, yes, just in various eras. I also went back and calculated who would have won the Allan Border Medal or Belinda Clark Award in all the years before those things were invented, so you can see all those results from 1877 onwards. So lots of Australian cricket history, both very ancient and very recent.
And the key question, now that Allan Border is featuring so heavily in this podcast, would Allan Border have won an Allan Border medal?
Well, he may well have, so you'll just have to buy the book to find out. So
Dennis Lilly? Don Bradman?
Maybe. Yeah. I think Bradman's pretty much a show. Spoiler. Anyway, you can pre-order the book now.
Not the last 25 years. I think he would be challenging to really win the Allan Border medal in the last 25 years.
Would be challenging to win it in that period, yes. But not beyond him, even dead. Pre-order the book now. Go to leavecricket.com/best of the best.
Thoughtful driving tips from Esso, number 16. James is off to work. As a qualified advanced driver, he's a stickler for good behaviour on the road. So it's a bit odd that he's one of the 90% of people who drive to work on their own, when he could easily car share with his colleague, Dave. Think how many helpful hints you could give Dave on his driving, James. Car sharing with a colleague. That's thoughtful driving. Esso. Visit esso.co.uk for more information.
Let's play. Are you smarter than a 5th grade cricketer?
We are here in the quiz. Are you smarter than a 5th grade cricketer? And there is a test series on, Dan. Pakistan and England are playing at the moment, and England won the first one with a whole heap of records dropping along the way. Let's see if we can remember what happened during the first test. And this is particularly for me because I have no memory at all of the first test once the second test begins.
Yes.
Or it could be the third test by the time you are listening to this
So it's
podcast.
a good thing you're not taking the quiz.
Oh, I'm not. I'm setting the questions this time. You've got a much better memory than me.
Yep.
So the first question, and we've got, let's see how many questions I've got here for you. I think it's 4 or 5.
Yep.
Let's have a look. 5 questions. Okay, let's see if you can get more than 3 correct. Why did England bowling coach Jimmy Anderson not arrive at the ground until day 2? I'm going to give you multiple choices here.
Good.
So A, he was playing golf. B, he was launching a new book. C, he missed his flight. D, he was filling in paperwork for the IPL.
Oh, I'd like to think it was D. He said he wants to continue playing, so could be D. I also thought it might be possible that he thought he was part of the squad, the playing squad. He forgot he was a coach and just thought he'd been rotated out of this game, so didn't bother coming along.
Yeah.
But I think the correct answer is he was playing golf.
He
It was in some tournament in
Yes.
Scotland.
Correct. He was playing golf. What an amazing thing to do when you have a new job.
Yes.
I mean, new job, quit one job, start the new job. The first thing you do is miss the first day of your new job by, well, actually it wasn't the first day, but...
First test day?
Yeah. First day of his new job by just deciding to play golf. I mean, not many people could get away with that. I want that job too.
I'm not sure it was his first test day. He might have been part of the setup for the Sri
maybe.
Lankan ones. Anyway.
It was within his probationary period.
It was definitely within his probationary period.
All right, question 2. Joe Root overtook Alistair Cook to become the highest test run scorer for England. I mean, people made such a fuss over Alistair Cook getting that. I mean, Joe Root just overtook him, easy as you like. Anyway, that's not the question. As Twitter account Being Outside Cricket said, Sir Alistair Cook was knighted for services to cricket after retiring as England's top test run scorer. So he should now be stripped of that knighthood so it can be transferred to Joe Root.
Yep.
Is this the right thing to do?
I think that is the right thing to do. I think that's the only way to do it. Just keep it with Joe Root until whoever overtakes him.
Anyway, you don't get a point for that.
Okay.
That is not the question.
Wasn't my joke. It was somebody else's joke. Yeah.
That wasn't the question. So the question is, the top 3 are now Root, Cook and Gooch. There's something in common.
Yes.
Which 00 player is most likely to reach the 4th spot first? Since only the 00s can get to those top 4 or 5 positions. I guess I'll give you some multi-choices for this. Is it likely to be Mark Wood? Is it likely to be Harry Brook? Winnie the Pooh? Or, struggling here, James Bond?
James Bond is your last 00.
Yeah.
I think...
This should be pretty easy.
I think Mark Wood, as much as I love watching Mark Wood bat, I'm unconvinced that he's going to quite get there. So I'm going to go James Bond 007.
007 is not correct.
Not correct.
Means you didn't remember that Harry Brook did something remarkable in the first test, which I can just remember, and he was the answer.
Yeah, excellent.
Of course, he's going to reach the 4th spot first. He's going to do it 300 runs at a time, presumably. All right, question 3. You are 1 from 2. In reply to Pakistan's 556 all-out, England made 7 for 823 declared. It was so much fun.
It was very stupid.
Which batter's innings will live longest in the memory? So, I'll give you some choices here. Was it A, Joe Root making 262 from 375? Was it B, Harry Brook making 317 from almost the same number of balls? Was it C, Ben Ducket, 84 from 75, but with a busted thumb?
Yep.
Or was it D, Ollie Pope, captain, 0 from 2.
That's definitely... Ollie Pope is living in my memory forever. That's the correct answer.
Yeah, I must say, poor old Harry Brook being forgotten too soon. But commentating on the test, that's about all I can remember.
Yep.
So, facts.
Yeah, when you score 823 runs, it's the person who makes the duck who's the interesting one, not the pair who were in a, whatever it was, 500-run partnership.
Yep, that's correct. All right, you're 2 out of 3. Let's go to question 4. Pakistan were then bowled out for 220, becoming the first team to ever score 550 plus and lose by an innings. Very funny.
Classic Pakistan.
I mean, Bazball has never lost a test after conceding 500.
Mm-hmm.
Which of the following wasn't a Pakistan response to the defeat? Wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
A, they decided to play the second test on the same pitch.
Mm-hmm.
B, they added former umpire Alim Dar as a selector.
Yeah.
C, they made coach Jason Gillespie downgrade his PCB-funded car. Or D, they dropped Babar Azam, Shaheen Sharafridi and Nasim Shah. Which is untrue out of A, B, C and D, if you can remember them?
I reckon they did all those things. They all sound very plausible Pakistan responses to a loss.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say E, all of the above.
No, in fact, C was untrue. They did not make Jason Gillespie downgrade a car. I'm not even sure that he has a PCB-funded car. Let's say he does.
Let's say he does.
Anyway, you are now 2 out of 4. So this is the decider, Dan. Can you get question 5 correct? Even though these are all joke questions, you've still managed somehow to get 2 of them wrong. Let's go with question 5. Based on Pakistan's cliched yet true history and propensity for chaotic comedy, what's the most likely outcome of the second test? Is it likely to be A, a loss, B, a draw, C, a tie, or D, a massive win?
It's going to be D. It's going to be a massive win to Pakistan, despite the fact everyone's been going, oh no, poor Pakistan, they're a shambles, what's going on? They're going to win, they're going to thrash England.
Absolutely. I think you are absolutely correct. D, massive win, 3 out of 5. You are smarter than a 5th grade cricketer.
Can't bowl, can't throw, coming live. Thanks for tuning in and taking your time. The underappreciated act of the week, the funniest and crazy plays of the week. Who is gonna join the honorary board? The #1 Scott Muller Award.
Here we are in the Muller Award, which is where we celebrate excellence and stupidity in cricket in equal measure. And the first nomination for this week's award is Lalit Modi, who you may remember as
the inventor of the IPL.
The man who invented the IPL, yes. So he's come out via Twitter. This is a while back now, but we haven't recorded in a while. He gave a very hashtag-riddled statement on the 100, and I'm going to quote some of this hashtag statement, but the short version is TL:DR. He's not a fan of the 100. So his statement was, the ECB's hashtag financial projections for the hashtag 100, particularly beyond 2026, appear overly hashtag optimistic and disconnected from reality. The hashtag international, hashtag TV, hashtag rights figures make little sense given the hashtag global, hashtag competition from other hashtag cricket, hashtag leagues like the hashtag IPL. It's hashtag unlikely the 100 will hashtag attract the necessary international hashtag audience to justify these hashtag inflated hashtag numbers.
Wow, is he getting paid per hashtag?
I'm not sure. So maybe he's funding any investment in the 100 via hashtags. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but
I
yes.
love the hashtag placement there.
That's a great statement.
Also, it's kind of true. This is kind of true because financial projections beyond 2026 have to surely consider that they're getting rid of the 100.
Yes.
Therefore, probably isn't going to make much money in the future.
Yeah.
But very funny from Lalit Modi. That's a strong contender.
That's a very good contender, isn't it?
All right. Speaking of the 100, I have a nomination here. England found the winner of their 50-over domestic competition by playing a T20.
Yes.
Maybe not officially. This was because of rain. So rain that fell, I'm sure, because of the 100, which is a shortened T20 competition.
Yeah, so I think what happened here is that they had 2 days set aside for the final of whatever their domestic 50-over competition is called. The first one was completely washed out. The second one looked like it was going to be washed out, but they figured they might have enough time in to get 2 20-over innings in, so they said, screw it, won't play 1 50-over innings and get washed out. We'll just play a T20. And I don't know who won. Let's say it was Dewey the Dragon.
Indeed. It's really irrelevant because I guess they didn't really win the 50-over competition at all. They won some kind of bizarre hybrid T20, which is perfectly applicable for a country that likes that kind of thing. So that's a second nomination.
Yes.
I don't know, in the ECB. We often nominate them.
Yes. I'll also nominate the South African men who, unlike the women who've made the semi-finals of the T20 World Cup, the men aren't going quite as well in white ball cricket. They lost to Afghanistan for the first time in all internationals recently, and then they lost to Ireland for the first time in T20 internationals.
Wow.
So they're struggling a little bit, or maybe the other teams are getting better. Maybe they're helping them along. So
Yes.
maybe they're very kind-hearted. To say.
I like the idea of Afghanistan and Ireland both getting stronger. Poor old South African man.
Yes.
Anyway, I'm moving back to Australia now. Marnus. Marnus is nominated because
Marnus,
he's
a regular nominee.
Marnus is a regular too, like the ECB. And Marnus is captaining Queensland in the Sheffield Shield at the moment, the domestic competition in Australia just started. So he's bowling himself. And is he bowling spin?
No, he's bowling seam.
What?
Why not? I think he's realised that Cameron Green's back is no good, so he's going to volunteer as the spare seamer.
Fantastic. And anyway, he's apparently making up funky fields with fielders, I don't know, directly behind the umpire, in front of the umpire, at the start of the run-up. I think we should call one of those positions short bowler.
Yeah.
Genuine fielding positions, do you think, Dan? Or is he just messing with the batter?
I think he's just trying to get someone in the eye line of the batter and annoy them. He literally dragged the fielder, who I can't remember who it was now, but he grabbed them by the shirt and dragged them into spot. So Marnus is staking his claim for the captaincy once Pat retires. I
Yeah,
think.
Marnus for Australia captain.
Yes. That's a great nomination. I've got another one. This is still in the Sheffield Shield. Cameron Bancroft, who you may recall. So, as I just referred to, Cameron Green's back has blown up because he was playing in a random ODI series against England that nobody cared about. Australia won that series, but they did lose the war, losing Cameron Green. So he's off for surgery and he's out for the summer.
Ouch.
Which means Steve Smith has graciously volunteered to drop back to the number 4 position that Cameron Green took over when Steve Smith graciously volunteered to go up to open. So great volunteering there from Steve Smith. But that all means there's now a single position free in the Australian top order as an opener.
That's good.
So Cameron Bancroft, first Sheffield Shield game, what did he do? He got a pair.
Well, that won't pull him out. He's
No.
still well in the candidacy, although, is he from New South Wales?
No. So that's a struggle for him. He's
Yeah,
from
right.
Western Australia.
Yeah.
So he's there alongside Marcus Harris and Matt Renshaw. But the new hotshot who is from New South Wales,
Oh, okay.
big advantage for him.
Of course, Sam Constas.
Sam Constas, yes. He went complete anti-Bancroft. He scored twin centuries on debut. So, and as we mentioned, he's from New South Wales, which
Yeah.
rightfully, I should stress this, rightfully gives you an advantage in playing for Australia.
I hope it's Renshaw, but I reckon it's going to be Constas, which would be equally as exciting.
It would be very exciting. I do have one final nomination,
Okay, yeah.
and this is going one tier down from the Sheffield Shield into Victoria's second 11. Played a game yesterday and making his return to red ball cricket for the first time in 15 years. Certainly at that level, second 11 level, was Mr. Glenn Maxwell.
Woohoo!
What did he do with the first ball he faced?
I presume he left it. And
No,
was
he hit it
bowled.
for 6.
Oh, fantastic.
Of course he did.
Why did we not go and see this game?
I don't know. I think we
Maybe
had
they were
other work
playing out
on
of the
yesterday.
straight,
Yeah. Anyway, so good news to see Glenn Maxwell back in the whites, facing a red ball, and of course staking his claim for presumably the opener spot that Sam Constas is going to miss out on.
Yeah.
Glenn Maxwell to open. He's done it before. He should do it again.
Of course.
So there are our nominations. Who's going to win this time?
I think we've got to give it to Marnus.
Marnus. So you don't like Modi's hashtag comments?
I think that's spectacularly good, but you can't say anything. You can't give Lalit Modi anything
That's
good or
true.
bad, or you might end up on some kind of list.
That's true. All right. Hashtag Marnus wins the hashtag Muller hashtag award. Congratulations, Marnus Labuschagne. And I think that's wraps us up for the week.
You've been listening to Dan Liebke. He's at Lieb Cricket on various social media platforms, and I'm Kat Jones at Cricket Back Cat. And don't forget our poll. Should Jasprit Bumrah try to improve his bowling by training harder or by training smarter? So you can vote online at any of our social media platforms. You know how to find them.
Yes.
And don't forget to buy Dan's book, which is in shops. You can pre-order it now, of course, but it's in shops in Australia when?
On the 29th of October. But pre-order it now because you've got to get in early. Last year's book sold out.
Yep.
And there were no more copies and people got very sad. So get in first, push your way in front, pre-order, leavecricket.com/best of the best.
See you later.
Can't
podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
I think those are the three. New Zealand have been blown a bit hot and cold. It could well end up as an England-Australia final, because I think they likely play New Zealand or India in the semi-final. England.
Well, it's only if they talk. What happens if they lose to West Indies? Because
that I haven't worked out all those permutations, Bear. I've got to be honest. So I guess let's just, if it comes to it, can England beat Australia in a T20 as a one-off, Bear?
I think so. I think that actually be a very good game. I've not caught a lot of it. I've kept up with a couple of games I've watched on the old over by over, ball by ball nonsense on text and stuff. Looks to have been some quite tight games. Scotland were rubbish. I mean, the problem with women's cricket is the difference between the top and the bottom is massively more exaggerated than men's cricket.
Well, we saw that with Scotland, who definitely got the Thanks for Coming award.
Well, yeah, well, exactly, and that'll only get better. But I mean, the game as a whole to watch has become so much easier as a watch over the last 4 or 5 years, I'd say, since they've more professionalised the game, the women's 100 and stuff. I mean, the thing that always does me about women's cricket is the pace attacks that are basically bowling a little bit quicker than Jack Leach. It's just like.
Well, England though.
I mean, they've got Nat Siver-Brunt. She's bowling at. She's fast, and she's bowling at 65 miles an hour, and it's like,
Bell's pretty quick.
She's quicker ball is.
Because she's tall, she gets some bounce. Quicker. I said quicker.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, that's the only gripe I have about it. I think the spinning abilities of especially the good spinners, are very
the best women's spinner in the world.
Well, exactly, and they are very commensurate to some of the men's spinners. To be fair, it'd be quite interesting to see them cross that skill over.
What I did see at a match summer before last at the Oval, saw England play Australia, and what struck me when the sides were lining up is that the Australians are half a head or more taller than England's women. And I recalled Clive James talking about sort of growing up post-war in Sydney, saying that they were all on a kind of high-protein diet, and while in England we were on rations in this country, the Australians were eating this food and producing these giants. And that's only sort of 2 generations ago, and I think that still shows. Now, you might be saying, cricket isn't a game of power and skill, but in women's T20 in particular, power really matters. The Australians could hit sixes at will. I mean, Elise Perry comes out there and she's an Amazon compared to some of the England players.
Well look, if you look at the net run rates, Gary,
it's amazing the difference.
If you look at that Group A, and it probably might back up your point to a certain extent, although skill as well as
it's not just
physique has a lot to do with it. I mean, Australia's group includes India, New Zealand, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. Decent, very decent group. Sri Lanka are the only ones who have been. Sri Lanka and Scotland. Everyone else has always been in their games, by and large. Australia's net run rate is 2.23. England, top of their group, and their net run rate is 1.7. That's the best part of a whole run difference. That's a huge difference, and that's what gives them possibly the edge. I mean, it's not impossible for England. Sophie Eccleston has a great day out. England can win.
I mean, Australia are also the best fielding side, but that's also due to athleticism to some extent. But I hate using golfing analogies because you get it all the time on bloody TalkSport. But essentially, Australia are driving the ball 350 yards at Augusta, and everybody else is driving it 290.
Fair enough. Right, couple of last things.
Chance. It's a one-off game, isn't it?
And it's Sunday.
Puncher's chance always.
We may be a tad ambitious saying we might do the semi-finals, Bear, because they're Thursday and Friday, both of which will have done full test days. But then Sunday would be the day of the final.
Do we need to designate someone on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to keep an eye on India against New Zealand?
Well, doesn't it? The problem is they start after our game's finished, don't they? They start.
They start at the same time, don't they?
No,
it's a test match.
No, absolutely not. The women's.
No, not the women's. Men's test cricket.
I'm
talking about.
Women's semi-finals all start. Semi-finals and final all start at 3.
No. I was shifting to India against New Zealand Test match from I think Bengaluru.
Oh, we always keep an eye on that.
Running concurrently.
Right. Final things very quickly. Couldn't help noticing that crazy pumping by India in that T20 against Bangladesh. Also chock full of records. Did you? What do we make of that? Other than it just demonstrates how unbelievably strong India are.
Well, I never look at T20 records anymore because when you look at them, sometimes as Bear's already mentioned, that it's park cricketers playing, and sometimes they're playing in a park-sized ground where the boundaries are brought in. It just becomes.
Well, this is Hyderabad, which you couldn't accuse of being a park.
You just don't know. Did they bring the boundaries in? They may have done, they may not have done. What you can't do is make a judgment on the basis of the facts as reported unless they give you the average boundaries. So, I mean, a match can be good with short boundaries, but what you can't do is then say, an unprecedented 19 sixes was hit. That's true, but would they be 19 sixes on a ground which had a boundary which was reasonable?
Yeah. Well, I think it was a reasonable sized ground.
I'm not sure.
It was just an absolute.
Probably right.
It was an absolute very deep Bangladesh side. 297 for 6 they got. The record, as of course everybody knows, was Nepal against Mongolia, comprising both inner and outer. I think. For anyone who wants to know, 314 for 3. But Mongolia since have not covered themselves in huge amounts of T20 cricketing glory.
Yeah, preferring to cover themselves in sand.
I think in the great scheme of things, interesting in passing, and
that's about it. Really.
Will be passed.
Washington Sundar at number 8. It's a strong batting lineup.
Tends to sum up our attitude. We love our T20, but we're interesting and so full of subterfuge and pitch things and the like, and records going on that even that amazing stat just kind of drifted by. Final question for you both, and maybe it doesn't have a quick answer, so you'll have to down your pint or your cappuccino very quickly. Are we playing too much cricket in too much of a compacted way? Is it fair on the players, or is it down to the governing bodies to figure out ways to squad manage? What do we think? Or should we have that as a conversation for another day? I just wanted a quick opinion.
Go on, Bear.
Well, squad management, I think, certainly is a thing now, isn't it? And players, I mean, I think in the old days, players would be mortified if they got dropped from one squad going on to the next, but I think players kind of got used to rotation now and fitting into a format. I think it.
That was quick. We're back.
Is Will waiting? Oh, yes.
He is. He's here. I thought we'd have a little bit more of an intro before we came back. Well, we are back straight after lunch. First ball after lunch is all happening. It's kept a little bit low. Nipped back in. Couldn't see who was facing. That's Jamal was facing by the looks of things. I was going to play his jingle, but now I'm going to play him this instead. You are out, my son.
The crowd says you're out.
One that kept low, nipped back off probably a crack. But we did. It came back quite a long way off a crack, kept low.
Yeah.
I think Pakistan have made a big mistake.
Pretty much unplayable.
Yeah, I think, especially when it's your first ball after lunch. I think Pakistan have made a big mistake not playing. And you see him as well. They have. They got Jamal, but he looks like he's injured. Right. On that note, I should say, morning, Will. It's all.
Hiya.
It's all pretty much
Look,
go.
You're about 2 seconds late, and you miss everything. Apparently.
Well, indeed.
Oh, and we got a super chat.
What do you mean by that, though?
Sends us £2. He's trying to get bulk discount here. It says £2 for all of the jingles on your return.
Yeah, right.
Come on, Mats. Not that Mats hasn't given a lot already.
Indeed. Well, let's play the jingles for the people. Well, the bowler who just bowled that ball.
Victory on the broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the brightening comes a calling, all your fools will be falling. Stick it all right up your bright.
The batsman who will face the next ball.
But I know sometimes I must get out to his flight. Don't leave him behind. My Multan is alright.
And the other batsman is?
Some time has passed since Edward confessed, and now Nauman is feeling repressed.
It's Nauman at the other end. Nauman. We've got him spelled as NAU, which is how it was spelled last time, I believe. He is not facing Zahid, faces his first ball and just defends it out to cover, and there's no run. That's good from England. Just what they needed. I still don't think this is enough runs on this pitch. I don't think there's too many demons. Yeah, it's turning a bit and the odd one's hitting a crack. But
well, I mean, that crack is a scary one because it's one of many potential cracks. That's the only thing.
Well, yeah, but one of those many potential cracks to be exploited by a seam bowler hitting on a length.
Yeah,
when you don't have anyone in your team apart from a bunch of spinners, it becomes a bit trickier, doesn't it? Gets across the stump, Zahid. No run.
I reckon the nets are currently full of a whole lot of batters trying to bowl seam and work out who can do it.
Well, I think they made a massive mistake, haven't they? I mean, they've thrown all their eggs into one basket, completely unbalanced the side.
It does seem really weird that on a cause this is a
seventh
day 8 pitch.
Day 7. It's day 2,
Day
so
7.
yeah. But you're right,
So-
exactly that.
You need a bit of everything.
Absolutely. That one's into the hip of Zahid, who can only get it down to. Is that Joe Root, the leg slip? I think it might be. No, it's not. He's at first slip. There's no run anyway. Yeah, totally. I mean, it's just crazy.
It just seems really bizarre kind of game management and almost like they've kind of just picked names out of a hat almost.
Well, they got 3 new selectors in for this test, didn't they? And they ditched Nazim Shah. I mean, at least you keep him in the squad. Well, you're going to have to call him back in anyway. That's full. And just worked into a vacant mid-wicket by Zahid Mahmood on the 5th ball of the over. Gets himself off the mark with a single.
I mean, I know that Baba's not been having a great time lately, but sort of completely dropping him seems a bit.
Well, they will argue that his replacement, Kamran Ghulam, got a ton, weren't they? Which is kind of fair enough.
Yeah, but it's just, I don't mean it just seems really odd because there is an element of it being.
I think they're just
Baba.
I think they're just trying to chivvy him along and go, listen, mate, yeah, of course you're class, but you've got to deserve a place in the side, and hoping that it'll affect him so he can get back to concentrating on scoring runs in the test team. He's had a bad trot recently. I think his average has dropped 5, 8, 7 something runs in the last year or 2.
Yeah, it's really plummeted. Yeah.
For someone who's clearly got a lot of class, he's been not getting any runs. So, Cast comes in, last ball of the over, round the wickets to Nauman, who thinks about a pull. It's not there. Balloons over him, through to the keeper on the bounce, and that ends the first over after lunch. 359 for 9.
So I have just made a discovery that Siam Ayub, the opener, is mentioned as right arm medium fast and right arm off break bowler in Cricinfo. He does have 3 test wickets at an average of 45 and 4 first class wickets at an average of 61. Don't be in the least bit surprised if he opens the bowling.
Well, possibly. Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Oh, that must have been a no ball, the last ball, or a wide, because we've had a 7th ball in the over.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count.
Oh, right, it was a wide, the previous ball.
We don't recognise the 7.
Okay. Well, it was an attempted pull by Nauman, which he nearly under-edged into his stumps, but fortunately it came back onto his pads instead. There is no run off it, and ends the over. 360 for 9, Messi.
A couple of messages from earlier, actually. Richard Milgate asked, this was at the beginning of the lunch break, can anyone tell me how to play the GPL? It's closed for today, Richard, but it's open basically every day we play, with some exceptions. If you go during the first session to guerrillacricket.com, click on competition, and it'll take you to a place where you can register to play at a cost of £1 to guess how many runs there'll be in the day.
Get in on those, you win the pot. Let's have a look. How many entries we have today?
Lal Bahul Prasad Manji asked us to synchronise our scorecard to our commentary. I'm afraid this is the best we can do. We take a feed for that.
Yeah.
And
it's always a little bit behind.
We can get it.
Yeah, exactly that. That one is knocked into the offside. There is no run. One day I'm going to learn to code, and I did start lessons so I could get an API on our website because everyone wanted to charge me loads of money. But and I couldn't afford it, and I desperately want to get proper scorecards in. Last score was 263, so they've only scored 104 runs today. Mind you, England will come out and bat. Highest score 347. That could be in danger as well. I could go over that when England come out. If they can knock this wicket over early, the best part of 2 sessions, probably plus the extra half hour. Lots of spin. That one keeps low from Potts, so he jabs his bat down on it. Goes to mid on. There's no run.
Mog makes a good point. He says we should probably big up Sally R56's $50 super chat before lunch. Sally, if I remember correctly, I think you're in Canberra, Sally. It's a big contribution, and thank you very much for that. And anyone else is very welcome. If you just click the $sign at the bottom of the message chat section in YouTube, it'll give you the option to do a super chat.
That is just defended into the offside by Zahid. Not looking particularly comfortable, and he doesn't get a run. England's 5 wickets have been taken by pace. Potts got 2, Carter's got 3. And we've only taken 9, so, if Potts gets the last one, that's 6 to pace, 4 to spin. Says something.
Yeah.
But I think it's that like this pitch is just it's gonna.
Well, it's dying. It's on its last legs, really. I mean, that's played up to mid on. There's no run. Generally, it's pretty lifeless. It's got no real pace in it. It's keeping sort of low now. The one thing it does have for it is it will break up in the middle as well as the ends. The cracks will open up, and that will just lead to inconsistent bounce. And an inconsistent bounce at pace is, proffer is probably a little bit more dangerous. Especially if it's just the ones keeping low, then spin, which is fuller, but it keeps low. You can get your back down a bit quicker. It's slower, whereas it can really do you when you're a faster bowler. That's a full ball by Potts, maybe exploring the idea of a reverse swing. 118, 38, and 38 overs, 39 overs with this ball, but it's just defended by Sahib. Back to the bowler, and there is no run.
And Richard Milgate's still with us. He sent us another €2 saying thanks for the GPL info. My pleasure, Richard. I hope you're still enjoying it. You must be on about the 10th beer by now, at least.
Yeah, and I've realised, of course, he's in Europe because he's sending in euros. So he must be either France or somewhere. Spain, Italy. Somewhere nicer than England. Last ball of the over is just defended by Zahid out into the covers, and there's no run.
There was a tweet before lunch which I think is worthy of being read out. Clary of the county said, "Great to hear Cat drop a bit of Tapple T action into guerrilla cricket. Now, if only we could get the whole commentary team to grab an icy pole for a Sensodyne sensitive moment." Do you remember those? God, I don't think we've seen those in this series, have we? It was a World Cup thing, wasn't it?
Was it? Yeah, it was. No, it may have been the Test series.
Oh, maybe it was, yes. Yes, they were embarrassing. Embarrassingly funny.
Indeed.
I love all that random stuff. Like, there was the AFC bucket thing
Well,
in the West Indies a couple of years ago. That was.
Well, they had that in a big
weird
bash,
and
didn't they? Everyone
hilarious.
used to wear a fucking.
Well, I like it when Hendo thought that all the buckets were originally came full of chicken, and you had to eat the chicken before you could put it on your head.
Well, that's smeared. Right, Nauman, it goes back, pulls that, not very convincingly. Big top edge, balloons out, and one bounce to Ducket. It's about 10 yards in from the mid-wicket boundary. Just threw his back. I mean, he put a lot of effort in that cast, and it really didn't get up that much. Big smile on his face, though. Should be used to the heat. He's a Safa, after all. I don't know when he came over to England. I mean, he must have come reasonably late because he's never lost his Safa accent. So I presume he came when he was because he qualified for England. That takes what, 5 years, so he must have been over here since he was sort of a late teenager. He's 26, isn't he? 26, 27, Brighton cast?
I think he came over when he was about 17, 18.
Okay, that's worked into the leg side by Zahid. He should get 2. I don't know though. Nope, just the 1.
Because he had a couple of years in the South African youth
setup,
development thing.
Presumably he came over as a coal pack and then had to make a decision when Brexit was finally going to take place and decided to plump for England. And I guess.
I think that's basically it. Yeah. Although the Currans have been over here the whole time, and they've still got weird half English, half.
Oh, blimey. That's going to be a wide. I mean, that is ballooned over the batsman. Cast whacking it into the pitch, and it must have gone about 8 foot over the batsman. So that'll be a wide. And 1 more to the score. Shaking his head on that one. A lot of effort wasted.
Tony Bishop's come up with a confession. He says, I think the greasy bucket theory may have been me, Messrs. Hendo wasn't that daft.
Yeah, he's sure about that, Tone.
I can understand people seeing those buckets and thinking that's how they got there.
Well, it would be the obvious answer, wouldn't it? Bucket of chicken. We all know you can get one. Nauman steps back, has a big swing. No ding. Goes through the same as Smith. No run. I might try a full banger. Try a Yorker. He's clearly going for it now. Doesn't trust Zahid Mahmood at the other end.
So I've done this for Sally R56 before. She says, bloody hell, Jez. I'm in Albany, which is on the south coast of Western Australia.
I've been to Albany. That's down the arse by cast. And there ain't no run. Went whale watching in Albany. It was 4 fucking degrees in November.
It does get cold, but it's a lovely place. It's actually the place to be in summer because it doesn't get ridiculously hot most of the time.
Whales are great. Went out into the bay and there was a mother and calf.
Well, I first went there. They were still killing whales there.
Oh, wow.
The whaling station while they were cleansing them.
Stupidity of human nature.
Yes.
Mad, isn't it?
Nauman around the wicket. Just knocked into the leg side by him. Out to mid wicket though. There's no run. Desperate to get a single. Maybe keep Zahid off strike. There's 1 ball left in the over. 3 for 48. It's pretty good going off. 19 overs it'll be at the end of this. So he's going at less than 3 and over. At one point he was going about 1.27. Then there was an over, wasn't there? He got hit for 3 fours, and that kind of upped his.
Slightly did him.
Yeah, and they've.
It's still incredible.
Yeah. Just goes to show proper pace. Nazim Shah would be your man, or Shaheen Shah Afridi, one or the other. Cast around the wicket, down the arse, and Nauman has a swing, misses it. Jamie Smith goes ooh as it was close to his gloves, but it didn't get anything. It's the end of the over, 363 for 9, and over to Messi.
We seem to be up to date on messages at the moment. People still on their breaks, I suspect. So possibly a reminder that Patreon is the best way to support Guerrilla Cricket and help us to find the funds to find a new studio, which we need very soon.
We do
if
indeed.
you go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, you'll see there's a number of tiers of membership. For as little as $2 a month, you can supporters, going right through to any amount of money. Basically, we'll take whatever you've got.
Exactly.
We can afford.
Pots in. Edged, but guided really off the edge into the ground to third, fourth slip. He takes it on the bounce and there's no one. Yeah, Patreon, I am selling. I am to sell the flat basically, so we've got to move into a commercial studio. It's going to be more expensive. We do really want to keep going, but none of us can afford to run this thing ourselves. We've got obviously lives and stuff, and we put in a lot of effort. So we've had a few patrons join us over this series, it has to be said, and the more the merrier. As all things modern, crowd-funded, fan-funded is the best way to keep us afloat. Ooh, poked at by Sajid outside the off stump, and beats his edge, goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. So yeah, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. If you're a business and you want to sponsor us, you can get your little logo on like Racing Rant there. He's been a long time supporter, and we'll put your link in the YouTube header text as well as one of our sponsors. Always good to have, and it gets you some visibility. Potts into Zahid. Oh, again gets beaten on the outside edge. He's getting turned around every ball. Through to the keeper and there's no run. He can't quite believe he didn't get an edge there.
And if you want to sponsor me to learn to code or whatever and watch my head explode over the period of like however long,
have a webcam on your head.
Yeah. Because I mean, like, just French makes my brain sweat in a way that isn't normal. So like,
so should we be watching this and laughing?
Yes, exactly.
Oh yeah, 100%.
In once more again. That one seemed to nip a little bit away from the batsman, but it started wide and just went a little bit wide as Zahid played well inside it, and that is no run. Did Stokes bowl today? Stokes didn't bowl today either, did he?
Not yet, no.
Not yet.
I mean, I think it's wise for him to just take it easy initially rather than break himself first.
Oh yeah, totally, if he doesn't need to. There was a time yesterday when it was quite wise for him to bowl. I think everyone had bowled a lot and they weren't getting anything to happen. He didn't take a wicket, but gives everyone else a little bit of a break. He bowled reasonably well. Potts in once more, fished at once more by Zahid. Beats the outside edge once again, through to the keeper, no run. A little smile on Zahid's face. Played and missed 4 times this over. And that one he wasn't really anywhere near. Maybe he wasn't really playing at that. It was well outside the line. Needs to be a bit tighter in, I think.
Speaking of Stokes, reminds me New Zealand appear to be likely to lose their 6th consecutive day of Test cricket to rain. They're in Bengaluru and they still haven't started. It's still drizzling.
Oh wow!
Wow.
Is this the first test?
Yes.
It's at the end of the monsoon season. That is defended out into the offside. And there is no run. I seem to remember this is around about the end of the monsoon season, isn't it? Because the World Cup was just after.
Yeah, I can't remember, to be honest. Every now and then an Indo reminds me and then I forget.
And then he also claims that, well, it says there isn't really a monsoon season. It's like 3 months or something when they have rains. Which seems to be, I think if you remember right, it's kind of late August through to sort of October time-ish.
And they have that weird kind of crossover period, don't they? Like we do, where it's kind of, they have about sort of 3 weeks, a month of really shite weather.
Yep.
Where they attempt to play cricket.
And then it gets, then they have a really short spell of extraordinary hot weather, and then it cools down again, and then gets built up after Christmas, I think, something like that. Anyway, I seem to remember. Cast around the wicket, short, no man underneath, and it's through to the keeper. There's no run. Chewing away is no man. Run rate has dropped to 3.
I'm just looking at the forecast for Bengaluru for the next few days. 40% chance of rain, 67, 25, 40. So, yeah, it looks to me like there's certainly thunderstorms and at least the dregs of the monsoon season.
going to be interesting to see what team they put up against us, actually, when we go there. Their batting still looks quite strong. They haven't, apart from Russ Taylor recently. Oh, now, late attempt at an uppercut by Nauman there. No, didn't get anything on it. Jamie Smith takes it and there's no run.
So they just appointed Tom Latham captain, haven't they? So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think their batting looks okay, but you do wonder about the bowling. Presumably Tim Southey is still there. Is he still there? Has he retired yet?
Yeah, he's still going.
Yes.
Wagner's retired. Trent Bolt has gone. Now, who's the tall one? Jamie Thingamajiggy.
Carl Jameson.
Carl Jameson, yeah. Is he available or is he injured?
No, he's not.
That's defended into the leg side and there's no run.
The bowlers they've got on their current squad are Jacob Duffy, who I've never heard of, Matt Henry, William O'Rourke, Ajaz Patel and Tim Southey, with all-rounders Mitchell Santner, Ravindra and Darryl Mitchell and Bracewell.
Okay. So the top, so the batting looks okay. I just have to see how their bowlers do, really. Anyway, Cass is in short, flat tap once more by Nauman. It's a bit of cat and mouse here. Goes through to the keeper and there's no run. Trying hard.
Pretty decent.
Oh, is that the
what
doorbell?
I've seen.
That might be my door being banged by Dylan. I don't know if he's turning up today, to be honest. He's supposed to be. Let me see if he texted me.
Oh, Dylan coming in the studios.
I believe so. In fact, having a look at my phone, we do have a new patron. Daniel Beaumont has become a $10 patron. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well done, Daniel.
No, he hasn't got in touch with me. So, around the wicket, Cass, that's defended into the leg side, out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Let me just talk. I'm just going to go and check that that's not him banging on the door.
Before you do you want to let Billy in if he's in the waiting room?
He's not in the waiting room.
All right.
Well, we got how many minutes? We've got another 4 minutes. He'll turn up last minute. He's a pro in that sense.
I think the thing with the New Zealand bowlers, Matty Henry's really decent.
Yeah. Cass is in bowling to Nauman, who drives on the onside up to a wideish mid-on for a single. Brings the score to 364 for 9. And Nauman is on 31. 365 for 9, I should say. And bears back.
And that wasn't the door being banged.
Good.
It's the door in your mind.
Well, yeah, he does have my phone number, so I thought he might text me if he was going to turn up. He was supposed to be here today. I don't know. I don't know. I have to talk to Tony later. Maybe he's given up on us already after one day. Ah, well. Here comes Cass. Last ball of the over. Oh, that seems to tail in a little bit. Maybe a bit of reverse. Zahid just defends into the offside. There is no run.
Tony says, yes, it is Dylan. Let him in. Martin says, I thought you were going to say in New Zealand there, Messi. All my Kiwi friends have been hit by flooding recently. The world's going crazy at the moment in terms of weather. It has to be said. Flooding in the Sahara is not something I expected to see a headline about, but it happens.
Hang on, what? Flooding in the Sahara?
Yeah, in Tunisia.
Hell. That's insane.
Yes.
Or is that good? I don't know. Does that count as kind of? I don't know. I mean, flooding isn't.
It happens occasionally, and all of a sudden, these seeds that have been sitting there for 50 years waiting for rain suddenly germinate. You've got green parts of the Sahara. It's nature.
Fun,
It's not Dylan, Tony.
He says he's been stuck on one of Jason's buses.
Ah, well, he's not quite here yet. He's got my number. He should text me. Sorry about that. Down the leg side. Pots to Nauman. Leaves alone and there is no run. And And
does anyone else think that Potts looks like the AI generated computer game avatar thing that they have in cricket games or FIFA or whatever?
Who?
He just looks like an avatar, an AI generated player.
It's the haircut.
Yeah.
Potts. He does a bit actually, yeah. And
it's
he's
true.
also got a sort of very minimal features as well. Yes.
Danny Arse, no run as Nauman lets it through. Jagged a bit off the seam, but it was really short and really down the leg side. Leach is warming up in the outfield. Have another go at Nauman, who'll no doubt will not be able to refuse the reverse sweep.
He does like his reverse sweep.
He did, didn't he? 31 on 20, 57.
Yeah.
He's done all right.
Yeah.
For a number 10.
So, how much more do you reckon?
Oh, that's pulled. It's aerial, just ballooned up on the leg side. It'll wend its way out to Harry Brook, who's at deep backward square leg, and they'll get a single.
They need to make this kind of.
Well, I think this is. Honestly, I think this is under par.
Yeah.
I
think this is still a 400, 450 wicket.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
Whether it stays that way is another question, but
yeah, that's true. It's such a difficult one to work out.
Put tap by Zahid, beaten on the outside edge once again through to the keeper, and there's no run. He's got to edge one of these sooner or later, hasn't he?
You'd think so.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, how often that can just go on and on and on, and when is he actually going to get an edge?
Well, hopefully we can get him out this over.
I did a weird, those kind of 24-hour cricket game things for charity. I did one of them once.
Defended back to the bowler and there's no run.
And I spent about 12 hours bowling at this one bloke, and he just refused to get an edge, and it was hours and hours and hours, if not days, of just sort of that slight nipping away, and I was absolutely hanging by the end of it.
I suppose
think that's
years
my stint
since
done.
you've exaggerated. We got one more ball.
We've got one more ball, and then Richard is going to take over our commentary, and we're going to be joined from Billy, first time this test from Newcastle. So the ball is defended up to mid-on. There is no run, and that does end my stint. 366 for 9. Nauman's 32 off 58. Zahid 2 off 21. 5 wickets taken by the seamers, and we shall say goodbye to you two, and hello to Richard and Billy.
I'll just do one message before we change. Nick Cook says a shout out to Seawing inside His Majesty's prison, Bullingdon, where smartphones last longer than New Zealand monsoons.
Wow.
Catch you later.
Indeed.
Thanks a lot to the departing crew. A couple of points I'd like to pick up on from Will, but we'll get to that. Billy on debut, did I hear correctly?
No, Billy's first day of this test, Richard. I don't think you two have met.
But also the first day I've ever seen him.
Well, he
must have.
Billy came to us in the summer. Was it the Sri Lanka series you came to us? Wasn't it?
Yeah, the Sri Lanka series. I'm having a rather stressful morning. The electricity's just gone down in the house.
Oh my God!
I'm trying to join by hotspot, so hopefully it works.
Oh wow! Well, this is the amazing thing. I did the
lengths I've gone to.
The first ever day I did on the World Cup in 2019. I had to hotspot to the world because we didn't have any bloody Wi-Fi in the comms box we were in. It's amazing what you can do with a phone.
Seems to be working just fine. I can see you all the way from Austria.
Good.
So far, so good. As Jack Leach is set to continue, and England's frustration goes on in Multan.
Do you want me to do? I'll do socials for you then, Billy, because it'll be easier for me.
Sorry, I can't really load them.
Yeah, exactly. I'll do it. It's all right.
That multitasking on a phone, that is my idea of a real nightmare.
Exactly.
well stepped in there. Here's Leach around the wicket, blocked away by Nauman, not to be tempted at the moment. What was I going to pick up on from Will? Oh yeah, I batted for 12 hours in the nets once in a charity thing, just me. Here's Leach once again to Nauman, who has a swing at that one and gets hit in a rather awkward spot. He's trying to hoik it away after coming down the wicket. He's trying to slog sweep it. There's a combination shot there. It doesn't get any bat on it, I don't think, and it has hit him. We're just seeing the replay. Midships, as they say.
Oh.
Was that 12 hours against the bowling machine, or were people actually bowling against you?
No, there were people bowling. So it was at my club, Cobham in Surrey at the time. Chobham. Let's get those two mixed up.
Yeah.
Ought to know. I played for them. It was charity fundraiser disguised as my only way of getting a decent batting practice. So how else do you get people to bowl at you for 12 hours, which is what I need with my levels of talent? You make it a fundraiser. That's the answer. It actually worked, and I batted really well that season.
Ah, well, there you go.
So you don't even need to buy a bowling machine. Just do a fundraiser, and the Against Malaria Foundation did actually profit from that as well. So it was the Nets for Nets was the top line. I was in the net, and we were raising for mosquito nets.
Clever.
Yes, and I was out 4 times in the 12 hours, and I was reasonably happy with that. But then I wasn't trying to actually score runs, which makes it a lot easier to block as much as I like. Leach again. This time, it's the same shot without the shimmy down the wicket. He has got hold of it, but only enough to get himself caught on the ropes. The Pakistan innings is over as Nauman departs for 32, and the score 366 for 9. I bet he'll wish he'd gotten hit amidships again on that one.
Let me give you a jingle. I think. Hold on.
The crowd says. The crowd says. The crowd says you're out.
Dylan's arrived. I'm just going to go and let him in.
He's actually struck that quite nicely. Just caught on the rope by Riding Cast, I think it was. He's had a fantastic day, and yesterday he was really good. I've been very impressed with Cast. Haven't you, Richard?
Yeah, he's improved steadily as things have gone along. From the first test, I think he's been better since this one as in the first test. A little bit more in the wickets. I think today has been a little bit better for the pace bowlers as well, as far as the pitch is concerned. At least a tiny bit more pace in the wicket. Maybe a tiny...
Yeah, and of course, I mean, Pakistan have only got one seamer, so that's fascinating, really. So they're going to have to open the spin from one end, and the pitch just doesn't really seem to be doing enough to justify that.
Yeah, and the last we saw, that seamer was injured, a little bit hobbled.
Oh, I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, when he was batting, Jamal. So we're not quite sure his status. I'm going to go through the scorecard as long as we've got it on screen. It's going to disappear any minute. With 366 after 123 overs is the score Pakistan have presented. And the highlights there, of course, Kamran's century yesterday, batting at 418 off 224 balls, and the batting card has indeed disappeared. So straight to the bowlers. Oh, Leach got 4, and then the bowling card disappeared. I know it's back again. This is when I'm missing my second screen. I haven't bothered to get it up. Quick info today. Leach 38.3 overs, 114 runs he conceded, but he did pick up 4 wickets at an average just a shade under 3 per over. So he'll be happy with his work. Although taking the first 2 wickets yesterday, he might actually have thought he'd end up with a couple more a day and a half later. And then it's disappeared. But Bashir, the other spinner, just got the 1, although it was a big one. He did get the Centurion, if I remember rightly.
He did, yeah, with a good ball as well.
So the spinners for England cleaned up half the wickets, which actually it keeps with the theme of this being entirely inconclusive as far as whether spin or pace is the way to go. I think that's rather appropriate. The mystery goes on.
Well, actually, go on, Billy.
Oh, well, I just think Leach has been very, very impressive. It can't be easy to come back into the side, having had a bit of a layoff and effectively been dropped and just to be taken on away series. He's done really, really well to bounce back from that, taking 4 wickets today and bowled superbly.
Yeah, and he hasn't had a brilliant wicket to work with. I mean, it hasn't done a lot.
Well, this is the point, isn't it? I mean, this is the obvious thing. You say you don't know what's better, but I mean, that's the point. We've got a balanced attack, and It looks like Jamal has done his hip in the first innings, in the first session. He was in a lot of pain, and physio was out there. Who knows if he's going to be able to bowl? Other than that, they've got 7 fucking spinners in the side, right? So the pitch is up and down. It is hitting the cracks and keeping low. And when it does hit the cracks, there is movement for the ball. Generally, it seems to be England were getting it to nip back into the batsman every once in a while off the seam, but they got no pace bowlers to exploit that, right?
It's when the ball was hard, England managed to get it to do a bit. Well, they got a bit of reverse swing either side of T yesterday.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Pakistan, it'll be difficult. They had a 13-man panel to try and sort out their squad and side for this test. I did hear, I think I read somewhere that the captain and coach didn't get a vote. They were on the panel but didn't get a vote, which seems like a very Pakistan cricket kind of thing to do.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's. I think there's more runs on that pitch. I think they've gone pretty slow as well. I mean, 120 overs. You give England 120 overs on that pitch, I think they'll be up near 600 if they don't get out. If they don't get out.
Yeah. If it has turned, it's been quite a slow, predictable turn as well. We haven't seen much. We haven't seen anything really rag and bounce and do too much.
Exactly.
But that's the fascination of this game, really. I mean, this time yesterday we were saying 250 looks like a good score, a little bit based on what the new ball did for the spinners yesterday, and then we've had to readjust that somewhat as the game has gone on. It looks like it's not too bad to bat on, not like last week, but also not terrible. And there've been phases of reverse, phases when there's been a little bit for the spinners, like with the new ball yesterday, and that's what's kept it so much more interesting. And there's still so many question marks. Loving it.
Let's get a couple of messages in. Stephen Kelk says, have you been preparing top drawer puns for your commentary session after tea? I'm sure Tony has. Bottom drawer, he says. Stephen Kelk says
puns.
Well, yeah,
they just happen.
Stephen Kelk says, no man is an island, no man stands alone. Well, he did at the end. Was he the one out? Yeah, he was the one out. Nick Cook says, a shout out to Seawing inside HMP Bullingdon, where smartphones last longer than New Zealand monsoons. Ooh. And that's about it. Stephen Kelk says 4 wickets for Leach.
I mean, such a good effort from Cameron, 118 on debut. I mean, to fill Babar Azam's shoes is very difficult in whatever form he was previously in. 118 off 224 balls, so went at a relatively slow strike rate in comparison to what we usually see in the modern day. But yeah, batted superbly.
Yeah, just looking through the wickets now, there's some really good ones for England. I mean, they did get some batsmen out, as opposed to last week, where actually Pakistan, despite making more runs, got themselves out.
Yep. Absolutely. I mean,
the first wicket was great.
Yes, it was.
The outside edge.
I mean, a couple have kept slightly low. Even Leach is there. You could argue turn down the outside edge, but only hit halfway up. Potts, I was impressed with, and that was the same. Ayub just got caught at, as Ben Stokes usually does, some interesting fielding positions, and he was there at a very, very kind of short, literally just on the square. And yeah, England did bowl nicely. I mean, Joe Root was in with a helmet and slipped for a moment. Fantastic catch by Jamie Smith off the bowling riding cast, who, as I mentioned earlier, they did get it reverse swinging.
Yes.
England seamers either side of team. They did do a bit.
They did. Pakistan again don't have any seamers.
I enjoyed the wicket of Ghulam. Bashir's only one. He just played entirely down the wrong line.
Yeah,
really nice flight from Bashir. That is what you get from him. You do get a bit more variation than what Leach will give you.
The ball that got Rizwan this morning was an absolute peach.
Yeah, absolutely. Jamie Smith has actually taken a couple of very good catches. He's been fantastic behind the stumps throughout his short England career.
Indeed.
So far, because he's come in for Ben Foakes, who's arguably, well, in my opinion, the best keeper in the world. So difficult position to fill. We all know that his batting is going to be aggressive and good, but no, with the gloves, I've been very impressed.
All right. Indeed.
Good enough, you'd have to say.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I mean, they're going to have to open with a spinner, Pakistan. It'll be interesting to see how England come out and do that and attack it. I presume they'll be out any second now.
England Yeah, well, we've got some of the, Joe Root, of course. Well, we all know he's a fantastic player of everything, but he loves playing spin. We've got players who just love to sweep.
Yeah.
Ducket, Root. So it'll be interesting to see how England go about it. As you say, I mean, you can't think they'll hang around.
No, they'll certainly be aggressive at the top and see how it progresses. But there won't be a lot of pace to work with. They will have to be aggressive. You imagine Ducket will go after it pretty soon. And what I like about Ducket and Crawley's different approaches, because one's so tall and one's so short. Crawley does tend to come down the track at the bowlers, and Ducket, as you say, likes to sweep reverses and slog sweeps and every sort of sweep. That's his methodology, so it'll be interesting. It might also put this is the thing, and this is what everyone forgets about baseball, is that because the batsmen go aggressively at the bowlers, they put them off their lengths, and I think that's part of the strategy, isn't it? Don't let them settle.
Works at every level of the game. Sorry, we've just seen footage of Jamal just having a little warm-up Pakistan team now in a huddle. I wonder what's being said there. Probably that they need to dominate and assert themselves from the start. But Jamal looked okay in his run-up, and you'd assume that he will be one of the two new ball bowlers.
Well, you'd think so. Let's get some jingles in for the English batsmen before they all come out. The usual two are opening up.
He's looking good now, he's in with the aces. He was up at Stoke School playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Ducket to me.
Zach Crawley was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
About to see who's going to open the bowling for Pakistan in just a minute. That's the big question mark. Which of their 7 spinners will they use? If latest at the second over, it looks like Jamal's marking out his run for the first over. So
let's have his jingle.
Fit.
I'm a comer. I'm a coming for you. I'm a coming for you, Jamal.
Yeah, not a bad test record. Just the 5 matches to go off so far.
2 5-wicket hauls already. He was a star in Australia during the northern winter. Crawley's just having a look around. Delahunty, it says on his bat. Not sure what that's a reference to. Anybody know?
Maybe his dad's company. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe his dad's.
If he was a racing driver, it would definitely be his dad's company. Yeah. But you don't tend to need such budgets to play cricket. Is the first ball of the innings. Jamal is on his way in over the wicket to Crawley. It does a bit, stays low, also jags in. It's left alone. And misses stump by not too much in the end.
Yeah.
Wow, I think even that first ball will be the indication as to why it's a surprise that they've only gone with the one. See, I mean, that really hasn't missed the stump by very much. And Crawley, mouth open in shock almost, he realised that he's nearly been bowled.
Yeah, it kept a bit low as well, didn't it? Didn't get up at all.
Keeper's taking it round his ankles. Rizwan.
Shah Massoud like that.
Jamal again. It's over pitched this time, and he gets the drive out of Crawley, who will pick up an easy single to get off the mark. Batsman will be happy with that all day. Half volleys like that. Takes the dodgy bounce out of it.
I think that single there, Crawley drove down the ground and just clipped Jamal's boots on the on his follow through. I think we'll see it now.
Yeah,
hit him in the ankle.
But wondered how it had ended up over there. I assumed it was something on my screen acting up, but yeah. So as if he's got another injury now. Think about, but it's not going to deter him. He is a runner-inner, as they say. Here's our Amir Jamal. Let's see what he can serve up. It's Ducket around the wicket to the left-hander. Well, he served up a wide-ish one. Full and wide, a very easy leave. Well, it's a rare thing that Ducket leaves one alone. Should have a jingle for that, probably.
Yeah.
Actually, in Test cricket generally, maybe it's an idea. It's such a rarity. Although, having said that, there's been two. I mean, in Bazball times, it pretty much only happens in the first couple of overs, if at all.
I mean, it'll be interesting to see how many maidens Pakistan can chalk up in this innings. They only had, I think, was it one in all of England's mammoth 800 and whatever it was?
Unbelievable. Now, this time, Ducket does not leave it alone. It's a little bit shorter. He cuts it away, but not much timing in that. Picks out the field and no run.
Yeah, I think it was one, and it was in the fifth over, I think. So, they toiled. Pakistan toiled very hard.
I suppose something to hang your hat on in the team talk. 120 overs later. We can do this. We've done it before. Come on, lads. Anyway, it's a new game. Well, it's not a new pitch, but in a way it is.
It's a new old pitch.
How it behaves as this thing wears on. Ducket on strike again to Jamal. This one's straighter, and Ducket has to play at it. He defends.
Yeah, I mean, obviously pitch technology's come on a long way, but it almost gives you a part of feel as to what the pitches may have looked like in a timeless test.
Yeah, I think the neutral in me, I have to say, absolutely wants this thing to just fall apart with no warning, and for Pakistan's selection to be vindicated, and for it to be then 1-1 going to the third test, which is then rescheduled for Multan and will be played on the same pitch for a third game in a row. Just for an entertainment factor, I think that'd be great. Jamal to finish his over now into Ducket. It's wide. Ducket accepts the chance to cut at it. This time it is well timed. And he's got himself one of these.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the over either.
No ball.
England were pretty good on not bowling no balls.
We saw Jamal have a problem with this in the last test. He definitely bowled the majority of Pakistan's no balls, I think, if memory serves me correct. So that's something that he really needs to iron out. I mean, that's a very basic thing. If you're a test match bowler, you can't be bowling no balls, because sooner or later he'll get a wicket off them.
Well, he can try and make sure he gets a wicket off the extra ball now. And it's straighter, and Ducket resists the temptation to drive, just drops the bat on it, watches it squeeze out into the offside, and the first over concludes with the score on 6-0.
Nick Cook says, you read our message twice. Thanks, Bear. My man Dobby is now kicking cell door. Never seen him so happy, bless you. Well, I hope you're doing well down there. And Farong over on Twitter says Ducket normally stands taller with the bat than Crawley, and he wants to know the lead at stumps will be. If it goes to stumps, England will need to go along at 6 and over roughly to catch up with them. I don't think I think it'll be close to parity. I don't think if England have a lead at stumps, something would have gone horribly wrong for Pakistan, and a couple of England batsmen will be on pretty big scores. That was my bet.
Also, we might be back to normal and not getting all the overs in today, because England bowled quite a lot of pace this morning.
Yep.
So don't expect a 90 over day.
We have found out who the bowler at the other end is going to be, and it's going to be
Sajid Khan, the very best model of a modern match cricketer. Sajid Khan.
He's a mean motherfucker looking kind of guy. He's got a bald head and big beard. He looks cool.
Yeah. The 25 wickets so far. Shadid, he'll be looking to increase that throughout this test match.
Here he comes in, right arm over the wicket. Really dancey run up he's got, and it's going to be an easy single down to long on. Some may question why long on is out on the ropes.
He's got a great tash, hasn't he, with a twirly end.
Over.
Now he's an off spinner. Decent
He does find
turn.
some spin. He does keep a little bit low as well.
it's an interesting action to play. It's one of those. I mean, he has obviously played Test cricket, but it's one of those where you're slightly unsure how much the England players would have seen of him. I assume they've dug up some footage in the week to try and get an idea. But it's a rather awkward skip and a few flailing arms.
A lot of action on the ball there. Very flexible. I thought he was going to be a leggy for a minute.
Yeah, with a run up like that, you'd expect it. Anyway, he's fiddled with his field a little bit. He's settled on what he wants. Has he? No, he hasn't. He's moved at least 5 fielders between that first and second delivery. Now he's got the left-hander on strike. Ducket defends.
Yeah, they've got a short leg in as well, in case one gets a bit of bounce. And Ducket tries to play against the spin and edges onto his pad and it lobs up.
Again, that one is angled down leg side, and Duckett's able to just work it away for a very leisurely single.
Yeah, he's bowling very wide on the crease, Cedric, from this around the wicket angle. His actual action goes off the pitch, really almost.
Let's see what he's got for the right-hander. This one goes past Crawley's edge. Does not turn as Crawley tries to gently drive it. Ends up looking a little silly.
Got good action.
Well, a nice hard new ball, a little bit of bounce. It is a nice action, really.
This time, bat on ball for Crawley, and mid-off is sitting back inexplicably. They're able to get a single, even though he hit that reasonably well, straight to the fielder.
Yeah, so I think that is the one thing we've seen from Pakistan, criticism you could give to them, is that their fields are just a bit too defensive for me, I think. England are going to be aggressive, but you've got runs on the board. For the first few overs, you may as well give them a chance.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Oh, there's a big shout here from Sajid as he hits Ducket on the pads. I reckon it's
sliding down. It didn't turn. I mean, this is it. There is not a huge amount of turn in this wicket yet. I mean, it may be that. I mean, we all expect it to break up at some point, and it seemed to be that Pakistan wanted it turning sharply from the off, but it certainly hasn't done that. It's not really straightened at all, is it? It's just gone on with the arm.
No, it was really just that first ball of the over that found some turn.
Yeah.
To the right-hander.
The odd spot, clearly, maybe hit a crack or whatever.
I mean, it's been 1 in 6 at best that's turned.
Well, exactly, on a 7th day track as well. That's quite mad.
Well, that delivery there, I mean, if it is turning, if it does start to turn, that arm ball delivery, the one which goes on straight, is the danger.
Yeah.
And
also, the ones that also pitch from around the wicket to left-hander, the one that pitches on middle leg stump, and actually does straighten, also becomes dangerous.
Well, we're into a new over, and there's going to be no run off the first ball for Crawley.
He stands so tall at the crease, especially Zach Crawley, when you've got the skiddy pace almost of Jamal. How quickly does Jamal bowl? Is it kind of low 80s?
Yeah, he was supposed to be quick, but he doesn't look that quick. I think sort of low to mid 80s.
Here the man comes again. Over the wicket to Crawley. Well, this time he has timed it away nicely to deep backward square leg, just worked off the hip, and he'll get back for a second. And it's another no-e.
Oh, for crying out loud! This is poor, isn't it?
Everybody go and fetch it.
Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Everyone go and fetch a book, because he's now remarking his run, not by pacing, but putting one foot directly in front of the other, or at least for a part of it.
I was just about to say that. It's interesting. I don't know either of your bowlers, but it's interesting. Personally, I like to just run from the crease as I would my normal run up and see where.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The best way to mark out a run is to do
and then give it a couple of inches extra.
Yeah, easy. And Jamal bowls again. This one's full. Crawley drives, but doesn't put an awful lot of power into it, and he'll get no run as he finds the fielder. I don't understand why it's so difficult. I really don't. But then
I used to have
something about playing at an incredible.
I used to have an 8-pace run up with 7 paces and then a hop at the end. and then when I actually bowled, it would always be mid-crease. I was always a foot short of the popping crease.
But you never took a wicket off for no ball.
I never bowled a no ball, I don't believe.
Safe. Exactly. So here he is again, Jamal. Looking for illegal delivery number 1, and it's just on leg stump. Tipped into the leg side, straight to mid-wicket by Crawley. Goes down as a legal one indeed. As we have a look at Pakistan's finest washing soap, which reminds me, I've got to load the machine.
With your super Saf. They're also advertising.
No, I use natural methods, as
okay.
they say. I use chestnuts.
Well, they're also trying to sell you an actual washing machine in this test as well.
Yes,
the top loading, whatever it is.
Yeah, the lady lovingly caressing.
Tapple tea, of course. Tapple tea, even.
Jamal again. It's full. It's an easy single for Crawley, and even more after the fielder misses it. It's all a bit sloppy.
Yeah, it is. Oh, fuck off. Sorry, not you guys. It opened something serious. That was just no more than a block, really, was it? Really well timed.
Yeah, nice push, just evades the despairing dive. Nice push down the ground. Still, shows the outfit does have a little bit of pace in it.
Certainly speeding up a little bit. Would you change at the end of this over, guys? But it's all three of us. We're just, well, you two are switching positions. I'm not.
This one's just blocked away into the offside by Mr. Zach Crawley. Did I hear you from Newcastle, Billy?
I'm at uni in Newcastle.
Okay, because I wanted to say you don't sound like you're from Newcastle.
You certainly don't sound like a Geordie.
No, that's probably fair. Yeah, uni in Newcastle, from kind of Salisbury area in England, if you know it, in the south.
No, it sounds absolutely right.
Do you get grief as a softy southerner?
I was getting a bit last night actually at the pub. A couple of Northerners came up and they were having a word. I was desperate to get out of the conversation.
And this one's driven again by Crawley, but again straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there's no run. So 3 overs down, England 16 without loss.
It was quite late into the pub stint as well, so I'd had a few beers, so I was desperately trying to bite my tongue and not say something back.
Oh, because they can be dangerous situations, those.
Nick Cook says they're cushy in HMP Bullingdon. Almost the hard men in here like Love Island, he says. David Durrell says the Bear never bowled a no ball. Sounds similar to Gary's claim never to have dropped a catch. No, I never bowled a no ball. Quite clearly I've dropped catches. But no, my foot was always about a foot behind the popping crease and I never really went over. If anything, I should have been pushing the crease more. But I never did. I always... after this... I'll tell you, you, Billy.
Sajid's come in to start a new over and that's just turned down the leg side by Ben Ducket.
I always marked out my run up from the line, but then when I ran in I was always a foot short of it. Don't know why that was, but it was just a consistent thing throughout my bowling career.
Well, you've left a safety margin, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, exactly. I'm just going to go and make myself a coffee again, boys. I'll be back in a second.
Sajid into Crawley, that short and turned. There's no fielder there. That was a bit uppish from Crawley, and they'll jog to well. They might get 2 actually if they run hard enough. The fielder lazily throws it back in. No, just a single. So 2 singles off the start of this over. The thing is, that's what England do so well. It's the strike rotation for me.
Yeah, there is that, and I think Sajid's making it reasonably easy for them. He hasn't settled, you get the feeling, on any kind of line, and it's tricky with the left-right combination.
Well, he's in again, and on a similar theme, that's down the leg side, and Ducket tucks it into the leg side. Fielder comes around, picks up left-handed.
Well, most of what he's bowled to Ducket has been quite dramatically down the leg side. I'd be curious to see what he can come up with, starting straighter.
Yeah, well, there's some very, very wide footholds, of course, bowling to Ben Ducket, which might spin out of them, but they're not really going to trouble him. That one is a bit straighter. Ducket sweeps. We said he likes to sweep, and he does well here and just about evades the fielder, and that'll be 4. Oh, there's no Bear's gone. Of course, there's no jingle.
Well, that is what happens when he goes straighter. We get the first sweep of the innings.
Really nice shot from Ducket. Not quite controlled, slightly top edgy. Fielder came around trying to get it, but it was one bounce and over the rope.
I hadn't realised it went up so high.
Yep.
Would have been
so
interesting.
England 24 for none off just the 3.4 overs here. They're going about it in the exact manner that we thought they would do. I mean, it's just tough to get control if you're bowling spin. And Sajid, as you rightly say, hasn't quite settled. That one's Fuller, driven into the ground by Ducket, but not timed and goes straight back to the bowler.
I actually think Pakistan, both bowlers have got away with a couple of Fuller ones, to be honest. But on another day might also have disappeared, like that last one.
But he's in once more. That's down the leg side. Ducket backs away and just tucks it into the leg side.
Down the leg side, but does keep low.
And that is the end of the over. You and on socials very briefly, Richard, while he's gone, or have you got it up?
Oh no, not a chance. I'll spend 3 hours finding passwords and so on. I know when I'm defeated. Not happening. Are you a cricketer yourself?
Yeah, I am. I do play for like a club, Amport. If anyone's listening, Bear, if you've got socials up, is there any time for a few messages?
We haven't had nothing in since the last social I gave you.
Okay. Yeah, I do play a bit. I'm kind of I bowl some medium-paced in-swingers, which is good fun. Which is quite useful in English conditions.
Are you a first teamer?
Bit of a batsman. Yes, for my club I am. In the lofty heights of the Hampshire Div 4 North, I think we are.
Oh wait, but not while you're at university. It's more of a
not while I'm at
thing.
University, no. Yeah.
Okay, so
do you have a uni team at Newcastle?
There is, but it's frankly slightly pointless because the weather's so bad, and you never get any cricket, and we're gone by the time you properly get into the cricket.
Yeah, I played for UMist, and basically you had 3 games. If you did no good in that, and that was basically the end of the season. It was a bit pointless.
Well, this is interesting. We said the spin hadn't settled, but it's the bowling change. Nauman Ali will come in, we'll jingle him up after this delivery. He's coming around the wicket when Ducket bowls left-handed. So yes, and Ducket backs away and not without timing into the offside for no run.
He sounds like this.
Some time has passed since Edward confessed, and now Nauman Ali is feeling repressed.
Well, he's in once more. Ducket sweeps hard. There's a man out there, but there's no chance he's getting that superb timing from Ducket for one of these.
Oh, one of these.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Nicely.
Again, no real spin there, is there? I mean, there's no real danger on this track.
But if you're good at sweeping and you're going with the spin and it's not spinning much, it could be help yourself for all day for Ducket.
Yeah, well, we may never know. We'll have to find out hopefully at some point what the England camp think, maybe after the series, what they were thinking of this surprise team selection from Pakistan. Is into Ducket once more. Well, it's slightly short, and Ducket calmly pushed it into the leg side, but there'll be no run. But as we said, they've got the thing I would do is they've got, I don't know about you guys, but they've got a long on at the moment, but the ball's spinning in that direction, so why wouldn't you bring him up and attempt Ducket to go over the top? But they haven't done that so far. He's in once more. Ducket defends into the leg side for no run.
I'd agree with you. I think they've gone too defensive straight away, hasn't it? I mean, you've got to try and take wickets. I mean, as I said, I don't think 366 is a lot of runs on this track. I still think there's plenty to be had, and the way that England go, if they bat 120 overs, they'll be 200-300 ahead.
Ducket sweeps once more. It's another delivery by Ali, and will that go for 4 more? Fiddle will come around to chase it. Yes, 4 more. Another superb sweep by Ben Ducket.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
I mean, England are going along at over 6 and over currently, and they're not going to slow down, are they?
I think Pakistan are going to have to look at this field, among other things.
Well, the problem, as soon as they go to an in-out field, there becomes a hell of a load of gaps, and then everything just rolls along nicely anyway. You can knock the singles around at pleasure and still hit the bad balls.
Well, Alling to complete his over. That's lobbed up to short leg and evades the despairing dive of him. You'd assume Ducket got a little edge onto pad. It was well bowled that turned a bit from straight. As Ducket calmly just continues to chew his gum and chatters at Crawley. At the end of the over, we'll see a replay of it here. It looked like it turned. He got forward to it, got quite far across the offside. No, I think it's actually missed everything.
Yeah. Just off the pad.
You get the impression just off the pad.
It spun, it was going
Pakistan
down.
Certainly got excited.
Yeah, they did. Well, we've had.
Use your bribe, super chat.
It's just from Easy Ollie. He says, "Morning."
Has the GPL been mentioned so far today?
It has. Of course, it shut at lunch. The lowest score on a GPL was 263. The highest was 347, which could be in danger actually if England, because England have got 2 sessions here, could well be well over that.
Sajid wants more to Crawley, and that comes off the inside half of Crawley's backfield. Is trying to chase it. They are quick, these two, and they will come back for 2 very easily.
Well, they're not overusing their pace option, are they? It's pretty much the Ben Stokes theory of 2 overs for the for the pacer, or in his case 2 pacers with the new ball, and then over to the tweakers. Spin from both ends.
Yeah, but you have to say it's already got that kind of ominous feel about it.
Yeah, it does. Well,
wouldn't you think?
I certainly do.
Sajid bowls, Crawley darts down the wicket. That's a really nice shot. If he's got all the timing, this will go for 4. Fielder chases it hard. It's looking like it will go to the boundary. It will. Fantastic in-out shot from Zach Crawley. Got to the pitch nicely and driven it through the covers for 4.
That was a nice shot. He didn't even time it that well, did he? And he
Yeah,
just made it to the boundary.
There was a little bit of turn, but he played for it and got the middle of the bat. No drama.
I think that's a truly superb shot from Crawley. Can he replicate? He gets onto the back foot. That turns a little bit. The off spinner will usually get it to turn a little bit more to the right-handed Crawley, and that will be a double. No, it's a fantastic shot from Crawley. A mark, really, I think, for the player who, even though he's been out for a while, is just oozing confidence, to be honest. But let's see if Sajid can try and remove him with the 4th ball of the over. That's straighter, bit of an arm ball, doesn't really turn. And Crawley will kind of half get an edge, but half play for it, and just slip. We'll just flick it back to the stumps for no run.
The umpire's come for a walk down the wicket there, as if it was the end of the over. What is what I look at?
And also ball of the over now, Sajid bowls, and Crawley just turns that into the leg side where the short leg will stop it. No run.
Still 6 off the over though. 2 scoring shots. That's all you need, isn't it?
Sajid put his foot in the danger zone there on that second last ball. That's why.
Well, that's just another thing for him to think about as he bowls to Crawley, and that is defended into the offside, and 2 fielders emerge, including Sajid himself, to try and stop it, but couldn't. 6 off that over. England going along really nicely here so far. 39 for none.
Oh, it's me. Sorry. Paul Kemp says, "Morning all. I'm loving Sajid. He bowls spin with the aggression of a man, pinging it down at 100 miles an hour. Yeah, he does look quite aggressive. That's cool. Someone has to. Stephen Kelk says, I've lost my bowling action and keep bowling it about a third of the way down the wicket, so I find it hard not to bowl no balls. That's it, I
more
think.
than one way to do it.
Yeah. It's a no ball if it bounces twice, isn't it?
Yeah, if it bounces a second time before the crease line, then yes. But if it bounces once within the crease as well, then that's fine.
Talking of university cricket, I do think, given that long gap in the season that you mentioned because of the holidays, it does have its place, but in the form of social cricket that really knows what it's about.
Yeah,
only spontaneously scheduled on days when the sun's out.
Yeah, I never liked social cricket. I was too competitive.
It's hard to imagine.
Yeah.
Looking at you now.
I mean, when I was a kid, I played Saturdays and Sundays because I played all the cricket I could. But when I got older, I just wanted to play league cricket. I couldn't be bothered with just a Sunday afternoon dodder about.
Nauman will start his second over, 8 off the first ball. So Ducket sweeps once more. That's hit him on the pad. I think they're all appealing. Umpire stands unmoved. It's tricky that one. They're having a think about it. Bowler, as usual, will be very keen for review. It doesn't look like they've asked for it necessarily. No ball.
There's a no ball.
Well,
I thought
there we go. This is really poor from Pakistan. They really need to iron this out.
you shouldn't be bowling. Spinners shouldn't be bowling no balls.
You think they might have got that? Well, it's
yeah, it's a no ball.
It's a big no ball as well.
Yeah, it's the whole line.
Absolutely no excuse for that.
Terrible business.
I thought he dragged it back onto his stumps. Actually, it would have been saved by that as well.
Well, it just really, I think, is an example of the pressure they're under. Really, nothing's going right so far. England going at 6.67 and over. Ducket, 21 off 20. So often his strike rate is over 100, and he sweeps one more. Once more, they will get at least a single here. Fielder races round fields well, and they will only get a single as a result to give Crawley on strike. It's also the left-hand, right-hand combination as well, wouldn't you say, Richard? That just puts them off their length.
Yeah, and on top of that, they're not getting 6 balls at either. They're rotating the strike. And just looking at that fielder putting so much energy into chasing that ball down, there must have been a few watching on thinking, please don't let us be out 2 days later, like it was in the first test. Not sure how much of that the human body could take for those that played last week.
Yeah. Very good. But the other thing about not having the quick bowlers in, of course, is that's not gonna, it's not gonna rough up the pitch as much. Otherwise, we'll do well. Normal Adley's changing tactic here is coming through the umpire, going, but that doesn't deter Zach Crawley. They'll look for 2, and it's a misfield. Really poor fielding from Pakistan, and they'll easily. But oh no, did they not? Did they turn back there?
Yeah, they did. No, they went 3 for 2. Yeah, I used to bowl through the umpire as a left-arm spinner. It's old school, man. Love it.
How come? Go on, talk us through it.
Because I couldn't get the pivot that I wanted if I came straight, I found. Because it's all about getting action over the foot and getting the pivot in, right? To get the whip in the action and get the impart it on the ball. And I just couldn't get it. But I tried for a season coming straight and it just didn't work for me.
Well, it gives England something to look at in here. Nauman Ali bowls nicely and appeals, but hits Crawley on the pad. Umpire stands unmoved again as the DRS timer ticks down. They don't seem to be too interested. Pakistan.
Well, I'm surprised. The only thing that's doing is going over for me, and that's hit. If it's going over the top of the off or middle and off.
My first was
unless he got an edge.
My first thought was that it was a good shout.
Yeah, might put. Maybe it pitched outside leg actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that turned enough though. That
certainly
did turn
did.
a little bit. It's coming through and around the wicket to Crawley, as you would expect. They've got a slip in and a short leg. Crawley cut, not a full-blooded cut, and they'll just wander through for a single.
And they must have thought that last one didn't pitch in line.
Well, I'm sure we'll get a replay soon enough, or Hawkeye.
I think it was.
Here it is. Oh, did it high? Must be high. Yeah, high. Going over the top by a comfortable enough margin, you would think, especially considering it wasn't given out in the first place. Now switches. Does Nauman Ali having to adjust his length bowling to Ducket, and that's down the leg side. And we think about a single, but they decide not to.
It's a bad ball. Ducket will be crossed to have picked out the lonely fielder on the leg side there, saving 1.
Still 5 off the over with 1 ball to go, isn't there? And they've done that easily.
Yeah. And it literally feels like they haven't done anything.
No.
They haven't had to do anything aggressive at all, and it comes back to that point about the field. Again, there are too many easy singles out there, really. You're not going to create pressure and maidens by doing that, as he comes into completely over. Ducket sweeps once more. He's swept well so far in this innings and sweeps hard, and that will get 4.
He always hits the gap, man.
I mean, that was almost a full toss he turned that into, I think, wasn't it there?
Almost, yeah. And almost, I think he got too close to the pitch, but it picked it up nicely. It was aerial, but he doesn't care about that. There's no one going to catch it when it comes down. And they keep moving those people behind square to try and counter it, and he keeps finding the gap either side of them. I was fully expecting that to go straight to a man, but nope, he's found a gap. So it ends up being 9 off that over. And England just scooting
Why do you
along.
think Jamal was taken off after only 2 overs? I was thinking behind that. I was slightly surprised.
Either he is slightly injured, or they're just trying to switch it up. They got 9 bowlers or something stupid like that. They got 7 spinners and a pacer plus probably a couple of part timers.
Well, Sajid was on a new over. That one turns a bit and Crawley got in a slightly awkward position, but it evades the bat and goes through to the keeper, who drops it. Really,
you can see a scenario where Sajid could get Crawley out, where one keeps a little bit low, turns a little bit past the inside edge.
You would argue he's probably looked the most threatening. Weighs in once more, keeps slightly low. Well, everything almost looks like it keeps slightly low to Zach Crawley. Such a tall man.
Yeah.
That
You
is.
have to be careful of that illusion.
He's been the slightly more sedate of the opening pair, if you can even call it that, at 19 off 24, and he sweeps. This time, that hits the gap, he sweeps well. You'd assume there's a sweeper out there, and there is, to keep it to just a single.
Yeah, that is amateur man out there, isn't it? I mean, well, presumably if he was injured, he wouldn't be out on the pitch, so...
The other thing to think about is we saw England got a bit of reverse swing, as we thought. But if the spinners are having to bowl from one end and there's only one seamer, then they're not going to be able to get any reverse swing, are they? Because they're just going to mess up both sides of the ball.
Yep.
Sent it in, over the wicket to Ducket, round the wicket to Ducket, sorry. And that's turned into the leg side. There's a bit of mix up here. Zach Crawley having to scab it back.
Oh,
he's run out, surely.
Yeah.
Surely he's run out. That's really poor cricket from England.
It looks like a direct hit, doesn't it?
It's not a direct hit, but he was so short, he's definitely out. Oh,
Well,
although Duckett's saying that he didn't take the bails with his...
I wonder if... Yeah.
Something didn't look right there, to be honest. I feel like we're going to get a replay that he didn't have the ball in his hand yet. Something didn't look right. And it would be very Pakistan if he's just tackled the wickets without waiting for the ball. The wickets definitely went down with the batsman.
It was a terrible mix. Oh, he's knocked the bails off with his wrist.
He's done exactly that.
Oh God! I mean, Crawley was out, but he's barely in the frame. Zach Crawley. It's such poor cricket all round, and it really does sum up the issues that Pakistan are having at the moment. Nothing's going right for them. We haven't actually got confirmation, but literally the ball's just coming into his hand, and just before it reaches, we're going to.
Oh, he's broken the wicket
now. Yeah, broken it with his wrist before he actually.
And he didn't actually have the ball in his hands, did he? It bounced off his wrist.
Well, we'll get another almost a better view here. Yeah, knocks it off with his thumb.
Oh my God! Crawley's got away with an absolute screamer there. That's really poor cricket.
And it says so much about Pakistan cricket that when something didn't look right there, my first thought was exactly something like this.
I thought he'd taken it cleanly and taken them off.
It was a good spot, Richard. I mean, I do slightly agree with you to an extent. He didn't look that confident. There wasn't really an appeal from Sajid. I mean, he definitely knew. You would have to think he knew.
No, the timing was just a fraction.
I don't even know why they're looking at this. He's broken the wickets with his arms. I mean, I know they're saying that the ball's gone into the stumps, but once the
ball hasn't gone into the stumps though.
Well, it has there, and it's.
Well, no, but then he needs to take the stump out and hold the ball against it.
Well, yeah.
Is there a question of whether the bail is off? I mean, it's lit up and all that, but is there?
Oh yes, because it only lights up when it's left the groove. So.
Okay.
Are they going to give this out? I think.
It
is not out. I was going to say it is.
That's the right decision. I don't know why they took so long to do
that. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why I was getting scared they were actually going to give it out. Now that is a fucking let-off for England. It was Crawley's call though, and I think they probably could have got through for the single if Ducket had gone straight away.
Yeah, as previously mentioned, they are quick between the wickets, that pair, but God, it really just sum up Pakistani cricket. Really, that's a terrible passage play, and it wouldn't necessarily surprise you if Ben Ducket nails this next delivery for 4. To really rub salt into the wounds. He comes down the pitch and flicks it through the leg side, and there we go.
Good call.
That's 4.
Oh my God, man.
Giuliani had his reasons
for selecting his landscape seasons. There were four.
I mean, that was a poor ball.
And he made it even poorer by coming down the wicket and turning it into an even bigger full toss and basically baseballing it.
Well, he's in once more, and that's calmly defended into the leg side, and they will even pick up a single there, England. That's not doing anything silly. No need for it. That was England's 50 partnership. That's something that we've seen England do consistently. 54 for none off 8. We've talked about Pakistan, the openers really struggling, and I think last innings was the first time they'd got into double figures in about 8 attempts, I think. But England have done it consistently with this pair.
Yeah,
repeatedly.
The umpire is explaining that you took the bails before you had the ball in your hand, and then once you've done that, those are the rules of the game. Right, okay.
Look at Crawley's face when he first spots that replay.
It's just like,
just
God for that.
Out. You can't believe his laugh.
Exactly. Disentered Anjob says, for fuck's sake, Pakistan. Kieran Roseblade says, this is poor. Pakistan need to sort out this pronto. Real change, maybe a new selector. Oh wait. They even got Alim Dar in, haven't they, on their bloody selection panel?
They have got Alim Dar. Everyone, I think everyone forgets that he did actually play. Did he play for Pakistan, or was it just first class?
I don't know. He looks Pakistani, so maybe certainly that part of the world. That's saying something.
Well, no, yeah, he definitely played first class cricket for Pakistan. I think as Nauman Ali comes in to start anew over to Ben Ducket, and that's defended back to him. We're just seeing a sped up replay, and it's the tumbling. Zach Crawley desperately trying to make his ground tumble, and Sajid actually signals out immediately to everyone else, so he obviously thought it was out. But no, I mean he knocked them off, not the stumps off his arms so easily. Ducket on 31 faces up. There's the first reverse sweep of the innings. There's a bit of an appeal from Nauman Ali. I don't know quite what happened there. Reverse sweep attempted by Ducket, and it looked like it even missed everything, but must have caught something on the way through.
Did it? It's not a bad shot. No, it's probably going down leg, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just flicked Ducket's pad, kind of in line with middle and leg stump. Nauman Ali will come in for the third delivery of this over. Ducket skips down the pitch and just turns that into the leg side, but there's a fielder there, so that would be no run.
I've just had a look. Alim Dar did not play Test cricket, but first-class cricket in Pakistan. For, among others, the Pakistan Railways.
Oh, what was he? A batsman or a bowler?
Surely a batsman with that figure.
Have a look at some figures here. Batting average 11.7.
So he wasn't a batsman.
Well, maybe not. Oh, that's a little lap sweep from Ben Ducket, and he'll get at least 2 here. You'd think it's very inventive. It'll get Pakistan thinking once more. I was about to say that chance for a maiden after 3 dot balls, but Ducket has put paid to that.
Apparently, leg spinner never took a 5. Averaged about 34ish, so sounds like he was middling as a cricketer.
How many matches did he play? If you can find
17 first class.
Okay, so not a huge.
Okay. Penultimate ball of the over. Ducket sweeps once more, and that finds the gap. That's looking like it would be 4. Yes, it is. Swept beautifully from Ben Ducket for one of these.
Oh dear, oh dear. And suddenly there's 6 off the over again. With 1 ball to go. 3 dot balls followed by 6 and 2.
He's played that shot superbly so far, Ducket. He seems to have nailed it every single time.
Yep. Always finds the gap. I don't know if I mean, maybe you were a bit young, Billy, but do you remember Duckett's first ever 4-end Test cricket in Bangladesh?
I heard a lot about it, but
2016.
It was around about then. And
I'm sure I would have watched it at the time.
He struggled, in the old days when everyone played defence. He was trying to defend, and I think Hassan was bowling. It was his first series.
Didn't he start with a century though?
He started with a century on a flat deck against somebody, and then.
I mean, I want to say it was India almost, wasn't it?
Might
be wrong. Last ball of the over, and that's hit Ducket onto the pad, but he gets across on his way outside the line as he replays that sweep again. 60 for none off 9 overs, England.
Yeah, it might have been Bangladesh followed by India or something like that. But in
Yeah,
Bangladesh,
there was
he did
that
all
one
right.
winter where England visited both.
Yeah, and he did all right in Bangladesh, and then horribly found out in India, and then dropped. That was why such a surprise when he brought him back in last year. It was like, but he's completely changed character. That's great. It's me. Sorry, it's me. Disinterested Handjob says, how long until Pakistani authorities oust the coach? Well, I'm sure Gillespie will be happily going home. Liam Mahoney says, good start for England indeed. I love Crawley and Ducket, says Easy Ollie. Yeah, they're easy to like, aren't they? 60 off 9 overs. Rattling along at 6.67 and over.
Sajid comes from once more. Crawley sweeps hard. Is there a fielder there? Sweeper's desperately trying to come back and reach it. It looks like he'll go for 4 and seems to. The pitches have slightly cut away, but yes, they're punching gloves. So you assume it has, and it is 4 more to Zach Crawley. Well, something that we mentioned at the top of the stint was that lots of this England order like to play the sweep shot, and we've certainly seen it from these two. As that next delivery is just tapped into the leg side for no run. Sajid will come in once more. The reverse sweep from Crawley. He hasn't played that one very well, and it's given. Went on with the arm. He potentially could be sliding down the leg side, but he tried to play the reverse sweep. He's missed it. Didn't look like it was going to turn too much. He's probably in trouble here, Zach Crawley, but does decide to review. You went out for a second there, Bear. I don't know if you caught that.
I did. I was just about to see it.
What did you think? You might have had a better view.
Okay, hold on.
Did you think it was out? What was your?
I thought that looked pretty plumb, unless you got a bit of bat on it to me.
Well, he didn't review it straight away, so you'd assume that he hadn't got any bat on it.
Oh no, actually, looking at it again.
So it's hit him kind of. He's got his foot well across. It's hit him on the very inside of that pad. It looks like one of those that it could be umpire's call potentially.
I think that might actually. I think actually, looking at that now, that might be going down. He's a tall man. He gets a long way forward, and that has actually turned enough to be going down the leg side. He's bowling over with the arm.
He's bowling over the wicket. Yeah, as you say, over the wicket means that he'll get more turn from that angle. Yeah, you never know. The impact for this is kind of in between middle and leg stump. Now it does turn, it does bounce.
It's missing.
And it's missing.
Good
call. Very good call.
Right, I've just got to go and sort something out with the lad.
It kept low, turned.
We're due a change as well in 3 deliveries time.
At the end of this over. Do you think they get some new spinners on? I know Sajid just.
I think anything's worth a try.
They haven't exactly looked threatening.
I would also like to see Ducket in some way forced to play straight. I just would like to see what that looks like. If you could do something with the field to stop him sweeping.
He's so good, yeah,
and obviously cutting, which he hasn't even needed to do.
I mean, he's so good square of the wicket. Crawley drives, that is straighter, but they'll just saunter through for a single as it goes down to long on.
And then with Crawley, you'd almost like to see him forced not to play straight. But Pakistan seem to have set the field for the opposite. Look, they're not the first team to struggle to stop these two, to be fair.
No, you're absolutely right, and we've seen in recent times so often teams have started in a more defensive manner. I mean, even Australia, very first game of the Ashes, they started with a backward point out, Ducket skips down the wicket, but wisely just decides to defend that one. They started with, I think, was it a backward point or a deep cover? It was a deep point or deep cover, and Crawley famously drove it.
And just generally Australia with the old school conservative team, which is
Sajid to complete this over. Ducket sweeps. He hasn't quite timed it, I don't think, but it will go away for 4 more. Fantastic end to over for England. Brilliant batting from these two. 69 for 9 off 10 is score. Ducket moves to 41. I would say for a change, but Bear's disappeared, so we might just have to carry
Bear's disappeared, and I think Messi's about to appear.
Messi has appeared. Hello, Messi. How are you?
Hi. Good. Pakistan have royally fucked themselves in this match, haven't they? They've created a wicket that wasn't what they thought. They've only got one pace bowler who's pretty crippled, and they can't even take the easiest of run-out chances.
Well, I don't know who's supposed to. I don't know who's supposed to be on with you in this chair, Messi. But do you want me to go, or shall I continue with ball by ball while they're?
Stab ball by ball till the bear gets back. He's on ball by ball. I'm on socials, and Will's on summarising.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Well, we will stick to that. 69, 9 off 10 England. Good to see you, Will. Your thoughts on how England have gone about it so far?
I mean, they're doing the classic kind of England things. They're going about runnable. They're doing all the sort of things they can to dominate this weird Pakistani attack.
Well, Nauman Ali is in once more, and that's bowled slightly back of the length, and Crawley presses forward and defends back to him. Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, it's an extraordinary selection. Sajid, did you watch the attempted run out of Zach Crawley? I don't know if either of you saw it and what your thoughts were on it. Messi shaking his head. Go on, you can give your thoughts after this.
What a fuck up,
Messi. Yeah, that summarises it nicely. Nauman Ali comes into the second ball of the over. That's a nice line in length. He needs to stay there more. Crawley presses forward, and it squirts out to kind of backward point area for no run.
He completely had him on toast, and he just got over enthusiastic. He didn't need to move his hands forward. Oh dear,
it's mad. Honestly, considering how early it is in the piece, England have had some let-offs.
Nauman Ali in once more. That's down the leg side, and Crawley flicks it calmly into the leg side as there's a scamper on from that short leg, and it looks like England might come back for two, but wisely decide against it. So it'll just be a single, but there's overthrows, and they'll think about it one more. Well, they don't get a run there, and all capacity of play really. They do say never run on an overthrow, and England eventually decided not to.
Well, you'd think maybe they've sort of nearly been burnt by that sort of dodgy running a couple of times already, so maybe they're possibly being a bit conservative. Although this England side are never.
You'd think that, but I'm not sure. As you say, I'm not sure that's in the lexicon of that England dressing room. As Ben Ducket pushes at that one slightly uppish, but no trouble, and there'll be no run. 2 balls left to go off this over, 70 for nothing. Just a complete change of pace from anything we've watched from Pakistan.
Yes.
We saw that it was the England pace bowlers that really brought the control to that innings and bowled superbly. In fact, everyone bowled pretty well. I thought for England to give them their dues.
I didn't think Bashir bowled very well, to be honest.
Well, there we go. Nauman Ali bowls, and Ducket pushes inside. So Leach was certainly the better of the two spinners. Would you have ever dropped Jack Leach in the first place, Messi?
No, I wouldn't. I mean,
me neither.
It's a matter of approach, but I know he was not well at one stage and couldn't play, but
Nauman Ali comes in to complete the over, and Ducket drives down the leg. Well, Jack Leach, of course, got Crohn's disease, and he does seem to get injured quite a bit. So, in part, I think it was more for that reason as to why they were trying to move on. But of course, a very useful bowler to have abroad as Bear's just nestling back down into his chair, having got something. So I will leave you in his capable hands.
Okie dokie.
Thank you very much for that,
good to see
Billy.
you,
And
cheers.
Bear's back just in time for a super chat. We have a super chat from Mark Arnold, who's very kind to send us £5. He says, good opening comment from Messi. Pakistan have royally fucked themselves. Although he didn't use the word fucked, maybe YouTube doesn't like it. But thank you so much, Mark. Appreciate that.
That was good.
Kieran Roseblade says, that's better from Pakistan, showing a bit more grit and determination. Maybe they need a new selector to really kick on a bit. I think a dozen new selectors probably, Kieran.
Well,
Mr. P says, good morning. Looks like it might be a good cricket wicket finally.
It's getting there. It's slowly getting there. That one's just knocked out into the leg side by Ducket, and they get through for a single. Ducket's on 43 off 38. Crawley's 26 off 32. He's had a couple of scares and got away with both of them. So he'll be reasonably okay. Oh, now that one's come back and is a big appeal. Now I think that got inside edge. Would be my bet. Otherwise, I think the umpire might have been tempted to give it. So let's have a look whether they want to review it. get inside edge. Yeah, maybe going over the top then. He's a tall man. It's hit him above the pad. Well, they decided not to review it. Goes forward to this one. Living dangerously, you'd have to say Crawley is. Ducket looks pretty secure.
Yeah.
Well, that's Crawley, isn't it? He's sort of. I've never really felt kind of secure with him.
I have recently. He goes back to this one. Just works it down to long on. And there's no run. Like most openers, they probably prefer facing pace first up.
Yeah.
Have a look at that again. It's hit him in line. It was missing again. Going over the top. New ball, I guess. Only just going over the top.
Yeah.
But I mean, that would have been a bit of a waste of a review, considering you could sort of see where the stumps were and his legs were above. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's a very tall man.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah, it's true.
Just dropped out on the offside by Ducket behind square, and there's no run.
How tall actually is he? Is it sort of about 6'7" ish?
Yeah, he's about that. That's flatter and quicker by Sajid. And Ducket just defends into the onside this time, and there is no run. And England's run rate has dropped below 6.
Wow. Mr. P says, did Bashir bowl too flat again? No, he actually tossed it up more today, but his consistency just wasn't there. His direction and his length was pretty erratic in my view. Ahmed PK says, good conversation. Spinning wicket, that's fine. Chad Wright says, nothing better than waking up in the morning and catching a little guerrilla cricket with a morning coffee. Oh, yes, indeed, Chad. That's perfectly true, which Mr. P says, amen to that. And Kieran says, well, all joking aside, Pakistan should probably replace whoever it is who's put in charge of selecting the selectors. Maybe put in someone who's heard of planning. Yeah.
Well,
good luck with that.
Did you just see that stat that came up on the screen then? Driven at by Nauman. There's an appeal. Rizwan didn't appeal, but the bowler appealed and first slip appealed. There's a big booming drive by Crawley, offered.
Wow. So 266 days ago is the last time any of their spinners played a first-class match.
Exactly. That's crazy, isn't it?
That's insane.
Well, here's another review from Pakistan.
They didn't touch that.
But he didn't touch it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, certainly the bowler and slip appeal, but Rizwan didn't, and he's keeping. Presumably he's nearest.
I think he touched the ground with his bat. Maybe.
It's close to the bat. Maybe.
Fuck, it is close. Yeah.
Well, we shall see with Snicker. It's difficult to tell.
Because there's nothing else to make a sound, is there?
No, he did get a little snick.
Yes, he did. Good review.
Very good review. Good review by the slips, because Rizwan didn't know. And Ducket, it's been quite a tortuous little period for Ducket, and he finally has to go. So there we go. Pakistan do get their first wicket, 73 for 1.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Was it Ducket who almost got run out, or Crawley?
It was Crawley. Survived an LBW by reviewing it, and has finally been caught. So he's had 3 chances, if you like. Yeah. But it's not a bad opening start. 73 for 1 in 12 overs. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, you would be, wouldn't you? That's certainly the highest opening partnership of the Test series by a very long way.
And finally, now, what can Pope do? Smashed his second ball down. Got caught fantastically in the first Test.
That was actually that was really impressive that he managed to. He almost kind of looked and went, that fielder over there, slam.
Yeah, that was a really good catch as well, wasn't it? Full length dive, one hand catch. It was a ball that he did pretty well. This man is coming out. No longer the standing captain.
We got a Pope. We got a Pope. Take a good hard look. It's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope. Take a hard look at Ollie Pope.
Well, let's see what he can do.
It's interesting how much shit Pope got over reviews that he got wrong while he was skipper. noticeable that the two reviews that Stakes has taken since he came back, they were both off too.
Yeah, very much so. But that was a successful review by Pakistan, a good one. Nauman only gets his first wicket, 1 for 25. He's only bowled 4 overs, so he's going for 6 and over, but he's got a wicket. Let's see what Pope can do. Facing up, Nauman coming around the wicket between the umpire. Love that, old school. But first ball he drops short, and Pope would immediately get himself off a pair as it goes out to the deep, and he's got a run, and he's off and running. Yeah, it's interesting that Rizwan just really didn't go up at all, did he? But slip and the bowler did. Rizwan was just concentrating too much on taking the ball, I presume. But that is quite mad that their bowlers have, not played a first-class match since 244 days.
Months. Yeah.
When's the first-class season? Surely they've missed the first-class season, presumably. Nauman Ali is in to Ducket, just worked it into the leg side, and there's no run.
Well, one of them was a full year since he played a first-class game. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Why is that though? Are they not good enough for their state sides or whatever they play sides? The railway side, reverse swept by Ducket. Down towards third man. Is anyone down there? There's no one down there, and Ducket just rolls on with yet another 4.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
He's on to 47. Just rolling on. Ducket seems to love batting in these conditions.
That jingle lives rent-free in my head.
4 on the floor. Yeah, it's funky.
I love it, but it's really annoying when it's sort of 3:30 in the morning and I'm trying to get to sleep, and that just sort of appears in my
keeps
head.
Going, keeps your legs juggling. That's down the leg side and swept hard. There is a man down there though, and it'll just be the 1 run.
That's what gorilla jingles are for.
Absolutely, earworms.
They're all earworms, yes.
Yeah, they are.
Pope on strike. Last ball of Nauman's 5th over. Pope will face. Taking their time between deliveries. Here comes Nauman for the last ball of the over. Bowling to Pope. Short leg and a slip. And he just defends that out into the offside. And there is no run. And that ends that over. 13 done. Over to you, Messi.
Jong Shana, before that wicket, Bell said, this is sad cricket. And Liam Mahoney had said, had said, how costly will that non-run out be? Turned out not very expensive at all.
No.
Hariharan Rahman says, England batting with intention to go for a big score, or Pakistan bowling below average? Thanks. It's hard to know. It's England being England, really.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say
it's not been that bad. Duckett's test average is over 41, says Mr. P. That surprised me. It was so high. I'm not surprised at all. I think he's been doing very nicely. Jay says the reason Zulfikar Ali Bhutto banned alcohol in Pakistan is the cricket team.
Well, Sajid is going to continue into his 7th over. He's over the wicket to Ducket, who defends the first ball. Back to him, and there is no run. I mean, England are winning 100 here in, 20 overs? That one's short. He goes back and cuts it, does Ducket, but straight to point, no run.
I mean, they are still going at near enough of run a ball, aren't they? So
near enough, just under 5 and over. Under 6 and over.
That'll do.
Sajid around the wicket. Ducket once again defends, and there's no run. Sajid's bowled okay, but he's still been pretty expensive.
what do you think actually happened to Ducket in the sort of period between the Bangladesh thing?
Well, that's reverse swept. Anyone out there? There is a man out there, but they probably get back for 2, and I think that'll be Ducket's 50. He does indeed get back for 2, and the Ducket has got 50 of 47 deliveries. Well batted him.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half-century.
It's back against Pakistan as an average of 81.8. Only got to 100. Look, gets into the 80s and 90s a lot, does Ducket, but he doesn't seem to care if he gets out there. He just carries on batting, doesn't he? And I think that's quite admirable in a way. Maybe you don't get the plaudits for getting the tons, but I mean, if you get 80 in every game against Pakistan, you're not doing too bad, are you? As that one just worked behind square on the leg side and there's no run. Down the track he comes, doesn't quite get to the pitch, but pushes it out to mid-on and gets through for a single. Ends that over, 4 off of it, 82 for 1 England. Ducket will retain the strike.
So there is a war on socials that's undeclared and yet constant. It is between David Barrett and YY Pond about consistency of messaging. David Barrett has just fired the last shot. All he says is, go harder. I haven't seen a doomed message today from YY Pond, so Dave's ahead in today's battle. We're up to date over there. In fact, we're up to date everywhere. I'm pleased to say.
That's good news. And the sun has come out. Still quite hazy in Multan, it has to be said. Milky sunshine. Nauman, it's over the wicket to Ducket, who tries a big reverse sweep. And then Rizwan is still holding the ball over the stumps. Duckett's looking at him saying, I'm not moving. And Rizwan saying, go on, lift your foot, lift your foot, lift your foot. Attempted a big reverse sweep. Didn't get anywhere near it.
What's interesting is, as far as the spinners are concerned, there's a pretty reasonable consistency of bounce, which means that the sweep doesn't become such a dangerous shot.
Well, exactly. I mean, this is it. It's not inconsistent turn and bounce, is it? There aren't any jumping up, ragging out of the footholes or anything at the moment. Ducket just works that to mid-wicket, no run. That's when it becomes dangerous, and that's more what you see in India, really, isn't it? You know.
Yeah.
Pitches where one ball goes along the ground and the next ball's up over the shoulder, and then it becomes a bit of a lottery.
I don't see any sign of any of the Pakistani spinners thus far aiming to use a top spinner or something like that. Might affect the
no. Ooh, a very full ball attempted drive by Ducket, inside edge, I think, onto boot. There's almost a half appeal by Pakistan, but no, and no run.
It's an odd one because without the seamers, you kind of, I don't know.
Just knocked into the leg side by Ducket, and there is no run.
It's like they're sort of, I don't know whether it makes it easier or more difficult for England because you're having to kind of work out the bowling plan as you go kind of thing, because there's not that kind of, you know, the traditional thing where you start with your seamers and then onto the spinners and all that sort of thing.
Well, I think England are quite good at working that out. That's nicely clipped down to wide long on by Ducket. Didn't quite get to the pitch, checked his shot a bit. Timed it quite nicely, but there is a man out in the deep and they'll get one run.
It does make for a kind of an odd one when you kind of, I don't know, like, because how are they going to change it up and all
well,
that
they're
sort
not.
of thing?
That's the choice they've made, and I think it's a bad choice.
It is indeed.
They thought they were going to create a wicket. They've probably not got enough runs in the first innings as Pope comes right forward and defends the last ball of the over back to the bowler and there's no run. I think it's still a 450 pitch, and I think 360 or whatever they got is probably not enough. I mean, look, England are on 83 for 1, fairly untroubled in 14 overs. So anyway, over to you, Messi.
Stephen Kelk just says, well batted, Mr. Ducket. Indeed. That's all we've got going on socials right at this minute. But do feel free to super chat us. And just remember that if there is a particular jingle you like that doesn't upset the YouTube censors, we're quite open to being bribed into playing it in the form of a super chat. even for the English women T20 team, Mog has provided a whole lot of jingles which are available, which
And now no longer needed.
with a super chat.
Yeah.
I
That was
capitulated yesterday.
painful.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I did. It was just
Dire.
yeah, really bad.
Jamal's back into the attack, and his first ball is around the wicket to Ducket. He drives in quite pleasantly up to mid-on, no run. We've got probably this over and maybe two more. Maybe if the spinner bowls a quick over, we might get two more in after this. If not, it'll just be the one, and it'll be tea. The day is moving on once more. Only one more session to go. As Jamal is coming around the wicket to Ben Ducket, it's driven. Can't quite beat the man at cover. There was a mid-off covering behind him, which I'm sure would have fielded it. They might have got through for a single, but they didn't. The trails us by 283 runs now. Going on at a good pace. If they carry on this for the rest of the day, they'll be they'll score about 260, 280. And they've done that in pretty much 2 sessions.
Yep.
And then they'll be right in front of the game. 2 days gone, only 50 runs behind, 60 runs behind. Depending on how many wickets they lose, of course.
Picks.
Well, it'll put everyone out, I think, as well, won't it?
Yeah.
As that one is just knocked square, behind square, out into the deep. And Ducket will get off strike, bringing Pope on. And yeah, it does look quite hazy there, doesn't it? It's quite a low-rise city, isn't it, Multan? Has it got a big population? Is it quite a small population? Looks
About 1.9 million.
No, it's quite big.
Pretty much the same as Rawalpindi.
But no, mind you, this ground is out of the city, isn't it? Because it all looks a bit sort of low-rise housing estates around the ground. Pope is getting ready to face up. Jamal is coming over the wicket to him, and Pope clips that pleasantly into the leg side, beats mid-wicket. Not sure it's got enough to get it for 4. It's being chased down in the deep by, I think, the skipper, Shah Masood. He should only get back for 2.
How high up is Multan? Altitude-wise?
They got 3 there, actually. I'm not sure. I don't think it's particularly high up. I don't know. I don't know where it is in Pakistan. Is it North Pakistan? South? I think it's South Pakistan, isn't it? Which is quite flat.
Yeah.
Sort of mid-southwest elevation. Hold on. I'll tell you. It is 122 metres above sea level.
So not high at all.
No. I just wondered, because that can sometimes sort of have a bearing on how a pitch behaves and stuff.
Yeah, well, this is just a bloody road, isn't it? That's just defended by Ducket out to cover.
I'm now just grabbing at anything that might make a bit of a difference. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I think after 10 days it might start doing stuff, back end of this test. I mean, it is doing a little, it's certainly doing more than it did in the first test.
Yeah, that's true.
There is, the odd one is hitting the crack, and there is a bit of movement therefore for the seamers, although Pakistan don't have any. And the odd ball is turning reasonably sharply, but as we said, it's a pretty consistent turn, and the bounce is reasonably consistent. I guess the thing about the inconsistent bounce is when it's inconsistent, it's generally always keeping low. There's none that seem to jump up. So if it is going to do anything, it's going to keep low. Which you can keep in mind. Ducket gets an inside edge onto his pad. Last ball of the over goes out to cover, and there's no run.
Stephen Kelk says Ben Ducket is a proud standard bearer for all of mediumly heighted men the world over. Stephen Kelk says, I'll second that. Hashtag height solidarity. David Durrell, aka Pom, says Tuchel has been appointed England manager. What? Missed that. Let's have a discussion about it. Mr. P says, I was once considered tall at 6'1", but kids these days, oh my God, there are loads of lads way over 6 foot at my daughter's school. too much beef burger growth hormones. We think that's certainly a part of it. The average height is continuing to go up and up and up.
Indeed.
M says, is it Ducket or Duquet?
Duquet, nice. Nauman starts his 7th over and he's back around the wicket to Pope, who defends out to cover, and there's no run.
And Pirate Bradshaw says, ahoy, hi old salts and sea dogs. Hello, Pirate. Good to have you.
Aye. Indeed.
I was considered very, very tall in 1901.
Pope goes back, attempts to cut, but can only cut it as far as the man at point, and there is no run.
I've got a little brother who took all the family height.
Well, I'm 5'8". I was never tall. My son is taken after me, and I take after my granddad, who was short and stocky. So it certainly runs in the genes on my side.
Yeah. We're a weird mix of very, very tall and very, very short.
Well, I'm not sure if that, I think that must have been off with a little bit of bat into the leg side. Pass short leg by Pope, no run. Pope not dashing yet. I'm probably actually just seeing through to tea. How many left? Three balls left. It's 10:39. Just ticked over to 10:40. So this should be the last over before tea.
So in the 34 years to 2022, the average height of a male went up by 1.8 centimetres. So nearly an inch.
Wow.
That's in 30 years.
That's pretty good going.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's defended back to the bowler and there's no run. Yeah, I was average height when I was younger at 5'8", and now I'm short because it's average. It's 5'9", I think.
Yeah. And the average height of women went up by 1.3 centimetres in the 24 years to 2022. So yeah, everybody's just fucking getting bigger.
Yep. Nauman around the wicket, short, wide, and cut by Pope to the man in the deep. Yep. And just be the one run. There's a bucket hat in the deep, like it. Worn by Sajid.
We need to put people in the dark and stop watering them.
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly kept in the dark enough.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder what the average height of a cricketer is. So that's definitely gone up.
Well, it depends what part of the world you're in.
And whether it's a good cricketer or just your average cricketer.
Yeah, very true as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Nauman over the wicket to Ducket, who just works that into the leg side. That should be the end of the over. It should be tea. It is indeed. Umpire knocks the bail off, and England go to tea 88 for 1.
That's one.
It was very well done by England. Had a few chances. Crawley should have been run out, but Sajid managed to knock the stumps off with his arms and hands before, and never really had full control of the ball when the bails were taken off. So he got out of that, and he was about 3 or 4 yards short. It was a horrific mistake by him. Then he got away with an LBW that was given out, and he reviewed it and was going down, missing down leg side, and eventually he was out, caught behind, even though Rizwan didn't appeal, only the bowler and the slip did. They did review it successfully, and Crawley had to go for 27 off 36. Ducket not out again, 53 off 60. Pope in at the creases, not out, 5 off 9, 88 for 1. The 1 wicket to go to Nauman. At the end of that, all the bowlers are going over 5. And Nauman's going at 4.71, Sajid at 5.43, and Jamal at 5.67. Only 17 overs bowled for England's 88. That takes us through to tea. Any last messages?
Yeah, Kieran Rosebread says the pitches are road because if there was anything for the bowlers, this match would have been over on day 3. If you think about it, roads are saving Test cricket in Pakistan, not the jaunty type. Muttley says, wait, Will has been living since 1901? Is he a vampire, or has he got a portrait hidden away in the attic?
Wow, yes.
Oh, yeah. I've not just got the one portrait. I've got a gallery. That's how much I need it.
Yeah, fair enough. Mog says, in my family, the kids were divided by brains or looks. I am, of course, an only child. And M says, my father-in-law worked with colleagues who went to work in China. They all got considerably taller in 2 years of being there, eating the local food. And Jay says, I believe I were a giant on the island of Flores. And David Durrell says, I'm 5'10" and a half, but I have short legs. If I had proper length legs, it would be over 6 foot. I also have short arms and swap pockets, but that's a different story. And deep pockets, you mean, don't you? Yeah. David, I can't imagine you not being one to buy a pint when it's your round. That's it. So let's go to tea.
Yeah, indeed. We're back to the podcasts, and we'll see you in 20 minutes or so. Okay. Until then, bye.
See you in a bit.
Live on the Zone, October 19th. Francis Ngannou returns to the cage versus Reina Ferreira. When giants collide, the earth shakes. The Professional Fighters League presents Battle of the Giants. The two most feared MMA fighters clash in the cage for the world heavyweight title. Plus, MMA legend Chris Cyborg faces two-time PFL champion Larissa Pacheco in one of the biggest women's MMA fights ever. Battle of the Giants. Ngannou versus Ferreira. October 19th, live on the Zone. Buy now at thezone.com.
Thoughtful driving tips from Esso, number 3. This is Kieran. He's doing 70 on the motorway, on his way to a cheeky spa appointment, though his diary says he's visiting a client. Naughty Kieran. Lowering his speed to 60 could save him up to 9% in fuel on the journey. Enjoy that hot stone massage, Kieran. Slowing down a little.
What's it like to trade crypto on Kraken? Let's say I'm in a state-of-the-art gym surrounded by powerful-looking machines. Do I head straight for the squat rack? I could, but this gym has, come your own...
For a well-deserved dollop of distraction. Forget life's mistakes and lose yourself in cakes. Empty your head. Fill it with baked goods instead. Get away from it all. Watch some handshakes from Paul. Ah, sweet relief. The Great British Bake Off. Be a style baker and stream the new series now on Channel 4.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. There's been all sorts going on as we're squeezing this chat huddled around our bar just the day before the second Pakistan test. So clearly we're going to be talking a lot about that. We're going to reflect on the madness of the first test and the tumbling of records. We're going to look ahead to the second test. Same pitch, different day. Pakistan in disarray. Chat a bit about the women's T20. Are Australia unstoppable? England are going very well. Thanks for coming, Scotland, and a few other things, I guess. India marmalised Bangladesh in a T20, but that Nepal record against Mongolia still stands.
Who cares?
And if we get time, because I think it does relate certainly to some of the team selections we're seeing, the madness of cricket schedules and just how fair is it on players and to a certain extent spectators. Our guest is the inimitable tooting trumpet, the Mersey mouth, the one and only Gary Naylor. Hello, Gary.
Hello, about to speak knowledgeably about Mongolian cricket, I suspect.
Well, we were looking forward to that. Yeah, that was a very specific part of the brief we sent you.
Must be the question.
Well, I can tell you that my experience of Mongolia is coming across two natives of that country at Baku airport in full fig. Both of them about 6'5". I mean, it was a bit like being at a kind of theme park, but no, they were real, and they were on their next flight home to Ulaanbaatar or whatever. But at that point, my knowledge of Mongolia runs out.
I have none.
You've both got arguably a bit more than me, but there we go. Well, we've got to start, haven't we, with the current test series in Pakistan. Crazy hours for all of us. I think I'm picking you up in the morning, Gaddy, after a night in the Bishop and Bear. I've got to pick you up at 5 in the morning, so I'm thoroughly looking to that. And if
it's not too early, man. I mean, it's doable.
Probably the joys of hearing about last night's theatre review, some obscure French farce at the Hackney Hippodrome that will keep me entertained until we get to the studio. Right. Well, records, and more records. What did we make of that first test? Gary, you're our guest. Oh, by the way, what would you want to drink? We should definitely start there before we do anything.
What time is it? It's midday, isn't it?
It is.
I think
midday somewhere.
I think I still need a cappuccino from the bar, although I may move on to something stronger later.
We'll do that. We've got a machine that makes all the noises as well, so we'll get that for you. And whilst you let us know your sort of your overriding thoughts from that bonkers first test.
Well, to me, it's a vindication of baseball, a phrase that a lot of people seem to have taken against, but it actually illustrated what I think is its underlying principle, which was never slogging. It was always more than batting positively. It was about assessing at any point in a test match, how do we get to a win? What they did was navigate, as I suspect no other team in history could, find a route from where they were at the middle of day one, the start of day two, at the end of day two, the middle of day three. They found a route to be able to get a win from such an unpromising surface, and having conceded over 500 in the first innings, such unpromising match position. And they did it, yes, through the near genius of Harry Brooks' attacking play and Joe Root's sheer comfort at the crease. But it's the result of far more than that. It's the result of selection. It's the result of an overarching principle, which is ironclad, that we will play this way. It's the result of leadership. It's the result of confidence. It's the result of putting together an overarching strategy in Test cricket that is now being implemented. You can add in field placings. You can add in the confidence that comes to spin bowler Jack Leach bowling like he never did under Joe Root. It really is extraordinary, and we shouldn't lose sight amongst the myriad of records and all the stats stuff and fourth highest innings in Test history, that the most important part of all of that was that it was put not in service of individuals, not even in service of the team, but in service of getting a victory in an overseas Test match. And to pull it off with such aplomb, with so much time in hand, it really is one of the great Test match victories, notwithstanding the weaknesses of the opposition, which of course primarily became apparent as a result, as it always does in sport, of the excellence of their opponents.
I agree. Bear, have you got Sue Perkins' number? Because I really think we should recommend Gary for a slot in just a minute.
Well, how rarely do I agree with virtually everything Gary says, is what I'm about to say. And,
you're a bit faint, by the way. You're standing the wrong end of the bar. Could you get a bit
wrong end of the bar?
Right?
Yeah, sorry.
That's better. Yeah.
Mic was up in the air. Considering I've just been the job as an audio technician, that's pretty poor. But But I mean, it's amazing hearing that come out of your mouth, Gary. I mean, well, it's not, because you came round to baseball quite quickly, actually.
I did.
But, your initial response, I remember when we were in the studio together, was this is never going to work.
Yeah, it was.
And I was telling you, it is going to work. It's positive. It's basically positive thinking in sport. It's essentially what it is. And one thing I will add to that is I think they won it almost for Stokesy as well. It is a team effort, and they do it for each other, and they just revel in achieving as a team. It's quite a fantastic thing to see. And the thing is, I don't think any other English captain coach combination may be able to pull it off. I think this could be a kind of little interregnum, if you like, not necessarily once in a generation. It could, it's just a little interregnum in English cricket where you've got a state educated Kiwi English guy who's just a fucking stubborn old boot who refuses to back down and always thinks positive about winning, and an equally the same Kiwi, actually, funnily enough, who is his kindred spirit, is managing the side, and they've just said, right, get rid of the cobwebs of all your dirty thinking, go out there, play the game of cricket, enjoy it, play it like it should be played, be aggressive, play to win. And they do all that. Obviously there's planning and everything involved, but they do all that, and it comes out. I mean, that was Gary rightly says, I mean, that was one of the greatest Test matches you'll ever see, to win from 550 behind with that many on the board, facing that kind of pitch, to be able to
I saw someone had put up that graphic or something about the death of cricket. I thought that's, anyone who even thought that was a good thing to put up has no concept of what cricket.
Having said what I've just
really
said,
means.
that was a shit.
It was an awful
shit test wicket. And the fact that they are, which is one of the things I suppose we should talk about in this, that they are going to play the second test, and we were joking about this, weren't we? On air, we were basically saying, well, I was saying they should just play all 3 tests on the same wicket. The middle test will be maybe a decent comparison between bat and ball, and by the third test you'll get a complete burner.
If it's to be at Multan, and we don't know. That's only a wild rumour at the moment.
Security concerns in Rawalpindi, isn't it?
It's that, and I think it's also stadium readiness. The BBC put up a little chart this morning with a picture of Chris Silverwood on one side and a picture of Brendan McCullum on the other. Apparently it's 30 baseball tests we've now had, i.e. since Brendan McCullum took over. And they looked at the last 30 of Chris Silverwood, and obviously the first 30 therefore of Stokes and McCullum. Wins for Silverwood 9, wins for McCullum 20, draws for Silverwood 8, draws for McCullum 1, losses 13 for Silverwood, 9 for Brendan McCullum. So that's the one that, funnily enough, is not that different. The draws is where it's hugely different, converting them into win. Run rate under Chris Silverwood just a shade over 3.09, and under McCullum 4.61, which I think it's very much about to me, chaps, it's really about the batting and less about the bowling. I know they say about bowling to take wickets. I get all of that, and I get they're getting some great performances out of some of their bowlers, and I know we had Jimmy Anderson. But I think if you compare this England team to, say, the great West Indies team who went on that phenomenal run in the late 70s, early 80s, early 90s, they only conceded 400 runs very rarely because their batsers didn't have to work so hard because their bowling was so good. When they were on a similar run, England kind of are the other way round. The bowlers have leeway because the batsmen create the totals that give them that leeway. I don't think it's England's. The philosophy is driven more by the batting, I believe, than the bowling. Or the execution is, at least.
I'm not sure I agree, because that's a standard metric. It's an easy metric to find. I would like to find a metric which talks about the number of close catches. If you take out the slightly irritating going to the short ball, which, to be fair, does bring results, where they go out to the boundary and they're on the hook and on the pull, you take that out, and it is absolutely chalk and cheese the number of slips, leg slip, short leg, close catching cover, close mid-wicket that England have now. I mean, literally, I'm almost certain of this because I saw a lot of England under Joe Root. Literally, I think in the first over of the match, if the ball went for 4, out would go the third slip, and would go out to sweeping on the cover boundary. By about the 8th over, there was 1 slip and a gully if you were lucky. The amount of attacking fielders that England post, regardless of the scoreboard, in the pursuit of wickets, is a huge change, and that has a psychological effect on the batter as well, because it makes them think, hang on, I might get out here. Every you miss, you've got 3 slips all in your ears shouting at you. It is an absolute sea change in the attacking mindset on the field. Harder to pin into a metric, easier when you're sat in the press box looking down from behind the bowler's arm. But it must just be a bowler's dream, because you think every edge is going to be taken here.
Well, when they drop
everybody drops them, but the reason why they're dropping quite a few is they're getting quite a few. And the balls that previously would have whistled through vacant second slip in the 8th over are now being caught at second slip and third slip. I love a leg slip. Leg slip is
I was about to say, the one thing, I can't remember, apart from the last 2 or 3 years, how many catches got caught at leg slip? Hardly any. I've seen loads in the last. I mean, it's not just us as well. People have copied us.
Well, also England do have a tendency, if wickets are drying up, to have a period where they will exercise the short ball quite
get a leg slip in.
So, and that's when they do start to sort of rather load the leg side field. Look, I'm not saying that the bowlers don't do their part. I'm 100% saying that, and I agree 100% what you're saying about the aggressive approach in the field, the bowling to take wickets, and supporting bowlers in that ambition through aggressive field settings, and often with Ben Stokes creative.
Yeah,
AKA sometimes called funky, but I'd rather say creative field settings. I'm just saying, and none of that would mean a jot were it not for the ability to pile runs on at speed. And I think the success so far of Bazball has been driven by the batting more than it has the bowling.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree, but as Gary says, I think it's a lot easier to see, isn't it? Than, because at the end of the day, when you look at a scorecard, you go, England scored 450 runs, and it tells you the run rate. Whereas whether you get a side out for 200 or 300 or 400, it doesn't tell, it was caught somebody, but it doesn't say caught leg slip, or it doesn't say caught second slip. You just go, it was a wicket, and it scored. I don't know. It just doesn't seem to add up in the same way.
You never
an easy run rate to follow.
You never hear the expression bowling dry anymore, because you don't bowl dry, you bowl for wickets.
Even though there are occasions when England do still do it, it doesn't get referred to in quite that same, because it's not.
They don't do it for very long.
So evident when they do it now.
Well, the one thing under Stokes is they change plans very quickly, don't they? I mean, they go, right, we're going to do this, and they do it for 4 or 5 overs and quickly realise, that one's not working, we'll go to something else, And he's quite happy, as you say, to just switch it around and go, well, I'm not just going to sit in the game, I'm going to strive for something, create something.
I love the way he seldom needs a conference to do this, Stokes.
No.
It's like a kind of no-look pass in football. He just says, you and you're going there, and there.
Yeah.
Tells the bowler, we're going to plan C, and off he goes and does it.
And the thing is, everyone buys in.
Completely buys in. I mean,
and that's what makes it so effective.
I just add one word there, Gary. No-look accurate pass.
Yeah,
I watch a lot of Watford. They do a lot of no-look passes. the key is whether they actually reach the bloke they're aimed at.
I think that's true, but I think that one of the things we haven't mentioned about the Baz-Stokes axis is the fierce sporting intelligence which is on show here, which is, as we know, it's a different kind of intelligence to academic intelligence or emotional intelligence, although emotional intelligence is still very strong. But the number of times Ben Stokes does something and you think, I wish I'd thought of that, which you never did with Joe Root. He's a lovely bloke. He's a tremendous batsman, obviously, but he has zero leadership skills. And this was so evident towards the end when he really wanted out. And because he's such a decent bloke, he couldn't go to his boss and say, look, I don't want to do this anymore. So he soldiered on. And some people will say, well, at the start, when he started, he was more imaginative and everything else, but it was like turning a light on in a darkened room when Stokes was captain. Within about 20 minutes, you think, what's going on here? We have a leader on the...
We're back.
We are indeed.
Tone. Good morning, Tone. Good of you not to show up today. Why are you not showing up today?
I had other work meetings, just awkwardly timed,
that
I would have been in the car for when they were on, so I took a considered view. It's been an interesting morning though. I've been watching very closely indeed, letting you know that Dylan was on his way. I was getting Jason style messages about the quality of the bus service. Jamal is in after lunch, the one seamer for Pakistan, and it's immediately tickled round the corner down to fine leg by England's former deputy captain. Well, he's still deputy captain. England's former captain.
Vice captain.
Vice captain, beg his pardon. He was captain for Sri Lanka and for the other ones. Anyway, he is off and running. After tea, 90 for 1. Where were England at tea? 88 for 1. It was a fascinating morning. I mean, Pakistan started, 259 for...
259 or 256?
For 5 they were at the start.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot.
They added 100, I think, by lunch as Jamal is in. Full driven by Ollie Pope straight to mid-on. But Jack Leach, 4 wickets. They added 99 in the morning. And then, of course, all out for whatever they brought out for.
365, I think.
366. You're close. You're missing one off all the time, I think. So Crawley had, I think, 3 lives. Will, good morning, afternoon, evening, dusk. Hello, mate.
Messi,
Right,
do you want to turn your picture off?
I think Messi's frozen.
Oh, is he?
Jamal in, pushed to short mid-wicket by Pope. No run he has now. He's unfrozen from the weather cave.
I think he was just looking at his...
We don't know what he was looking at. The angle of his eyes were like he was reading
do we
something.
want to know? Probably not.
Well, you never know. I'm sure he was just checking, the latest weather in the Cayman Islands or something. I don't know. 90 for 1. England going nicely. They did lose Crawley, but he'd ridden his luck, Will. He'd ridden his luck, hadn't he? Just hold that thought as we... there's this a one slip, but he's sort of positioned a wide second slip, sort of between second and third slip. I hate that. It drives me nuts. If you're going to have slips, have slips. Have the courage of your convictions. Not a neither here nor there.
Well, I just think the wicket's so slow, it doesn't really carry the first. I mean, you're going to get caught in third because they're going to be driving hard at it, so it's more likely to carry along that arc than it is if you get a tickle through to what would be first slip. You know, as Root was doing earlier, it's got to be very short slip to actually carry.
Don't hate me for this, but sort of at my standard field, I never had a first slip. I always had a second slip.
It's like kissing your sister. It's neither one thing nor the other. If you have the courage of your convictions, that's what you got to do.
Kissing your sister is definitely not
Jamal
one thing or the other.
Off his toes. But straight to one of 2 mid-wickets. So Pakistan are guarding quite carefully that leg side quite short. They know, well, both of the batters, but obviously one's a left. They're both left-handers, am I right? No, Pope's a right-hander, isn't he?
Yes.
Pope, but he both like to whip the ball off their toes. And the field very much positioned accordingly to that. 90 for 1. So deficit 276. But I was asking you, after this ball, I'll finally get round to asking you, well, this one short, pulled down to long leg. They'll take a single, and His Eminence, my ecclesiastical brother, the Bishop of Rome, will keep the strike, although they haven't quite worked that out on the scorecard yet. It's 91 for 1. Will Crawley did ride his luck a bit, I think it was 3 lives, including that crazy Sajid Khan missed run out.
Yeah.
And finally they got him, didn't they?
I've not seen someone ride their luck in such a short period of time for quite a while. It was almost like he took it into his head and kind of went, right, I'm going to see how many times I can nearly get out, but not quite.
He was certainly very slow. That was a bit. I mean, England's philosophy, and they were running along at the best part of 7 and over. Let's not forget.
Yeah.
Was really, really clear, I think, and it was absolutely. This pitch is not going to get better. Whatever it does, one thing we can be reasonably sure of, it's not going to get better. So runs on the board,
true.
get them all fast. It is the England way.
Well, and you can see that from the other end.
Nauman Ali back into the attack, and that's defended out towards cover.
We should have some jingles, shouldn't we?
No, rum. We should. Let's get old Spidey Nauman.
Some time has passed since Edward confessed, and now Nauman Ali is feeling repressed.
In comes Nauman. Nauman is an island. So that's defended back to him. I saw Stephen Kelk on YouTube encouraging me to come up with Nauman puns.
Yes.
But the one he quoted was I'd already used a couple of times.
Well, Nauman's an island.
Nauman is an island.
Yes.
There's something in.
Round he comes. Flicked. There is that flick off his legs by Pope. Out to wide mid on. No run. Will, you were saying?
No, he got a run. He went through for quickie.
Got a single. Beg his pardon.
I was just going to say, I think there's something in I can't get out of my head No Country for No Man or something like.
No Country for Old Men.
Men, yeah.
Yeah, there's something in that.
Doesn't sound
but I
like anything
can't
like Nauman.
Oh no,
I
but
know
it
what
does
you mean.
the rhythm of it. It's the rhythm, and I can't quite get.
Good film,
Country
that.
for Nauman. It is a great film.
I love.
Javier Bardem.
Yeah,
Bardem.
running around with a fucking
great big nail gun thing.
stun
that's
gun
powered
for
by an
cows.
oxygen
Yeah.
tank.
Bloody
Right.
great film.
Nauman Ali, left armour, over the wicket he comes, onto the back foot, goes the left-handed Duckster, who defends and then just has a cheeky little smile back in Nauman's direction. Perhaps he's trying to think of Nauman puns while he's batting.
It's a bolt gun, isn't it?
Bolt, that was right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I seem to
Ducket's
remember
now-
I went to see that film as one of my earliest dates with Vivian, actually. Thrown up, swept around the corner, down towards deep backward square. They take another single. So
I wouldn't call
88.
it
Sorry, go on, Will.
I was just going to say I wouldn't call it a particularly datey film. But
No, I was going to say yes.
I don't know. Must have worked.
Yeah.
93 for 1. It was 88.
She was scared. She jumped on top of you. Yeah.
We don't need to go into that level of detail, Bear. Come on now. You're better than that. Right.
No, I'm not.
Slip and a silly point, but neither needed. Defended by Pope out towards short mid-wicket. There is no run. It's the end of that over. It's 93 for 1. England have added 5 since the tea break. The Duckster rolls on in his inimitable aggressive fashion. He left one though. He left one earlier. I think the first over.
Yeah, he did.
Unfortunately, I was on a call and I couldn't listen to us. But I thought, I wonder if whoever is on our comm mentioned that.
I think we
Most
did.
notable thing, really.
I think we asked for a jingle for a leaf and Ducket. In fact, Jeremy Henderson says that's just wrong, Will. But I think that's just wrong. Tony, I think it was talking about the kissing the sister thing. Kieran Roseblade says, lads, if the wicket keeper is decent, you don't need a first slip anyway. Just like Bear
See,
said.
that was exactly my thinking. I never had a first slip in because I just thought, well, if the keeper's half decent, which I was lucky enough to have,
and that one is worked into the onside, and there is no run. If he's half decent, it implies he's half indecent or not decent enough. So if you happen to get the half not so good side, you need that slip. I think your maths doesn't work.
All wicket keepers are Jekyll and Hyde type characters. We all know this. They're all a bit nuts. You just have to let them be.
Yes, I agree. Best ever Jekyll and Hyde, Spencer Tracy, I think. I seem to remember him being a fantastic Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Going back a bit, mind you, not surprisingly. Right, Jamal it is, who's continuing with it. It was his ball that was defended there by this one. Is Fuller, swung away, flicked really. There's no leg slip, there's no fine leg, and Saj Masood is looking as though, well, someone's just stolen all of his toffees because he's not happy with that delivery at all.
Well, it's one of these.
1, 2,
Hit by the only man we haven't had a jingle for. Yeah, bad ball.
That wasn't really a double teapot. It was a folded arms.
Sigh.
Your mum's looking at you when you just refuse to come in for tea look. He really wasn't happy with his ball around the wicket. Defended nicely, well, flicked nicely off his legs to square leg. It's beaten square leg.
Ooh, is there
I
anyone
don't
out there?
think it's a slowish outfield. No, it's gonna be hauled in, but even of his powerful little legs, the Duckster should have come back for 3, but I think
Maybe
I
only on
would have said
2.
it's a no ball as well.
Oh God, another one. They've had a lot of these.
Gary's not in today, is he? We can't have that debate again. It's not a huge overstep.
Ooh, wow.
The back heel is just touching the line, but it's big enough. So yeah, 3 runs and a no ball. 101 England. 100 is up for England. The English flag is not billowing, but it's got a healthy flutter. With that warm breeze in Multan. And it's 101 for 1. Ducket is great to watch, isn't he?
He is. He's now
Flicked
joined.
by Pope to one of those 2 short mid wickets. Sorry, Will.
He's now joint top Englishman to reach 50 in 50 balls or less with Joe Root. They've both done it 9 times. Sehwag being the top of the list with 20.
As an opener, is that?
No, that's just anyone getting to 50 in 50 or less balls.
Oh, right.
Or
So in
fewer.
the time which he... Well, even with his leave, that thing as rare as hen's teeth, he has been motoring. He and Crawley were motoring, and he was doing most of it.
Yeah, he really was.
This one just defended, really. It was quite full by the solitary, lonely seamer, Jamal. Spent that time with Warwickshire. Will I like to say Warwickshire? Am I right?
I believe so. Yes.
Well,
It was either Warwickshire or Notts, and I can't remember which. I think it was Warwickshire.
Don't recall he did anything super spectacular in his period with them. I will have a look for you in just a second. Yeah, Warwickshire. It was Warwickshire. But what's he got here? He's bowling to Ollie Pope, who again defends on top of his off stump. The ball slightly edgily but safely rolls its way down to deep backward point. They take another single and the score moves on to 102. Yeah, he's played most of his cricket in and around Rawalpindi. 28 now, but he did play for Warwickshire. You're absolutely right. He played 2, got 40 versus Notts, none for 48 and none for 1, and then Surrey he made 26 at the Oval.
Yeah.
And 1, and then 1 for 79 and none for 14. Those aren't rocket ship, what am I saying? Rockstar. They're not rockstar stats, are they?
They really aren't. But I mean, I think sometimes you just have to accept that certain places
round the wicket he
aren't
comes
for you.
Nicely flicked by Ducket, but straight to short mid wicket, and there is no run. It's the end of that Jamal over. No damage yet for England. They're moving along quite nicely since lunch, and we can go to the Bear and see who's with us.
Well, Jay Groves says Bishop. It were 2007, not 1998. I pity you on Valentine's Day. Well, I pity Vivian Miller. He says. Pirate Battle says, I wonder if his parents found it difficult to choose a prey Nauman for Ali.
Prey Nauman for Ali.
presume
Well,
that-
it's NAU. It's odd. It's a weird thing about it. When you look at him in various different places, whether it's Crick Buzz, Crick Info, House Stat, any other places, they kind of it sometimes it's Nauman, sometimes it's Nauman.
Well, Nauman is Nauman. AU can be pronounced O, can't it?
Yeah, but they spell it on the captioning we're looking at, which is by the local broadcaster.
It's Nauman, but on his
That's
back,
Nauman.
it's Nauman.
Yeah, round the wicket he comes to the right-handed Pope anyway, who defends back to Nauman, and Nauman is going to get in the way of him fielding that.
I think the last series we were here, it was Nauman, because that's what we've got.
Yes, this is what I'm saying. Yeah.
So,
at one point, they seem to be playing fast and loose with how they choose to spell his name. He's been bowled well though. He took some tap, but then everybody did. But he has got the vital wicket. He got the wicket of Crawley on review. I must admit, when I saw it, I thought he's missed that surely. Crawley seemed totally relaxed about it. That's defended by Pope to that silly point, and there's no run. Yeah, Will, I looked at it first time. I had the sound down and I was trying to do a business call at the same time. But I thought he's missed that by a country mile. And what struck me was Crawley didn't seem bothered, did he?
Well, because Rizwan didn't go up though, did he? And Rizwan didn't go. Only first slip and the bowler went up. You think, well, if Rizwan's
he's
not
the one
going
who
up.
should have known most.
Yeah,
right,
well, that's
round
what
the
you
wicket
think.
again. Comes Spiny Nauman, and it's defended. It's the onside this time by Pope, and Rizwan has to trot across and do the fielding work himself because they're very much attacking the offside of Ollie Pope, and rather at the expense of anything short on the leg side. Now, why do you think that is, Will? Wouldn't you have someone in at forward short leg as well?
No.
If you're going to attack a batsman,
No,
I mean,
not to right-hander for a left-handed spinner who's turning it.
Well,
away
I
from
get
the bat.
it. The slow left armour.
So that's the only explanation I can think of.
In he comes. Up Ishley, down to that short third, or deep, or midward, backward point, whichever way you want to look at it, was well on the bounce. Not sure he was fully in control of that, Will. That seemed to pop on him just a little bit, didn't it? Popped on Pope.
Did a bit, yeah. Sort of popped over and then, I don't know. He seems...
Decent over.
A decent over. He seems to be the one that has the most over the England batsman.
In he comes out. That was an absolute perler. That bear.
That was.
I don't know.
Perfect delivery.
Bear's purr. Whatever the bear equivalent
bear's
of
growl.
purring is.
Cat's purr.
A happy growl from the bear, because that was a perfect left armer's delivery. It just drifted in, pitched and turned, beat the outside edge. Wow, you won't see a better left arm delivery, really, will you?
No, except for catching the edge, maybe.
Well, yes, obviously one that does take the wicket, but it did everything but. Well taken by Rizwan too. In comes Nauman, he'll be encouraged by that. And Pope's response to that is just, it was slightly shorter, didn't turn as much. Pope just stands tall and slaps it past backward point for 4 runs.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Still very little margin for errors, and he's dropped that just a tad short, and he's been cut.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot. You're right. There is little margin for error. Who was that? Is it Shah Massoud who was after it? He was never going to get there.
Nearly.
What do you make of? Did you watch the England? I'm sure you did, Will. You will have watched England's women yesterday. That was horrible disappointment, wasn't it?
Absolutely tragic.
It was rabbit in headlight stuff once the West Indies opening pair got going.
It was awful. But I mean, I think the squad selection was possibly a little bit off. I'd have definitely taken Lauren Filer if it had been me. I think they rely on Eccleston a little bit too much.
Jamal is in. He's continuing to keep pace going from one end. He's their only pace option, remember. Defended into the onside by Ducket. No run.
She's a class act, though, Eccleston.
Sophie
Eccleston.
Sophie Eccleston is the best bowler in women's cricket at the moment. Like, both statistically and just to sort of, you can see it as well as the stats, you know.
Noticeably distraught at the end as well. I mean, clearly will have realised they'd rather let themselves down. 6 or 7 drop catches, was it? I mean, some of them. That one's defended by Ducket, but he'll get a run because he's kind of just nudged it out towards point. There is no run. I mean, I know they said, well, we haven't really had the chance to practice much here. Why? I don't get that as an excuse. That's down to their management team to make sure they.
Well, it was also their 4th competitive game on the same surfaces. So
it's kind of crazy.
And if you drop 8 catches, you can't expect to win.
No.
And they kind of kept saying, "Oh well, it's the way that the floodlights are, because they've got the ring floodlights rather than the and that does make a difference."
Is that the one they call the Ring of Fire? Or
Yeah.
am I thinking of another. It's the one they call the Ring of Fire. Jamal, in he comes. Just defended again by Pope. Very solid by my ecclesiastical brother, and there's no run. Carry on, Will.
But I was just going to isn't that just stick a pair of decent shades on and that'll settle? I'm not saying.
Well, not at night. You don't want shades at night, though, do you?
Unless you're Joel Wilson, in which case it's shades for any occasion.
Yeah, well.
Never mind the fact it's pitch black. Gotta put my shades
and a guide
on.
dog.
He's doing. No, I'm becoming a convert to Joel. I have no stats to back it up other than just watching every game, but to me he seems to be a lot more reliable than he once was.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
That one drifts in a bit to Pope, but he just waits for it, angles the bat, steers it out through extra cover. 2 men chase it, neither will get there. It's 4 more to Pope's, 4 more to England. 111 for 1.
on the floor. And one more fall than the four before. That's what fours are for. To get funky on the dance floor.
Have you done something different with the sound there? I've just noticed I'm hearing the jingles absolutely crystal loud and clear.
No, you can fiddle more with the settings in the back, and so you can actually get them to come through.
Ah, well, it's working. Well done. Another technical triumph, which I could claim no ownership of at all.
Of course.
111 for 1. It's all the ones for England here. Nelson's, of course. Is that going to be a problem? Not for Pope, no, because he waits for that, swings it away through mid-wicket and swings it away for 4 more.
Oh, no one out there. Nice.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give. The phone.
How many wickets has Jamal? How many overs has Jamal bowled on the spin here? Will is he due a blow?
Is this his?
Well, it's obviously only it's
Third
only
or
since tea
fourth.
though, isn't it? So he would have had a break at tea time.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, good point.
So he must be due for. You'd think that. Well, in his head, he's sort of thinking, "Oh well, I must be due," but all that pressure keeps getting broken.
Nine off this over so far, and he comes. Pope again, very comfortably indeed, guides it out to a deep point. Takes a single this time. Nicks the strike. The Duckster probably won't mind that too much. He's on 62. Pope is on 23, and England marching along still at a very decent lick indeed. 116 for 1, 250 now exactly behind. There.
Well, Kieran Roseborough says Tony seems to think there's a fielding side. You can either attack or defend, but there's an in-between area of the two lines of thinking. Do we know where this is going? That's no man land.
Oh, got it. It's no man's land.
Which Kieran J. Grover says, spat the tea at that lad. He also says, serious point, it's a wee bit harsh to criticise something which were a proper traumatising experience in their lives. I don't know what you're actually referring to though, Jay.
Which was that? Are we talking about the England women yesterday, or are we talking about something else? Sorry, I genuinely don't know what we were criticising.
Well, yeah, maybe that.
Is there? If there's anything we need to apologise for, let me know what it was.
I'm not at all really having a go at them individually. I just think it was, I don't know, maybe
the England
step
team
too far.
Right. Well, here comes Spiny Nauman round the wicket. It turns, but it turns from wide, goes a bit wider, and it's just guided to backward point by Ollie Pope.
I think.
And they take a single, and the Duckster will be back onto strike. Left armour to left hander.
Sophia Dunkley had a really rough one, but you know, it's that thing of you get that occasionally, don't you? And it just sucks that it was.
Well, there is a slip.
The highest.
Now, slip and a leg slip, but Ducket is not going to trouble either. Well, he is actually, because the man at slip has to go sprinting across towards point to field, and they'll take another single. Still motoring along. What is the run rate at the moment? I think England going at, I'll let you know, about just over 5. Well, they were the early part of their innings when Ducket and Crawley were really driving forth. They were going around 7, so things have slowed up a little. But that's beautifully guided, really, by Ollie Pope. Not too much power. Shah Massoud goes after it. They field and fields from mid-wicket. It's one more to the score, 119 for 1.
Is this Pope's highest score since taking over the captaincy?
No, he got 150.
No, she got the ton at the Oval.
Oh yeah.
Highest score, not playing on a featherbed track on his own ground. Yes.
Yeah, I kind of don't. I think that's why I just completely forgot about it, because I just went, "Oh, it's Pope at the Oval. No one cares."
Oh goodness me! As a swing and attempted sweep by Ducket, he kept his back leg nicely rooted. Nauman enjoyed that. Rizwan was quick about his work. It was reverse swept, wasn't it, by Ducket? Did he keep his foot down? Yes, he did. Or he did have it in the air, but he had it down before. Rizwan absolutely splattered the stumps. So he survives, and as ever, if he was a poker player, I'm not sure he'd be a good one, Will, because he doesn't really disguise his intentions too well, does he, Ducket?
Absolutely not. No. And I kind of love him for that.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we all do.
But again, he's on 63, you know. He's, even if he got out now, he's done a good stint.
119 for 1. He's on 63 off 17. Nauman Ali 1 for 42. He's taken the 1 wicket to fall. Crawley edging behind. That one's a bit uppish. Flicked away around the corner. Leg slip half interested, but it was past him in a heartbeat. And there'll be one more to the score. One more to Ducket. And Ollie Pope will be back onto strike. This might be... have we got one more over, or is this the last ball of our stint there?
I don't know.
Leader today. So you tell me. I'm easy either way. I'm having fun, but equally, I can see Richard.
Richard is ready to go, so I think we'll come on because Richard wants in.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I think
Richard's
that's fair
been
enough. That's
dipping in and out.
Gutted out.
Right.
Gutted. I'm gutted. It's guided out to point. Richard, who is in his South Africa shirt, not dressed as a canary today.
No.
Huge disappointment. I shall take my leave with England on 120 for 1.
I'll see you later.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Cheers, fellas. I'm only half a canary today.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Is there some?
Are you still open? Are you still open to sponsored twirls today, Richard?
Yeah, sure. But if I have to go and fetch the yellow jumper to go with the yellow trousers, then they'll probably have to be $15.
Ah, well, there you go. Get to see you strip on air as well. No.
Now we're talking many. Am I ball by balling or?
It's me. You're next up. You're on next. You're doing ball by ball after this stint. I've done a lot of stints today, and I'm in here on my own. And poor Dylan is trying to do stuff for us next door without any company.
Oh,
because
Tony is joining remotely, is he?
Well, yeah. Of course, he organised himself a meeting.
He claims to have a life somewhere else.
It's ridiculous. I think.
I have that problem.
Well, we have a change in the bowling. Amir is out. Jamal is out of the attack, and into the attack comes
Sajid Khan, the very best model of a modern major cricketer. Sajid Khan.
It's Sajid Khan, number 38 off 7. Of course, affected the non-run out. Should have been out. Should have been a bit more patient, and it would have been miles out anyway. He's around the wicket. Horrible ball down the leg side. Somehow Ducket does manage to get a bat on it. Gets it down towards fine leg, but it'll only be 1 run.
Just remarkable how England always managed to just tear away for 5 or 6 overs, and then it kind of reduces.
Comes back a bit, and they get away again, don't they? I
mean, Ducket is not even at a run a ball anymore.
No. But at some point,
how was that even achievable at a certain point?
Well, at some point they'll accelerate.
Well,
again,
I did send him a message and say, look, you're going to be way over my GPL picks if you don't slow down a bit.
That'll be the reason.
Yeah, of course. Sajid is swept hard by Pope. I don't think there's anyone down there. There is not. Well, Pope's in on the action now. He's got himself in. He's feeling confident, and it's 4 more. Swept that very hard. That was a good shot. Got down. And there aren't too many demons in this pitch still. I don't know what Pakistan were playing at, really going so slowly and not scoring so many runs. Or maybe you can put it down to England's fairly decent bowling. Oh, has he bowled him? I think he has bowled him. He's got it through the gap. Played around that one. I don't know if it came off an inside edge. Or for a minute there, I thought it was. It must have done. I thought it bounced off Rizwan for a second there.
There's a fan.
There's a super fan. Pope can't believe it. He's been bowled like that, but he didn't get his foot across the ball. He did play outside the line of it, and it's come back through the gap, and he's been bowled. Let's have a look here from over the wicket. Yeah, it has. That's a good ball. That's what Bashir should be trying, really, and maybe we'll get a chance to in the second innings. Anyway, we have to say, wicket gone. Second one down for England. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust. Which will bring this man to the crease.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
And he'll have fond memories of this pitch, will he not?
He might just. I think he's gotten to know it reasonably well in recent days.
I think so.
I tell you what, say what you like about Sajid's bowling, but whoever it was earlier that said he looked like could be a tough street fighter or something along those lines might have just been right, because the look he gave was that of a wronged bird of prey out for revenge.
Yep.
After getting that wicket.
Well, Root will have to face the first ball. Ducket will be telling him, well, there's a bit of turn, but there's nothing to worry about. And Root's best, 262 scored in the last test he played. 12,664 runs. Less than 1,000 now to get second place over Ricky Ponting, I believe.
Don't think there's anything you can say to Joe Root when you're the batsman in the middle.
No.
He's on his way out. I mean, I've got it. I've batted a little bit in my time. just shut up.
Oh, yeah, and the same guard mark from last week. That's good. I don't have to take guard.
the stance marks are probably still there as well, whereas...
Yep. Yeah, about 3 feet deep. I mean, that's going to be the biggest problem by the end of the third test. If we play 3 tests.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's it. All the batsmen will be about a foot shorter as they stand in a little hole as they bat. Yeah. Sajid is coming in. He's gone for 5 and a wicket in this over. First ball to Joe Root. Scoots down, but Joe goes back and gets an inside half of the bat. Goes down towards fine leg. Did it come back for 1 or 2? Of course, they came back for 2.
2, but he's gone back and it's turned. And his eye has looked after him there. Might have been a good shout otherwise.
Yeah. Well, Joe does like to go back against the spinners. Likes to give himself time. I'm not sure that's that wise on this pitch, to be honest. We shall see. Well, he's reverse swept that inside slip, though. He's decided this pitch is a sweeping pitch, and I think he's probably going to come back for 2 again.
Wonder where he got that idea from.
Well, yeah, you wonder. It was in fact 2, indeed. Joe Root already scoring at the run rate of 200. 4 off 2. Brooke, the triple centurion from the first test, is the next man in. And now Stokes's back in the side, so that'll be interesting. I'm just quite sure he'll be quite attacking at 6. That one is just defended and there is no run.
So, Stephen Kelk continuing with some good no-man action, channeling Groucho Marx. He says, no man goes before his time, unless the boss leaves early. He also says, Tony, feel free to cruelly mention that it doesn't take Ducket long to get his foot back down on the ground, given that the distance involved is so small. And Jay says, damn you, Stephen, I thought you were one of us, i.e. the 5'8". Stephen says, I'm trying to hold a mirror up to Tony to emphasise his cruelty of properly apportioned people. Hashtag stand together. Sounds like you're standing on both sides of the fence, which can be fairly dangerous, Stephen.
It's important for us to note for the record that Sajid got a kiss on the head after that wicket, which is either the advantage or disadvantage of being bald.
Aye. No man is over the wicket to Ducket, who reverse sweeps that. This time he holds the shot and actually gets contact with it. Guides it down to Sajid with his bucket hat. What will be third man? It's a single. It is a marvellous hat.
Proper tea cozy.
Yeah.
Don't see many of those at all.
You need one of those with a handkerchief tied underneath it.
That would be perfect.
Presumably no man will go round the wicket to Joe Root. He will be looking to just carry on, I presume, from his innings in the last test. Eventually pinned LBW, wasn't he, eventually, by one that kept a little bit low and came into him. Finally, on 263.
Oh, the one that finally got him last week.
The one that finally got him.
Blank on that.
Well, Test average of 51 and a bit after 148 matches is pretty good going. Round the wicket is Nauman, and that's defended by Joe Root. Back up the track, and there is no run.
He doesn't look in the mood to play himself in.
No.
Today.
Well, they've rocketed along. I mean, 25, they're going at 5 and over, plus 130 for 2 and 24.2 overs. I mean, at that rate, they're going to overtake Pakistan before the new ball comes. If they can carry it on.
Frightening.
It is, isn't it? It goes back to that one, though. Defends into the offside. There is no run. A little bit of chat.
Nauman's interested.
Yeah.
They've got a plan, you'd like to think.
Wow, do you have a plan, Joe Root?
Well, they think they have a plan.
No,
they're
they
chatting about something.
Well, it'd be cock a hoop if they can get them cheap. Nauman is around the wicket to Joe Root. He goes back and just plays that into the leg side, into a gap. I think they're going to get 2 here. It's a good turn and throw, but they will get back to 2. Throw, because it was on the turn, had no power in it, and they got back easily in the end. Score.
Their dismissal of Pope's reinforces my major concern about Pope is that his lack of foot movement, getting his foot to the ball.
Yeah, but no one does that these days, do they?
Well,
apart from
it's a real
Joe
danger,
Root, basically, defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. I mean, if you look at the modern propensity of batsmen to play with the eyes, the foot generally goes down a line of a roundabout off stump. They get the head across and the weight across in line with the ball, but not the feet.
Yeah, it's still dangerous, though.
Yeah, it is
You
dangerous.
Can't just rely on hand-eye coordination.
No, that's tossed up and driven by Root. No real power, straight to the man at cover.
I think if you're
No
going
run,
after one as
end of
wide
the
as
over.
he was, you need a bit more footwork, because if you just drag your head that way, you'll topple over, which is what he did.
Yeah. Get outside the line of the ball. Oh, sorry, excuse me. It's been a long day, as I said. That's the end of the over. 132 for 2. Over to you, Messi.
Jay says, I'm so used to seeing people vaping and drinking on air, I was proper confused with what Richard were puffing on and thinking it were a pen. A pen, you say, says Stephen. I know not of such a narcotic. And Kieran says, excuse me, Kieran says, standing on both sides of the fence can be dangerous. Sounds like standing in no man's land. Here we go again. Russell Hubbard says, hi guys, I was feeding the chickens. No phone coverage. What happened to Pope? He was
bowled.
Excommunicated by a ball that came in sharply from outside the off stand. Probably got a slight inside edge to help it onto the stumps, but he didn't move his feet.
Yeah, it was a good ball. A bit of air, beat him in the flight, drove outside the line of it. Well, Ducket's come down the track this time to Sajid. Smashed him back over his head. And it's going to be 4 runs.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
First time we've seen Ducket go straight, really, and this one is dropped short, and therefore he cuts it in front of point. Presume there's someone out there. There is. Will they come back for 2? They do.
Yeah, he is living proof that whoever it was that said play in the V, was wrong.
Absolutely. Especially
but you know, these guys are playing a different game from the people who wrote the MCC textbook. Just in the sense that these guys can practice all day, and they can practice shots that would have been outrageous for amateurs.
Indeed. Cuts again. Can't beat point this time. They don't get through for the single.
Shots
The
which,
MCC
if you can repeat them 100,000 times in the nets all week long.
Plus, bigger bats, bigger middles.
Shots. That as well. But professionalism does
MCC
just make the difference, right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, totally. Oh, driven at by Ducket. There's half a pill by Rizwan. Beat his outside edge. There's a good ball from Sajid. Good flight. Dip.
The MCC textbook, or coaching manuals it's sometimes referred to, probably gets more mention than any other non-existent book.
Yeah, true. Reverse swept. And you know what? The slip went predicting that would happen, and probably went outside it, because he didn't hit it very well, Ducket. And if the slip hadn't moved, he might well have just hit it straight to him. But he moves past it, and instead it's gone inside him. It's gone for 4 runs. It's gone exactly where he was standing, but he was expecting it to go wider. He was trying to anticipate where the ball would go. Sajid with his evil empire moustache. Not happy.
Whirling Dervish, I think he reminds me of.
Yeah. This one, Ducket just defends from the crease. This time to cover, and there is no run. I mean, Sajid, for his 1 wicket, has gone for 57 in 9 overs. I'm sure England will be happy for that. I mean, at the current rate, England are losing a wicket every, 170 balls. 70 runs. So 5 times this score would put them on another 750 odd. If they carry on losing wickets at the rate they're losing them.
I did notice that Sajid wasn't backward in telling the slip fielder he was a dickhead. And it's something I've noticed during the World Cup. Asian teams are much less inhibited with their emotions. That they'll actually criticise their teammates on field if they fuck up, whereas the Anglo-Saxons tend to say, "Oh, bad luck."
They leave it to the dressing room. 2 slips in for Nauman to Joe Root, who just works that into the leg side. Skipper is fielding. Shah Massoud. It's a pretty straightish mid wicket. There's no run. Nauman coming in between the umpire to Joe Root, who just guides that square on the offside this time, and there is no run. I presume they're trying to stop Joe Root from doing a reverse with the 2 slips. I'm not sure it will hold him back, to be honest, if he wants to get it out. Nauman, probably the most economical of the Pakistan bowlers. Tosses that one up, driven by Root, but can't beat cover. It is no run. Six off 11 for Rooty, who's staring down Nauman as he comes in for the 4th ball of the over. Goes back and defends right in front of his stumps. There is no run. Does like doing that, Root. It always looks like could miss one, but such good eyes. He always manages.
Did he have those same gloves on last week, or did he retire?
I don't think so. Yeah,
because 2 sky blue fingers on each glove.
Exactly. I was noticing that. That's short and wide. Does squat, and Root goes back to cut, and it goes under his bat through the Rizwan. No run. Good take by the keeper. As it did squat. Could have quite easily got a little under edge on that Root, but didn't.
They are fetching colours.
They're lovely. Duck egg blue.
India 1992 World Cup blue.
Yeah, it's a very duck egg, isn't it? Anyway, Nauman around the wicket. That's into the pads. Root just plays it up towards mid-on. It's fielded by the skipper. And that's a maiden. Is that a maiden? I think it was a maiden. Haven't had one of those for a while. No run. Defended up to mid-on. Over to you, Messi.
Stephen Kelk. Oh, he says, I'm going to stick my neck out and say that although a 5'8" brother, Pope might not be a test quality batsman. Oh, that's putting it in the fire. But he's always welcome in my bar, where all doorways are 5'8". Racing Rant says Nauman around the wicket just reminded me of Deadly Derrick. Yeah, although Deadly Derrick was bowling about twice as fast.
Yeah, runner. That's short and wide and cut by Ducket. It's aerial through that 2nd slip. Races off down towards the 3rd man boundary. Is it going to be caught? It's not. It runs into that boundary and it will be 4 runs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ducket moves on to 80 off 80. 24s in this innings so far.
It's the 80s where Ducket gets out a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Hopefully he'll go on today.
There's always some intrigue.
Yeah, I mean, you consider
Always a
the one century that Pakistan had was 118. It was off about 180, 190 balls. I mean, this will be a run of ball 100 roughly. Maybe a slight bit either side. As Ducket goes back this time, as that's angled in towards the stumps by Sajid, and there is no run.
That looked a little ungainly, the back foot block. Yeah, it always looks dangerous on this wicket.
That's defended. Now into the covers, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's been out 5 times in the 80s, including twice in his last 4 innings.
Yeah, he does seem to, but it's just like he doesn't care. He just keeps on. Never seems to slow down when he gets towards 100 to get there, does he? He just carries on playing the way he does. I kind of admire that in a way. Driven out to the covers, and there's no run.
I think it was 12 50s and 300s, was it not? So the conversion rate's always been a slight.
Yeah.
So I do him in a
played into leg side
4 times. It was 82 not out one of those.
Just knocked into the leg side and got himself a single. No run. Sorry, 1 run. Root will get the last ball of the over. What is Janan's sport? Is it a fragrance, do we think?
That's my first thought. I think it's what that guy's wearing on the screen right now. He's surrounded by 3 ladies.
That's what happens if you wear Janan's sport, yeah? That's defended into the offside by Root for last ball of the over, and there is no run. 147 for 2 after 28.
Well, we don't know what the commentators are saying, but for us, with the sound turned down, we have to make the inference.
Absolutely.
Definitely. Ode to jockstrap always attracts the ladies. We have a super chat.
We do. I'm going to play a jingle.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Mark Arnold sends us £5. He says, just been to the smallest room in the house, and Messi has suddenly become a peaky blinder. Yeah,
He's got a flat cap.
I don't like baseball hats, and rimmed hats are okay for some things, but for $7 off Timo, I thought I'd give it a go, and I rather like it.
Yeah, it kind of suits you. The old flat cap. All you need now is a Wicket.
And a sword stick and some razor blades.
Yeah. Round the wicket now, when he's going to continue actually to the left-handed Ducket. Is interesting. They've got a leg slip and a slip, and that's down the leg side by Nauman. Pitches on about the leg, maybe just outside, and turns down the leg side. Don't know if he's thinking about reviewing. I don't think there's any bat near it.
Messi, your hat is very popular amongst elderly farmers in my small Austrian village.
Well, I can imagine the flat cap is a good one. That's swept. Well, that's worth an appeal. There's a half appeal by Nauman, but I don't know if he knows if it was bat, pad or what. Well, Ducket seems to be implying it's actually pinged him on the helmet. I thought it hit him.
Well, Richard, they're obviously big years as a team as well.
Oh, it did hit him on the helmet as well. So I presume Ducket, Sando, I need a new helmet. Are you going to check me out? That seemed to jump a bit actually out of the road.
Just a little, didn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
And we have Jay has sent us £5. He says Messer says Yorkshire.
Confirmed. Ducket, it's me, isn't it? Yeah, Ducket reverse sweeps that. Is it going to beat the fielder out in the deep? It doesn't. I think it's Jamal out there. Should get back for 2 though. They do indeed. Reverse swept nicely by Ducket.
I probably need a shepherd's crook to go with it, Jay.
Absolutely. That's what the world needs, is more shepherds. With
Not
dogs.
More crooks,
No.
Yeah, flat cat, whip it, and a shepherd's hook. Crook, even. Full toss, and Ducket doesn't dispatch it like he should do, and looks up heavenward, thinking shit.
I think I'm in Australia, Barry. It'd have to be a Kelpie rather than a whippet.
Okay.
Red dog.
Blue healer. Or red healer.
Red heeler, yes.
I met a lot of those. Which are what sort of dog are they? I mean, they must be out of something else. They kind of look a bit Dalmatian-y.
Oh no, not the Kelpies.
No, I'm talking about the healers. That's works into leg side out to square leg, and there is no run by Ducket.
I'm buggered if I know. I mean, all dogs are strange crossbreeds, let's face it.
Well, unless they're inbred motherfuckers that they take to dog shows.
And Diana Patterson says Flat Cap is very popular with me. I wear one frequently.
Oh, now, how the hell Ducket didn't get bowled there? It was tossed up outside the leg stump by Nauman, or on leg stump. It turned past his leg stump. It's a big inside, a big reverse sweep attempted again by Ducket. Missed everything, including Rizwan. And I think they're going to go through for 2 or maybe 3 buys. I think it's 2 because Root is going to be facing.
What? It kept very low.
It did keep low. It went under the bat. Oh, God, that missed the leg stump by a smidgen. And Nauman's down on his knees.
He certainly made things happen that over by changing the line coming around the wicket.
Yeah, well, he did as well because, as we said, Ducket really doesn't stop being aggressive. And it's kind of admirable that he doesn't slow down when he knows he's getting to 100. He just carries on, and if he gets there, whoopee. If he doesn't, well, I got 80. That'll do.
Yeah, and I've got another 100 Test matches to come.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
play for England.
And his average is now up in the 40s, as we said earlier. So he's dragged it up.
Muttley has got me. He says Messi looks more like a character from Last of the Summer Wine than from Peaky Blinders.
Well, quite possibly.
I think you're probably right, Matt.
Well, Sajid is going to continue. We've had 64 runs at 5.33 this session, 12 overs only. England have moved on to 152 and only on the 29th over. And Sajid is bowling. That's short, and it's wide, and it's punched through the offside. Misses cover, Ducket. It's racing out towards the extra cover boundary. The two fielders converge on it. They get back for 2. And that was short and wide. It was a poor ball. Ducket moves on to 85.
Halfway through the 80s then.
Yeah, halfway through the 80s.
To go.
But not even at 30 overs yet, and England are on 154. I mean, it's quite mad. He props forward and defends that back to the bowler, and there's no run. By 60 overs they'll be at 300, and Pakistan took 120 overs to get to 350 odd. Half the time, pretty much. I mean, that's mad. Defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. It kind of says that Pakistan were a bit reticent on this wicket, but this wicket has not shown massive signs of being a terrible wicket still on day 7, as we've said. That one squirts off the outside edge of the bat, but along the ground to a gully, and there is no run. Kind of deep set gully. Not a bad line.
Pakistan's 150 came after 50 overs.
Well, there you go. Just knocked into the leg side by Ducket. There's no one on the leg side, in fact. There's quite an easy single. There's no one what would be considered a 30-yard circle within it on the leg side. There's a deep mid wicket and a deep long one. So they just get the 1 run.
And the third Pakistan wicket, after all that work, well, what felt like a long partnership in terms of time, fell on 168.
Swept by Root. Wow. Caught by the slip. There's a half appeal, but it's not out. He didn't get anything on it. It's not out for LBW. It was miles outside the line. Well, Shah Massoud's thinking about reviewing this.
He's looking very worked up.
Well, they are going to review. I mean, I think it was a half appeal by the slip. I think he has reviewed it, hasn't he?
He has. He was looking around at his teammates with his hands up as if to say,
Am I
going mad?
Am I going mad?
No one else see this?
Well, I mean, it's one of those ones where it could have got something on it, but no one seemed very enthusiastic about it. Root doesn't seem particularly bothered.
Well, Root is not very good at judging DRS things.
Well, that's very true.
But maybe with bat in hand.
Well, both sides have 3 reviews. You might as well use one. I mean, Root did score 260 against you in the last test. I guess if you think you've got a chance, you might as well take it.
Yeah. Speaking of Rudy, handing the batting to his fashion corner. Today we see Mr. Root giving us the sky blue finger.
Well, I don't think he got anywhere near the bat, and it's hit him outside the line of off stump, so he can't be LBW. It may well be going on to hit the stumps, but I don't think he got. Well, let's have a look at the bat. It's under the bat. No bat on it.
Yeah. Well,
you can see his off stump behind his leg. And it's a good stump outside the line of off stump.
Probably won't stop them spending another 5 minutes going through all the angles.
I think so. Well,
there's
no edge on it, so it's not caught. So they're going to look at the LBW. It's hit him a mile outside the line of off stump. It's probably another set of stumps, the other off inside of the off stump of a second set. Can't be out. Isn't out. The review is lost.
Interesting innovation in the Women's World Cup. The umpire has access to all the screens. Yesterday she was looking at one. They were going to go to snooker, and then she said, I have additional information. They went straight to ball tracking because it was pitching outside leg stump. So they didn't even need to worry about snooker, which I think is a really good way of doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That should be standard, really.
Yeah, you should go there first, really, surely, shouldn't it? I mean, sometimes it's obvious. Right, this is going to be our last over, and Ducket is going to face up. Nauman is bowling over around the wicket, to him. He just defends the first ball back down the track to the bowler, and there's no run. There's a slip, and there's a leg gully, I'd say, not leg slip. Just the chip off round the corner. The man is there for Ducket's on 86 off 96 deliveries. Could get there with 4 lusty blows and get there in 100 balls. Don't think he will. Nauman around the wicket. Well, he has given that the old reverse flick. I think he's going to get 4 for that one. As it goes off down towards the boundary, it does. Hammer is down at a third man, but he's hit that pretty square as Ducket, and he gets 4 runs. He's on to 90.
Another super chat from Jay Grover.
Ah.
He sends us another £2. Says Messrs is a jackaroo herding bunyips.
Jackaroo. What a rich language Australian is.
What's a jackaroo? What's a bunyip?
The shepherd, isn't it, in Australia?
A jackaroo, well, that's a very liberal definition of jackaroo. Jackaroo is basically someone who does all the shit work on a big cattle farm or somewhere, rides the fences and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Herds up the cattle.
Driven straight back over the bowler's head by Ducket. Didn't time it that well because I thought it was going to go for 4, but it didn't. Long on came round to field it. He gets a couple. He's on to 92.
Feel like Nauman's in with a chance at the moment. I suppose you're always in with a chance against Ducket. But
Well, you are.
On this angle.
Well, he is on 92 though. And Nauman is around the wicket to him again. This time he goes back, knocks it into the leg side, out through mid wicket. Presumably there's someone out there. He does just walk the single.
And as far as bunyips are concerned, you don't see a lot of them around anymore. They've turned into drop bears.
Oh right. I was wondering, are they make believe animal? What would they make?
I can't believe they put that on the test for Australian citizenship. That's just mean.
You've got to have a sense of humour to come into Australia.
I'd have stayed there for all my life.
What were they supposed to be? Second slip comes in for Root. Short leg.
I don't think it was real.
Nauman is around the wicket, and Root tries to sweep it. I think he got a toe end, under edge of the toe end, come onto his boot, and it went nowhere. He's on 6 off 17 now, struggling a little bit, Root, to find some fluency. I don't think he needs. Exactly, it'll come. Doesn't need to worry really. Duckett's scoring runs at the other end. He's scored 7 off this over already. This will be the last ball of our stint together, boys. As Nauman bowls that ball, and Root just gets right forward and defends into the offside. So that's it for us. Richard, you're taking over from me, doing your ball by ball. You are going to be joined by Forthy and Tony.
Right. I'll just do a couple of messages while we change. Richard Mumford says, do you think Pope should be dropped? He seems slow on confidence. Kieran says there's enough crooks in Australia already, I think, Nessie. And Pokey says, Kelpies are pretty common as sheepdogs around me. Worked with sheep for years, but never got the hang of using the crook to catch a sheep. Yeah. And Josie Oak says, Messi looking like Zach Dingle from Emmerdale Farm. While not having a whippet, he's got a goose. Good point. Thanks, David. Catch you later.
Hello, Forthy. Herr Bischoff is also there.
I'm here. I am indeed.
The bishop and the ass. The bishop and the ash.
32nd over now, beginning, and Pakistan have still only used 3 bowlers in total. So much for their vast array of spinners. This one is locked away by Ducket. Sajid is continuing.
We've still got 5 spinners in their back pocket.
Well, those will be all trump cards. Maybe a couple of aces.
Well, part-timers, the majority of them.
Yeah, 4 of them.
Plenty of choice.
A second successive block from Ben Ducket. 93.
Yes, that's doubled his quotient from last summer when I think he left. I suppose he left 4 balls last summer. Maybe they didn't count blocks.
Oh, there's another one. I think we need to invent a bunch of Bazball era jingles. It feels like that deserves a jingle as well. 3 blocks in a row.
I think he's got a decent defence, Ducket. I think he's also thinking probably at the moment. As I'll wait.
Sajid again. Oh, he uses his feet this time. Just a little shuffle down the pitch and just drops it into vacant space on the leg side. So vacant, in fact, that the bowler has to do the fielding himself. Gets down the other end.
I mean, the loss of that second wicket, to a certain extent, might have him thinking, A, I've got close to hundreds and not converted them a fair few times, or it seems like a fair few times. B, my wicket's become quite a key one now. So maybe he's just thinking of the circumstances, but you never know. Next one he'll probably try and lump over the mid-wicket boundary for 6.
Root goes back to this one and plays it straight to short leg, fortunately not in the air.
Seems like the sort of chap who just wants to get on with things regardless of the state of the game, particularly when you're on 94. You won't want to.
Root goes to sweep, wrapped on the pad, but he is outside the line. And that will conclude the over with England on 163 for 2.
Right. I'm not sure if Michael Bedford was... apparently we've been told to tone down the rhetoric. Beware of hubris. And he's put hubris in large capital letters with, hang on, how many exclamation marks? 4 of them. I don't think that was us. This is that the previous B team that was on. But anyway, I don't quite know. Well, were you in it? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Of course you were. Of course you were.
No, B teams always have a few stars.
Well, they absolutely do. Yeah. Drop down from the firsts for that one, Richard. For an important fixture.
As if I would ever be in the firsts.
Right, Diana, hello Diana, says, Jay Grover, I've never seen PB, I don't know what PB is, and I have no idea why anyone would carry razor blades except, Peaky Blinders, obviously, except to shave, silly me. Didn't they have them in their peaks? That was the whole point of them being called Peaky and Blinders.
Here's Nauman around the wicket again to Ducket. Ducket plays with a straight back, but finds mid-wicket, no run.
The technical term hubris, the Greek tragic character exhibits hubris, which brings down the arte or the wrath of the gods, and Nemesis pursues him thereafter.
Oh, he goes again for the reverse sweep, does Ducket. He's nailed 2 and missed 2. One of them nearly bowled him. This one got him, I think, on the pad, but just outside the line of leg.
Outside the line.
Oh,
yeah,
actually, might have.
Also
missed everything. It suddenly bounced that one, didn't it?
It did. Interesting.
There is variable bounce. There is variable bounce. No doubt.
Reverse sweeping against the spin.
So Nauman again looking for a little bit of luck. Oh, and it would have been hitting the stumps, but Ducket going back just manages to get the bat in the way of it. No
that
run.
was the variable bounce, wasn't it? I mean, that one kept very low. The other one had leapt up quite high.
In normal circumstances, you're thinking there might be a bit of trouble here. It's still trailing by 200 with the pitch beginning to do all sorts, but doesn't feel that way, maybe?
Once again, Ducket goes back and just plays it out towards mid-wicket. No run. Yeah, it's the world we've been conditioned to believe in now.
Yes.
203 runs ain't nothing.
No Manally.
Comes into bowl around the wicket, leg slip, conventional slip, and this one is hit with some aggression to the leg side. There is a sweeper, and it'll be just the 1 run for Ducket. It moves on to 95.
The reason I was sort of playing around with the stress there was I have a Middleborough Road near me, and whenever it comes up on the GPS and it talks to me, the machine, it describes it as Middleborough Road. So I always now think of it as Middleborough Road.
And there's no S anywhere. It's not Middlesbrough.
No, it's not Middlesbrough.
Spelling.
No.
I always enjoyed the way that Aussies like to respell things like Surrey and just drop random consonants away. And
Well, Sydney drops the E in Surrey. Melbourne.
Of course, it's a Sydney thing. No run off the last ball of the over as Root defends it away towards mid on 164 for 2 after 33.
Right, Jay is firstly, Mr. Handjob is asking you about something. 40. I'm not sure. I'll read it out. He's asking you if you enjoyed something.
All right, I'll have a quick look.
It might be a work of art, or a book, or a play, or a film, or it might be something he did look for you. I have no idea which.
Would you be quicker to say what it is?
Well, it's the substance.
Yeah, I did see the substance actually. Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Talk
Right,
about that.
Jay Grover. Diana says to Diana, "Thankfully, all my flat caps are razor." Well, it says razor T. Do you mean razor free, Joe? Jay. Joe. Kieran Roseblade. When Tony looks up at the ceiling, like her was, I can up his nose. Nothing to worry about, Tony. Very clean up there. You've got great nostril hygiene. Oh, well, that's good to know.
What?
You should try looking through the ears. You can see straight through one and out the other side, mate.
We've got bowler number 4.
Oh, we do.
Zahid.
But I know sometimes I must get out to his flight. Don't leave him behind. My Multan is alright.
May I add my congratulations and thanks that the sound is now coming through on these
It's
jingles.
brilliant, isn't it? What a
noticeably rich.
Noticeably,
full.
yeah.
What a difference a jingle makes.
And pushing a button at the back of the studio. Here's Zahid again. That is your leg spinner into action, and Ducket defends.
Yes, we saw a bit of Zahid earlier with bat in hand. Was our introduction to some of it. I'm sure you chaps are very familiar with him, but I'm not.
Oh, I'm not so much either. But as far as his batting, it was mostly playing and missing, wasn't it? And failing resolutely to nick. From what I saw, here he is again, and Ducket makes room for himself and just bunts it straight to mid-off, who is deep enough for 1
He's
run.
36, Zahid Mahmood. He's no youngster, is he?
It's no spring chicken, it's true.
I can tell you he's from Dadu Sindh. His father's a retired government servant, apparently.
I think that goes for all the Pakistan.
That goes for an awful lot of players, I might have thought. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Or the railway, something.
He's got a degree in physical education.
Oh,
Zahid does, yeah, from the University of Sindh. He's not his dad. Zahid does.
He's got the right-hander on strike for the first time. Root defends away. Used to be very common when sport was amateur, wasn't it? And lots of physical education teachers out there.
He did take 2 wickets. He played in both the 2022 tests. In fact, I think to date that's his only 2 tests, if I'm right. I'll tell you about those in just a second.
It's a bit like a Boris Johnson cabinet where all sorts of unlikely people have emerged from the back benches.
Root goes back to this one, turns it around the corner, will get back safely for 2 runs.
Yes, in 2022, Rawalpindi took 4 for 235. He got Ducket, Root, Robinson and Anderson, and then he got Root again, 2 for 84. So maybe the thinking is you've got him twice. And the second one was at Multan.
Someone has done their homework.
Very, very impressive. So he's a bit of a notch up from Teresa Coffey, is what we're saying.
Well, probably, yeah. As a leg break bowler, yes, almost certainly.
No run off that last ball, fielded
I'd like to see
Went.
Teresa Coffee bowl leg breaks. I really would.
She'd just break your legs by looking at you, I think.
As Zahid comes in once more, and Root whips out the aggression, even though it's not that short. He pulled it away into the leg side and he'll get a 1 for it.
Teresa Coffee
Multan.
was
54
fucking
overs are
useless.
up.
It has
Right,
to be
Multan.
said.
Multan, he got 3 for 63 and 4 for 52. Stokes, Wood, Brook and Anderson, his victims. Then,
Okay.
that said, his last first game was January. Way back in January, he last played a first-class game for the State Bank of Pakistan. He didn't exactly cash in either. He got 6 not out, 1 for 35, 4 and 2 for 35.
Very good. Very good.
I'm sure it was a good investment as far as
Very
the selection to the test side was concerned.
Check these guys out.
And then find another channel.
I hope you found that of interest.
Cricket has never been.
We do our best.
Very good. The substance, by the way, is it's not for the faint of heart or the weak of stomach. I will put it that way. But
okay.
it's worth saying.
2 slips in now for a Nauman to Root, who drives. It goes straight to Puent, who might have worn that one. Need a replay. Looked like it bounced a little awkwardly as he tried to take it on the slide.
I wonder if you get to a certain age, you shave your beard when you're backstage. Is Nauman the only one without a beard in the side? He's instantly recognisable.
No, I don't think does Amar Jamal have one? I'm trying to picture him bowling now. We haven't seen him for a bit. For some reason I thought he didn't, but I might be wrong. Maybe it was more closely cropped.
This one is defended away into the leg side. Well, if a beard maketh a man, then his name would make perfect sense.
Yes.
Right. I think I got that. As the sagebrush rolled past me.
Here he goes again.
I guess the Nauman.
It's full enough for Root to give it a full-blooded drive, but he picks out the fielder on the offside in the covers. Yeah, Nauman.
I think the first joke in literary history is when Oedipus asks the Cyclops what his name is, and Oedipus says it's nobody. So later on, he comes storming out of the cave and says, "Nobody is killing me." So they all ignore him.
Swept from quite a long way outside off stump there is Nauman, and Root is going to break the shackles here a little bit. Picks up a 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The only other quick fact I'll give you about Zahid Mahmood is he was another mountain goat playing for the Muckers. In that tournament, got best of 5 for 18 against the Stallions. But it's been mainly list A since January for him.
Nauman again, this one's angled down the leg side. Root just gives it a bit of help. And there's no fielder in the picture yet. There is finally, just before it gets to the fence, and they will get back for 3.
If anyone can write in and tell us what the most unlikely animal to attach itself as a moniker for a sporting team is, we'd be very much in.
Oh, well, I could already throw one into the ring from South Africa. Tim will be writing in as I speak, but the Garden Route Badgers.
Badgers.
The badge. I mean, I looked at that and I thought, is this one of these April the 1st press releases?
Do they play in black and white? Surely they play in black and white.
I actually don't know. I don't know.
Did you say the Garden Roof Badgers?
The Garden Route. So that's all the bit
Route.
between Cape Town and.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, of course it is. I know what you mean.
There must be a team of beavers out there somewhere, surely.
Well, Hampton and Richmond, that's their nickname.
Ducket goes back. He's on 96 while we've been making jollification. This one will not give him a run. You'll have to wait another over. It's 175 for 2, and the drinks break. You can dive deep into the world of socials if you like.
Well, yes, I'm going to start with a whole flurry of super chats. Muttley, well, actually, Bear, do you want to just jingle up? And I'll launch into all of them.
Super chat! A super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat!
Right, Muttley. Thank you, Muttley. £2. What's the difference between a good joke and ... And then for another £2, he goes, a bad joke, timing. Get it? Very good, Mutters. Very good. Easy Ollie. Super chats galore. £2. Thank you. Jay Grover, £2. Muttley, give us a spell. So thank you all so much for those. It means a huge amount. A Mr. D Handjob of Melbourne says, you can hear the jingles properly now. I'm so sorry. What else do we have? Easy Ollie. Roots Basball refusal should see him dropped. Fourthy, as credible as the current Tory leadership race, says Jay Grover. Harsh. Mr. Handjob, off to see Terrifier 3 next, Mr. Fourth. Terrifier 3?
No, I was sold on the substance because, it's meant to be a mainstream art film, but it was pretty full on, I will say that.
So it wasn't some dodgy...
No, it's got the...
Mogger delivered to you. Right, okay.
Margaret Qualley or Quilly.
Isn't that the one where people were throwing up in the pre-screening or something?
That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, in the first 5 minutes or something. It's pretty nasty.
I did have to look away a couple of times, and I'm pretty okay with that sort of thing.
Anyway, he's off to see Terrifier 3. I couldn't tell you anything about Terrifier 1 or 2, or indeed 3. Imran Khan. Not that Imran Khan, one assumes. But Imran Khan says English players are playing cricket in the 40 degrees Celsius heat at Multan. I salute them. They are really professional guys. Well, yes, they are. And it is pretty hot. Mr. Bumfinger. Bumfinger says, don't mess with the badgers. Claws like Wolverines. I would not fight a badger. They can be quite defensive. That is
well,
true.
Don't fight a honey badger. That's absolutely for certain. They're the most vicious creature on the planet.
Okay, love the super chat jingle, says Stephen Gelk. Mr. P, I always thought the hippo for Leander Rowing Club was somewhat misplaced. Hardly the image of streamlined rowing racing. No, definitely not. Somewhere, Mr. Henderson jumped in. Oh, Tapple Tea is a notch up from Teresa Coffee. Fair enough. Only just, though. We've been watching the conscripts again today, and the Tapple Tea ads, and none of them look like they're having a good time drinking it. It's got to be said. Right, Mr. Henderson again, of the Jeremy variety. The Tasmanian basketball team are called the Jack Jumpers, which are venomous ants, for fuck's sake. Ooh, Lord.
Ants?
They're venomous ants, Jack Jumpers, if you've never heard of them.
We're back on.
That's a replay. Easy Ollie, they definitely like pushing the boundaries with the first two Terrifiers, said Easy Ollie. And Mr. Handjob says Terrifier is the crowd vomit one, Bear. It's an order of magnitude worse than the substance.
Yeah, I'm not saying that then.
That was a replay. So Stephen Kelk, Tony, can you refer to me as Mr. Kelk? It sounds nice. Mr. Kelk, if you would like, sir. Anything, sir. I could call you Mr. Kelk as long as you like for a super chat. I'm that easy. So there we go.
Thank you very much. Just seeing a sort of replay of Sajid after he got his wicket. Talk about Terrifier.
Those eyes.
Yeah, those eyes.
I mean, well, there's the list you could compile. Top 10 most terrifying eyes after taking a wicket. I think Dale Steyn would be up there. Andre Nell.
Oh, yeah.
Those two. Oh, South Africa cornering the market there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know those players best, and I guess everyone else out there will know their players.
Dale Steyn had the sort of the antelope stabbing celebration, didn't he? Or springbok stabbing, or whatever it was he was impaling.
Zahid gets away with one here, as Root's been actually fairly adept at picking out the fielders. That one I think he could have played almost anywhere, but he chose to drive it straight to mid-wicket.
Mild-mannered seam bowler Matthew Potts got a little bit aerated earlier today.
Oh, I missed that.
One is defended-ish by Root to short leg.
Freddie Flintoff used to, his eyes bulged a great deal. Took a wicket.
Here comes Zahid once again. And Root spanks this down to long off for a single.
We have had an English cricketer whose name began with Z in the recent past. Whose first name began with Z. Can you remember who?
So, Mahmood, was it?
No.
Test player?
Yeah, test player. He then retired to go into a career in finance, I think. Zafar Ansari.
Of course. Or Zach Crawley.
And Ducket has climbed into this one, but he won't be racking up the 100 just yet because he's picked up the sweeper on the next side. And he's 3 away from the mark now instead of 4.
Is it just me, or with Ducket, of all the England players likely to try and get there with a huge shot that he then gets caught on, Ducket would be top of your list, wouldn't he?
Well, he always looks vulnerable anyway, so yes.
He'd be up there. This one, Root just dabs away to point and they sneak a single. So
he's very good at finding unlikely ways to score, but he's also doesn't play the percentages, you would say, Ducket.
Well, let's see what he does percentages-wise now that he's on 97. And he doesn't even need a boundary. Just a well-placed shot that'll have the fielders chasing it for a long period of time.
Taking a guard on off-stump and maybe even just outside off-stump.
And is this guard taking just a case of, settling himself down, having a think about it?
I'd say so, yeah. And that's a good idea.
Here's Zahid round the wicket. He sweeps, does Ducket, misses it. I think it's got him in the helmet again.
Jeez. I mean, obviously, You'd say, he's slightly panicking and he's on 97, but he always plays this way.
He does. How low? Where did that hit him? Let's just have a quick look. Oh yeah, bounced up. Actually, it wouldn't have missed the top of off stump by much. Top of middle stump, rather. Sorry. Richard Peel. We have a rival for the Jack Jumpers. Richard Peel says, "Ray, the worst names for teams. I give you the Santa Cruz Banana Slugs."
No, but is that translated? I mean,
Richard,
I can imagine
it would
be pretty cool in Spanish or something.
Yes,
but it just doesn't
I don't know
work.
what a banana slug in Spanish is, but I take your point.
Right.
Banana slug. Kieran Roseblade. Have I got time? Yes. Kieran Roseblade. What is worse than having ants in your pants? Uncles in your pants. Very good. I'm from India. My question is Pakistan cricket's future, says Manage Boss. Good question, actually. They are
driven straight to cover by Root. No run.
They are in a bit of a 2 and 8 at the moment, and we've discussed it. If you want to hear us chat a little bit about it, listen to our podcast, the Bishop and Bear podcast, with
with the Bishop and Bear.
No. Oh, I've had a mental blank. Bear. Who am I thinking of?
Gary.
No, the one before Gary.
Bear's full.
Atif. Yes, with Atif Nawaz. You'll find that in our podcast page of our website, and we discuss a lot about Pakistan cricket and the current situation there. So do have a listen and let us know what you think.
Nauman is the bowler now, and Root just finds a run out towards the too deep point, bringing the man of the moment back onto strike. Ducket 97.
The best batsman in the world, according to the ICC, and I think that's probably fair enough. One of the two, but we've barely talked about Joe Root. It was in the last 20 minutes. He's been a bit starved of the strike, hasn't he?
Well, he has, and he's his approach is different, isn't it? His approach is very much play the conditions.
Yes.
Work your ones and twos.
Yes.
Be a little bit cautious until you're well in. That's nothing wrong with that.
Gradually find your way to a score of 262. It seems to work.
Well, there you are then. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there are 262s on the card on this track, though.
No, not on this occasion.
Nauman has made Ducket look silly once or twice in the last few overs, so it's quite interesting to have him bowling this one with Ducket on 97. He plays with the turn straight to leg slip, who then has a shy, even though the batsman hadn't really taken off. And they get an overthrow. 98 for Ducket now.
98. He can relax and go back to doing what he's doing right now. Once he gets to 100, it won't be any different.
Spot of gardening with his crease.
You were suggesting when it hit his helmet that it could have been LBW. You're suggesting
Well, it was.
that-
It did. Yeah. I mean, he really had got down low.
I mean, it's unusual for it.
So Root paddles this fine around the corner, and it's going to be cut off by Amir Jamal, and they'll get 2 runs.
Very, very different challenge to the first test. This. I mean, you'd expect it on a day 8 pitch. Is it day 8 or day 7? This is day 7, isn't it? Day 8 tomorrow. Yeah. And there is another poor Tapple conscript as we look up. Not quite what those 2 ladies are saying to each other, I don't know.
They're saying, "Where's the bloke with the fragrance?"
I don't know what Urdu. Fuck me, this is horrible. It actually is, but
Nauman again. Root pulls out the reverse sweep. It's going to be a long chase down to third man for somebody, and I think the ball is going to win it. Yep, the ball has won it. So one of these for Joe Root.
2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4.
Funny how beards go in and out of fashion in history.
Very much so, yeah. You need a whole commentary stint to get into that. Good heavens, my voice is starting to go, I think. Well, probably a good thing that we are due a change in potentially one ball if people are on the
circling,
ball, so to speak, but happy to do another over if needed. Anyway, so we've got this last ball and Root is on strike. Nauman, the bowler, around the wicket. And he beats the edge of Joe Root. But
that's a great ball.
Classic left armer's delivery. The bear will be growling.
Yeah, he was just trying to defend that, and victory for the bowler.
Right, it's up to you.
Yes.
It's up to you. You do another over if you like.
Yeah, I'll stay and watch the 100 then.
Stephen Kelk,
not the tournament,
says,
obviously.
I'm tempted, Mr. Bishop, to super chat for me to change the way I describe him. Easy Ollie, Richard Peel, I'd say that's one of the best team names, to be honest. Pokey, Mr. B says, I trod on a badger in my garden by accident a few years back. It was a duck. We were both very surprised. I backed away and she let me off. So it wasn't a badger after all. Oh, it was dusk. It was dusk when he trod on the badger. It wasn't a badger that was a duck. It was dusk.
Right.
When you first read it out, one was a little confused.
I was confused.
How do you confuse a badger and a
badger
duck?
at dusk, not a badger that was a duck. No.
Zahid to Ducket, who prods it for no run to mid-on.
I thought it was one of those logical conundrums. A man treads on a badger who is a duck. You have to work out what the fuck's going on.
Why is a blackboard? Oh, so this one is swept at by Ducket, who is charging the first run because he really wanted the second. But to be fair, the man came in quickly enough from the boundary to make sure that he's going to stay on 99.
Oh, famous 99s. Michael Atherton at Lords.
What a flake in it.
He swept that very full, like right from off his toes, really. Conventional sweep, one almost has to say out loud nowadays. And Root will get no run to the offside there. The weight goes on.
Am I imagining this, or was there once a test match in which 3 batsmen were all out on 99 at various stages? Maybe I've just made that up. I have a feeling there was a test match once, many years ago.
It rings no bell in my steeple, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened. Cautiously blocked away by Root this time. Zahid.
Pokey does give us the rest of that story. I went all posh, Jay, and just walked backwards. The only time I was ever truly a bit nervous, have I got time? Yes, is when a group of cubs passed me in the night. I just stayed and let them pass.
Bit of air there from Zahid. Attracts the stroke from Root. I think it
would have been
edgy.
Snaffled at second slip, I think. It would have been.
Yeah, and well, he'll get 3 for it because there was nobody out there, and it toddled the way down towards third man. They had him reaching for it just a little bit, and the timing was off, to say the least.
This is your opportunity for 3 figures, Richard. one ball to go.
One and only opportunity. Well, if it's meant to be, it'll happen. And if it's not, it won't.
Ah, the Stoics.
Come on then, boy.
Or the Bazballers, you could also say.
Yeah, true.
Speaking of, Ben Ducket, 99 from 116 balls. England, I don't know if we've mentioned it for a while, 192. So they're getting close on their double ton as a team. Here we go now. Zahid, the leg spinner, into the left arm, a left-handed batsman. Oh, he has tried to reverse sweep it. It's been caught by what was leg slip when he took his stance. And there's some hopeful, not very convinced fingers going in the air from the Pakistan fielders. It looks like he's got nothing on that. He'll have to wait. The century belongs to someone else from another crew. Nice being with you guys today. I'll see you at the third test.
Thank you, Richard.
Brilliant to see you, Richard. Unless you join us on Sunday. I haven't sent out a note yet, but hopefully we'll do that women's final and I'll let you know.
Very good.
We do have something to revive the bear from his isolation or ravery. We have a super chat there from Mog, who says, play the Daniel Wyatt jingle. Thank you, Mog.
I'm eager to praise Danny Wyatt. Oh, you know she plays for the Vipers in Sussex. I want to watch her things on the 100.
Well, that was very nice.
Very good.
That was very good indeed.
Other than that message, I should just quickly tell you, Jay Grover after Pokey and treading on the badger at dusk is where I got to.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The duck badger.
The duck badger. Yes.
Well, meanwhile, it's not content with the fourth bowler. It's a fifth bowler, Salman Ali Agar, has come on. So
Wouldn't it be nice if Aga Salmon could be given just a game or two, and after having spent the match together, felt at home with the whole national crew? Oh, wouldn't it be nice?
Joe Root to the first ball, for Salman's first ball, and he just watches it onto his pad outside leg stump and just sort of basically ignores it. So Ducket's on 99, but he's at the other end at the moment. Joe Root backs away at the very last minute. He's seen something he doesn't like. And it's not the
badger at dusk.
It's not the badger as far as we know. Can't believe there's anybody who's in his eye line, because there's no one in the stadium really. An immaculate forward defensive from Joe Root. And I have with me Tony and Messi, and Bear is cogitating in Sydenham. And that's clipped very nicely off his toes down to long on. Even a fairly straightforward shot like that is aesthetically pleasing when Joe Root's involved. Right to the business, Ducket 99. Will he have a look at the new bowler, or will he have a reverse smear first? That we shall find out.
I wonder if that was part of Shah Massoud's thinking. Get a new bowler on, give him something he hasn't been used to. If it was a smart bit of thinking.
Was a smart bit of thinking, not always associated with the captaincy. It's got to be said of Shah Massoud, but on this occasion I think that's probably smart thinking. Ducket, it's a half track. He really missed out there, Ben Ducket. Surely that was the ball that should have gone. It was half. He really dragged it down. He just played it back to the bowler.
It would have gone earlier in the innings, and it does suggest that he is thinking.
Almost any other ball.
Was that off the pad though?
It's gone between Slip's hands, but we don't think it went off the bat. I don't think it just turned off the pitch either. So we assume it went off his pad, front pad. It's all gone all the way for four byes. So it didn't hit anything according to Duck.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Beat the outside edge pretty comprehensively. That was
a good
terrific
ball,
delivery.
actually.
It was a very good ball.
Turned a lot, actually. That's not the ball you want when you're on 99. My goodness me, no.
Well, there'll be some more of those, because I think we're increasingly seeing the turn in this pitch that Pakistan were banking on.
Yeah.
Why they would have been so thrilled. Oh, hello.
Right, and there's the reverse sweep, and it's beaten the inner field. It's gone all the way to the boundary. Ben Ducket has a century.
1, 2, 3, 4.
10, 20, 30, 40,
50,
60,
70,
80,
90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Only his 4th century in 28 matches, but nonetheless. And he's got 11 50s, so he gets out, as we've observed many times in the 70s and 80s a lot recently. But that's an extremely well-deserved century. Well done, Ben Ducket.
Yeah,
Indeed.
very valuable under the circumstances.
Yeah. Totally. And I think one of
I've
the...
got a few messages we'll catch up on. Rich Peel says Santa Cruz is in California. They're a college baseball team, so no translation needed. Pirate Badger says, fuck, the Americans have some strange names for sports teams. Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp, El Paso Chihuahuas, Amarillo Sod Poodles? Does that actually say sad poodles? I don't know. Those are all baseball teams, incidentally. Was that a grass cutter that got Ducket on the helmet, says Mr. P. And in the similar vein, Stephen Kelk says, so the ball that hit Ducket on the helmet, and people are talking about LBW, what hydus poison is this? And Jay Grover says, Bianca Chowd, or Chord. I don't know.
I think I was probably referring to my idiocy.
And
the duck.
Reverse sweep from Joe Root, or reverse chop, should I say, and he comes through for a single. Sajid's. Is that Sajid? I think it is. He's on bowling. He of the fierce bulging eyes. And that Ben Ducket's got, a perfectly decent 42 average opening the batting for England, which I think is more or less the same as Alistair Cook, for example. So he's shaping up very nicely. As we had so much trouble, when I say we, England had so much trouble over the last 10 or so years finding the right combination. And well done in a sense for sticking with Crawley, because a lot of people were very keen to drop him, possibly including myself at various times. That's played out by Ducket. He moves on to 104. Out into the out. Picks it
He
up.
made a ton at Rawalpindi last time, didn't he? But and although he got runs, I think, in most games in the last series, that was his only ton of the
Sorry,
series,
we're talking
if I'm right.
Crawley or Ducket at the moment?
Ducket. Sorry, I was talking about Ducket, because he got 107, didn't he, at Rawalpindi?
Yeah.
Followed that
I
up
think
with a
that's
duck, a first ball duck, though.
That's ball Ducket. In comes Sajid again, and that's swept by Joe Root, straight to square leg, dot ball. It must be bloody annoying bowling to Ducket and Crawley. They must, left hand, right hand's difficult enough, but 6'10", 5'2" is even more difficult. In comes, I exaggerate to make the point. And that's played to mid wicket by Joe Root for another dot ball. He's quietly, you look up, he's quietly moved on to 30.
If I'm right, he's the same height as Stephen Kelk and Jay Grover.
He's only 2 inches shorter than me, and I don't regard
And Bear.
myself. And Bear.
What a trio. Grover,
Sounds
Kelk, Walker, that well-known firm of
Yeah.
solicitors.
Country solicitors. In comes Sajid again, swept again by Root. This time he evades square leg, goes all the way down to deep square leg, and they come back for 2. Moves on to 32, and I think, there's still 1 ball to go. He's got a fierce look about him, Sajid.
Yeah, he's very intense, isn't he? He's got very sort of burning eyes that focus on the batsman when he comes in.
Moustache. Looks like he might have sort of like a dagger between his teeth, and arrive like a pirate on a ship or something. I'm sure he's very nice. I'm sure he's got pets and things. Probably not badgers though. They're swept by Root, but just jaw ducks. Trickles out. Dot ball, and in the 40th over, England 203.
So we have another wonderful super chat from Jay Grover for £10. He says, I post just to apologise of the non-cricketing idiocy I posted. This is what Forthy must have seen when he went on an Urdu cricket feed yesterday. Thank you very much, Joe. We do appreciate your never-ending generosity. Pokey says, badgers are cool though. They dig latrines, make paths, live in communities, go out socially in groups. Amazing creatures. And Mr. P, says, I thought that was like that crap nonsense joke. What's the difference between the duck one of its legs are both the same. Yeah, it is a bit like that. But Badger Duck, does that make Ben Ducket Ben Badger it?
I don't think so.
Badger Duck sounds like Del Boy, Rhinoceros Loose in the City, says Ferron.
I don't know quite what the delay is here. There's a lot of standing around. If anyone's ever seen a honey badger, do write in and let us know. Ben Ducket was doing such enthusiastic gardening in his crease that he managed to kick the wicket in the bail.
Off. Silly.
silly Ducket. Honey badger, as I say, have been known, for example, they get so angry that one has been known to pierce the wheel on a Range Rover which is going on a game reserve and wait until the people get out of the car and attack them. They're incredibly angry, honey badgers. They'll attack anything. Ben Ducket facing up to Zahid, and he reverse sweeps and goes behind square leg. What was someone says a man shouting in Sydenham. There's a man with a mullet going mad with
It's
a
not
mullet.
reverse sweep, it's a sweep every time. He's left-handed, remember.
It was a sweep as well, yeah. No, that was true. My eyes need adjusting. Thank you for that. I just fell into the trap saying reverse sweep.
Yes.
In comes Zahid. Immaculate forward defensive from Joe Root.
Apparently the honey badger bears more anatomical similarities to weasels than it does to other badgers.
That's worth knowing.
Wasn't there a bit of half man, half biscuit you slid in there, Forthy? Was that?
Not knowingly, but
there's a man with
a
mallet
mallet. Yes, that's true. There's
a mallet in millets.
Man with a mallet going mad with it. That's exactly correct, yes. And that's played off his hips by Joe Root in conventional fashion, down to a squarish long leg for a single.
We've got another super chat. This is fucking wonderful. I love you all. Sagir has sent us 10 Australian dollars to another Root 100. Thank you, Sagir.
Oh, thank you, Sagir. Fantastic stuff. Sagir Parkar.
Indeed.
In comes Zahid round the wicket to the left-handed Ducket, who rocks onto the back foot and gets it wide of the man at mid-off. He doesn't quite get all of it, so the man at mid-off is able to cut it off, and they'll come back for 3. And he'll move steadily onto 108. I say
Do you have any
steadily.
updates, by the way, on poor old Abrar Ahmed? How long does it take one to recover from dengue fever? I know it's not very pleasant. That's why he's in hospital.
I mean, it sounds like one of those fatal ones. I don't know how bad dengue fever is.
Gosh, I hope not.
It sounds like
Can
it.
stay with you for years.
Oh God, can it? Is it waterborne? And that's played off the back foot by Roots, just in front. Well, just out into the covers really, and they hurry through for a single. Don't know anything about dengue fever, I'm afraid. There are limits to.
Carried by mosquitoes.
The biggest killers of all.
And no specific treatment for it exists.
Oh, lovely. Zahid round again, twirling his magic, and that's just shuffled off his hips to, just behind square leg. And they walk through for a single, preserving energy very wisely. That's the end of the 41st over, England 210 for 2.
Okay, Daz Reynolds asked a big question. Who do you take to New Zealand? Oh, well, your favourite person. Jay says, yeah, didn't you doubt you had to Google sod poodles? Is that like an opinion on poodles, says Sudahu? Easy Ollie says, well, Cass has earned his place, I'd say, for New Zealand.
Yeah, definitely. I think he could go well there as well.
I think he's earned his
might suit him.
I mean, anyway, so G back into the back in for his 14th over, and that's goodness me. And the forward defensive by Ducket, and he's played down the wrong line. It's missed everything.
Gives it a good old tweak, doesn't he, Sajid Khan?
He does. He does. He wears his heart on his sleeve. Let's put it that way. He comes in again. He's dropped that one a little shorter. So Ben Ducket. Oh, who mentioned short? Rocks onto the back foot, plays it, squeezes it out, and there's just for one. I think Bryden Carr's the way he's going at the moment. They might be thinking we're beginning to pencil you in for 12 months' time, and the ASHES. He carries on going at this rate. I think it's more that his attitude, his physical fitness. I mean, if you compare him with Ollie Robinson, I know comparisons are invidious and they're not identical bowlers by any means.
Oh.
But he never seemed quite up to the task physically, Ollie Robinson. Oh, hang on. There's a wicket. Now, what's happened here? Joe Root has gone. He's gone for 34. Can you explain to me what happened there, Tony?
Yeah, it looked like an outside edge to slip to me.
Right.
It looked like he was trying to play with the spin out to the leg side.
No, he's bowled.
He's
pulled
bowled.
it onto
Well,
his
let's have a look.
stumps.
Well, we all got that wrong.
That's why I was asking.
Oh yeah, inside edge. Inside edge onto his middle and off. And the twirly wizard has got himself a wicket. He probably shouldn't have done, because I think Root will feel that ball should have been more comfortably dealt with. And he had to knock it onto the stumps.
That's a critical wicket at this stage, because Joe Root, obviously, being the batsman he is, but the game is, you would say, right in the balance now. England had their nose ahead up until that point, but you'd be hard-pressed to say who's ahead in the game now. 200.
Well, also, it's going to bring to the crease, I assume.
After you've gone,
Most likely Ben Stokes. Will it be Brook or will it be Stokes, do we think? Brook's carded, isn't he?
It's Brook.
Yeah, oh, it is. Sorry, Brook.
Yeah. Giving that wicket to Sakir too. He was one who gave us £10 towards another Root 100.
Not that we're going to give you £10 back.
No. Easy Olive said, how long left to play today? Another 40 minutes. They won't quite fit all the 90 overs in, so we'll go over the extra half hour.
Harry Brook with an average of 62, which feels, I would say, Sutcliffean, doesn't he? Is he the only sort of respected English batsman with a 60 average? I sort of have that feeling.
It was an attempted sweep by Rooty, wasn't it, in the end?
Yeah, it was.
And he deflected it from his bat onto his boot and then onto the stumps.
Well, that's what confused us.
You can remember Benny Hill patting little Jackie Wright on his head, for those of a certain generation. That's exactly what poor old Sajid Khan was getting just now. He's been patted on the head. Big wicket though. He
got Root.
Well, exactly. He'll be happy. He won't mind the head pat.
Come for the cricket, stay for the history and the Benny Hill. In comes Sajid. Onto the back foot goes Harry Brook. Plays it out to the man at point. And he picks up a single.
He was reaching for it a bit, wasn't he? A, it just kept a little bit low. B, he was reaching for it, and it wasn't quite onto the bat. He almost like he played it just a bit too early by reaching for it, Rooty, and he just got that inside edge.
Don't know whether it was back of the hand or whether it was top spinner. There would probably know. And that's played wide of the man at slip by Ducket, and it's gone all the way for one of these.
4!
I mean, the other thing you have to think about from an England perspective, having lost the toss and batting second, is it's not about getting to parity, just how much of a lead do you need to try and get, given that you are going to have to bat last on what is likely to be a 9th and 10th day track.
Oh, 100%. This ain't going to get any easier. Ducket's faces up, and a lot of responsibility on his shoulders now. Will he rein it in a little bit? It'll be interesting. Will he just carry on his merry way, which has worked after all so far? He guides that one to the man at short mid wicket. That's the end of the over, and England 2-1-6 for 3.
Sagir says Deggy figure can be dangerous, even fatal. I know of a few amongst my extended family connections who have had it. One of them passed away. Mog says, Honey Badger, that dickhead rugby player was everywhere down here for a few years back. Yeah, I don't know why he'd picked Honey Badger to model himself on. Sorry, there's a lot of stuff here. I'm going to have to skip some of it. Sagir Parker says, what the hell? Not root. And he says,
Root.
Ducket should have gone by now. I'm annoyed, rightly furious. Ben McCormack says, collapses on. Jay Grover says, doomed. And Pokey says, I blame you, Sagir. Super chat curse. There you go.
Oh, no,
But
don't put
don't
people on
let
super
that
chatting.
stop you.
Never a curse.
Stop you. Don't let that just stop you sending in your super chats. They're all very welcome. Zahid is in again. He's number 18 off 4, and that's very nice looking. Cover drive. I think it's going to go all the way from Harry Brook. Yes, it does.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
He's 88, Harry Brook, his number on his bat. Am I missing something obvious? There's a reason why he's 88. No, we don't know.
I've got to say, Sagir is tempting fate by saying this England team don't collapse on such docile pitches against listless bowling.
Don't say that. Yes, goodness sake. In comes... and that a lovely forward defensive from Harry Brook. Nosed over the ball. Beautifully done. Got a fresh-faced look about him, unlike Ben Ducket, who's got looks like Gimli from Lord of the Rings, frankly. Not a hype thing, just his face. That's a cut by Harry Brook, but straight to the man, short in the covers.
Sagir, having thrown in his $10, recklessly dismissed route, is now leaving us because he has to have dinner and do some work-related tasks.
Thanks, Sagir, for that. And again, beautifully forward defended by Harry Brook. This time it was outside leg stump. Just a little bit of gardening. Desultory bit of gardening.
Although he does sincerely apologise for the damage he caused.
That's fine. I haven't seen quite so many kites this time. I'm sure they're there. It's just maybe there's a different director of photography in the Pakistan feed. Oh, and that's cut straight to the man at point by Harry Brook. Looked like he got
on the ground as well.
Yeah, just got a little bit cramped. But
it is the time of day, though. You're right, for kites, beautiful sunsets, and kites sitting atop floodlight pylons.
How atop got to be atop? It's a funny construction, isn't it? And that's heaved by Harry Brook. A little inelegant, but the result is... Oh, what is the result? Yes, it's one of these.
He does actually like that shot. It was dropped quite short.
Yeah, I mean, it was a real pull down. It was more elegant than I thought it was looking at the replay.
And it was certainly muscular. It was muscled, but with a degree of style, I think.
Brook and
Come off
Ducky
the leg.
exchanging bants in the middle. Oh, that's the end of the over. Anything messy?
Well, I can tell you that the GPL will be safe today. The highest pick is 347 runs.
Okay, I interrupt that message to tell you that Ben Ducket is out. He slashed at the first ball of Sajid's over, and he went straight into the hands of first slip. And any suggestion that Ducket might be playing for stumps or with the game in the balance, that's gone out the window. He's out for a flashing blade shot for a very well played 114 off 129. But England now in some jeopardy at 224 for 4.
You're gone.
There's a lot to unpack there, isn't there? Firstly, it was a ball that turned, classic off spinner, and he was looking to drive into the offside, possibly a little bit loose, bit of a tiredness late in the day. Second thing, well worth unpacking, is the Sajid Khan celebration.
Yeah, it was definitely worth having a talk about that.
Which was it's sort of standing on one leg, raising his knee raising his arm and glaring sort of piercingly at the departing batsman.
Who was that breakdancer from Australia who attracted such opprobrium? If you've got an image of her during the recent Olympic performance, that is what
was her name? She had some crazy name, didn't she? Ray Gun. Well, it's the Sajid Gun, but it does bring to the crease a man that fourth he's going to tell you all about.
Well, it's Ben Stokes, so let's hear his jingle.
Ben?
He needs...
Ben Stokes.
Those 2 quick wickets have changed the complexion of this innings somewhat for England, I think.
Yeah, no, totally, and it was always on the card because this is a difficult pitch. They weren't putting away their shots. They weren't playing for stumps, and then Ducket might have been a bit of tiredness. That's the way he played. You know, he wrote his that you can't really blame Ben Ducket for getting out for an attacking shot because he'd got 112. Let's have a look at the effect.
Yeah.
He got a century, so fair dues to him. But we've got 2 new batsmen starting up in the last, however much longer we've got, the last 20 minutes or half an hour. Big defensive. His technique is always excellent, Ben Stokes. That's a good defensive shot. Dot ball.
Time enough for lots more super chats.
Goes wider, Sajid. Perhaps looking for even more revs on the ball. Defended again by Ben
Including
Stokes.
another fiver from Jay Grover, who says this must be the most financially remunerative and most utter gobshite set of gibberish set of super chats ever witnessed.
Please carry on sending in the gobshites along with the super chats. We don't mind. That's played out. Ben Stokes gets off the mark, plays it past the man at cover. The sweeper comes in from the boundary for a single.
I just got to say, lots and lots of people have sent us super chats today, and we really, really do appreciate it. It's fun and it's very helpful towards keeping us going. And we love you all very much for it.
We certainly do. Even better, were you to be, you know, if you've had a good day on the horses, or maybe you've come into a legacy recently, or you're just feeling you've got supporters, do consider becoming a Patreon. And that's defended by Harry Brook all the way back down the pitch to Sajid. He's got 1 ball left. A very successful over so far. Started with a wicket. Let's hope from England's point of view it doesn't end. Oh, what have I said? What have I said?
Oh, goodness.
Harry Brook is out. It's clipped the top and middle stump. He went back. It was probably too full to cut. He went back to cut it. He's out for 9 off 9. And England now in some considerable difficulty, 225 for 5.
Wow.
Well, this was the game plan.
Yeah, it's going.
Brook had his feet nowhere near the ball. Well, I don't forget. I mean,
it's all gone wrong.
Tossing in that comment about saying England don't collapse on wickets like this, and then walking away. Had 2 since then, and if it turns like this, be lucky to get another 50 runs out of this match. Jeez.
Yeah, it was
a mile.
It turned certainly. It turned. I think it was just a little bit too full to play the shot that Harry Brook was trying to play off. Play there. I think.
Ben Stokes made 30 and 41 in Multan last time. In fact, that was the story of his batting, really. 40s, 30s, 20s. Never really got going a few times. Never really carried it on.
Yeah,
I mean, the last tour.
His average for
Well, if
England.
I was looking for someone to stay there for a bit, Stokes would be the bloke.
He stay
By the
there.
way, wherever you could change.
We are indeed. Fourthly and Tony, you're still here, and I'm joining you for the overspill.
Okay, thanks. Thank you all. Catch you tomorrow.
See you later.
He is.
Who's doing what? That's me, isn't it?
Yeah, you're doing ball by ball.
Okie doke.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
What are you doing? You're being social. You're being very social.
Okay.
Like a
badger.
Host of a cocktail party. You will be the the social butterfly flitting
More
from
money.
guest to guest. 225 for 5 now. England. 2 quick wickets have really changed the complexion of this innings. 3 down, and the lead reduced to just 130 odd. We'll have a look in a minute. I think that there's a slip and a sort of a leg gully, but that's defended by England captain Ben Stokes into the offside. There's no run. Harry Brooks stepped back, and a classic off break really from Sajid Khan. Kept low, nipped back, and back went the middle stump. That with root gone, and that one turns. Have they got another man? They have. It's Nauman Ali. Ben Stokes has just chipped that up. The man at forward short was right in the game, diving forward. Stokes has gone. It's 6 down for England now, and Pakistan's evil plan on a pitch that was going to take turn and being batted first is coming to fruition. 225 for 6 England. They're in a bit of a pickle.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust. That was Ollie Stone there sitting in the crowd going, what the fuck's going on? I turned out and everything's going wrong. Yeah. That was a good ball. It is suddenly, finally, the wicket has started to do things that it's supposed to do. After 7 days, it's started to turn sharply.
It's 141 is what England are trailing by, Bear, and that is
troublesome.
Well, that's looked quite quite a big amount now. It didn't 3 wickets ago.
It didn't at all.
Like not a problem. Now it looks a long way off for England. 225 for 6. The spin has been doing the damage.
That's what we said, wasn't it? That technically, England, the game is in the balance, just didn't feel that way. Well, it sure as hell feels that way now.
I honestly think England need to be a bit proactive here and try and get the spinners off their lengths now. I know it seems counterintuitive, but if you try and sit in now, I imagine there'd be a lot of more of those types of balls. Okay,
I mean, Bryden Cast has got a pretty decent first-class average. It's over nearly 32. Best of 100, 108 not out. He can bat. He can most certainly bat, but this will be tough conditions for him to bat in. And he's got, again, a man brought into the side really to accelerate the scoring when you want to get ahead of the game. This is really quite a different set of circumstances for both of these two. Both on naught. Smith yet to face, Cast yet to face. So you have 2 men yet to get off the mark, yet to face a ball. It's dream time for Pakistan, and it's absolutely what they had dreamed on and planned for. Round the wicket. Someone's got to face the ball. It's Cast who's defended out towards cover solidly, and there is no run. Gave that plenty of flight, didn't he, Bear?
Aye, he's given it a bit. Well, that's what you want to do. Give it some flight, let the pitch do the work. Try and draw people into shots.
Now, I did say yesterday 250 was a good score, and that was on yesterday's track. I thought England had possibly given as we wait. This one turns. Nauman Ali, what that rip to kept quite low. It was slowish turn, and Cast could wait and leave comfortably enough, but that pitched and turned away. What, a good foot, do you reckon? Slightly under a foot?
Yeah, that's a good amount of
turn there. So now we have 3 men on the offside for Bryden Cast. Slip, gully and a silly point, all close in. That he does defend again. I wouldn't say rather that he's looked very comfortable to any of them, as Nauman suddenly is looking an absolute demon on a pitch that is turning, and England in the mire. That's defended into the middle of that ring of 3 by Cast. It's the end of the over. 2 for 71 for Nauman. Sorry, Forthy.
No, you're right. I was just saying about 20 minutes ago, we were saying it's not just getting up to parity, it's how big a score England can get past parity.
Well,
they trail by 141. Yes. 2 brand new batsmen at the crease. Pakistan on the hunt.
Sagir sincerely apologises once again, as he should. Kieran Roseblade, who is next in Brook, another one out of form. Well, he's out now. Jay Grover Hammond, did he get a 60? I think he might have done. Don't apologise to Jay, he contributed, said Sue to who? No, we're not apologising. Stephen Kelk, only medium-sized men score hundreds today. Interrupt me when they come back out. I'm not looking at the...
Right, they are. And Sajid Khan, now he has a conventional slip to the right-handed Smith, a leg slip and a forward short leg, and a fairly short mid-wicket who is brought into the game, which is Shah Massoud himself, I think, who's giving the ball plenty of shine before he hands it back to Sajid Khan, who forces Smith onto the back foot. He looks back up, replays the shot. It definitely nipped back again. There was an edge onto pad.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes. Oh, well, that was the Ben Stokes dismissal.
He's not happy. He's smashed his bat on the ground. I think he'll need a new one.
And that one, possibly that one is defended back to the twirling. He's got the look of a sort of Victorian melodrama villain, this Sajid Khan. Defended off the back foot by Smith, quite low outside of his off stump. Give him a top hat and a cape, and a damsel tried to a railway line.
Yeah,
he would.
I'm wondering.
He looked the part.
I was going to say, isn't that celebration he did is pretty much the same as what Jadeja does?
It was. That one is defended into the offside, out towards extra cover, no run. And 77 for Sajid.
Looks a bit like Jadeja as well.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I wonder if they're part of the same cultural, distinctive group that spans across the border or something.
Smith is looking to get ahead of the game. He drives, but Zahid was very quick at extra cover to dive to his left. It was an excellent stop. Pakistan right on their toes. They're hunting as a pack here.
Well, finally, something's kind of gone right for them, hasn't it?
Sunset is the time when animals often hunt, and there is they are sensing blood here.
Are they the pigeons or are they the kites waiting for the pigeons?
Yeah, I don't know. Easy, are we? Is that the over? Easy Ollie says Leach will tear through their batting lineup on this pitch. Now, where is Mr. P?
He's going to need to.
Given up on that useless route chat. Mutley Van Eric, we're doomed. Yes, indeed. Easy Ollie, for fuck's sake, wee man. Ben McCall Sagahir's jinxed us and cleared off to boot. Stephen Kelk, brother. Jay Grover, light a candle, raise a glass. Easy Ollie, Ducket's always here for a good time, not a long time. Well, he was for both today.
Well, he was 226 for 6. We are starting the 47th over, which is defended tidily enough by, I think that's Smith, isn't it? Yes, it is.
This has been one of England's
Nauman.
One of England's more impressive collapses of recent years.
Yeah,
you definitely can't call him Nauman no mates, because he's got bags of friends all across Pakistan today. He's bowled beautifully now. He's got England under the pump here, along with Sajid Khan. That's defended by Smith. I think he was looking to push into the offside, not surprisingly, given the spin. Ended up heading out towards cover, but he kept it out. It's tough for these two, because Smith's natural game and what he'll want to do. This is tossed up. Well met by Smith, pushed to mid-on. And there is no run. Although, I'm trying to remember back to previous innings for Smith. He hasn't always started that quickly, Bear, has he?
No, he's not. He's usually worked himself in, and probably.
But he's got to nurse a tail here.
Well, that's what he's been brought in for, really, isn't it? He can accelerate. Things do go a bit mad.
Well, in comes Nauman around the wicket to the right-hander. Solid defence by him. There's nobody at forward short leg, well, not surprisingly, given it's the left armour who is moving it away from the right-hander to the right-hander's outside edge. Whole mood has changed. The body language of the Pakistan players has changed as dusk starts to settle over the Multan cricket stadium. Round the wicket comes Nauman Ali, driven straight to mid-on. They won't run. The thumb is still being pressed firmly onto the English head. 226 for 6. One ball left of this probing Nauman Ali over. It's being faced so far resolutely by Jamie Smith. He's looked to try and get the ball away. Hasn't been able to yet. This one turns and rips past the outside edge. Goodness me, Bear. Well, I'm not sure I'd call that a leave. He just played for the turn and hoped it would turn enough, which it pretty much did. But boy, did it turn. 226 for 6.
You sound like you're panicking.
Me?
Yes.
No, I'm just trying to get into the mood of the general sense of Pakistan on the up, on the attack.
We've
on
meanwhile
the turning wicket.
We've got 2 super chats. One for two couple of quid from Monthly Von Eric, and I'll try and do it justice. Fuck. So thank you very much for that, Mutley. Shall I do 2 for the price of 1? Jay Grover, another 2 quid. Ollie Stone's wife might be having a rubbish honeymoon.
Messi?
Right.
I don't know what Messi's on about. I think the score for the day is on 3-3-3.
This one is driven by Cast. It's going to be fielded by Zahid, who throws and turns. It should be 2 for Cast. No, he only took a single. Well, that's possibly caution. Happy to leave the Smith with the strike. So they're on a run apiece. 227 for 6. 139 now. That deficit. That's defended by the right-hander with a ball that just came back a shade off the pitch. Not the prodigious turn that Nauman Ali had been getting in the previous over, but he does have 4 wickets to his name, does Sajid Khan. That turns. Smith looks to work it away on the 45, but there's a leg slip who fields it on the bounce.
Sorry, Tony. Yes, Bear, you're correct. We are on 333 at the moment, which is a pick, but 343 and 347 are definitely in play.
Back foot, defended by Smith. He'll get a single out towards a wide-ish cover. And that deficit reduces to 138, but it's, as we've been saying, quite a long way away. It just looked like a formality for England to overhaul Pakistan's first innings total. That's defended in front of his middle stump by the tall Cast. Kept low, moved back into him.
I don't know. The pitch is doing things undoubtedly. This is
suddenly it has started. Did a bit this morning.
228 for 6. Outside of off stump, Cast puts a big old left leg out and plays no stroke. He didn't really need to. He's got a smile on his face. He's enjoying the battle. That sun is setting, the red sky, the floodlights shining brightly. A big old sun is thinking about settling itself down for the night in Pakistan. Pakistan will think they've done a good day's work. 228 for 6.
Michael Bedford, read the Badger. She was surprised. He must be the best Badger sexer in the world at night. Adrian Moon has got some gloomy news about hundreds dying of dengue fever during the war. Liam Mahoney, another wicket. Dan McCormick told you the collapse was on. Jay Grover, in the words of the sofa disser-fucking Ray. Easy, Ollie, this is what Smith has been picked for. Counter-attack time.
Well, it's Nauman is going to be in to Smith with a slip and a silly point in place. And it is that silly point who is called just to field that as it's pushed towards him. Well, there's an interesting conversation here. Sajid Khan, I think he's enjoying the theatre of all of this. Cast walked past him. He got the glaring eyes from the Victorian melodrama villain, Sajid Khan. And that, just again past the outside edge of Smith.
I love Rizwan.
Sajid Khan was holding up 3 fingers. Was he saying that's 3 times I could have had you? I suspect it was, wasn't it, Bear?
I don't know what he was actually saying with that.
But it's good theatre.
It was, yeah.
Good theatre.
Shah Massoud will be feeling happier about life.
He'll be suddenly feeling that life, finally, after 6 consecutive Test defeats, might be about to turn for him. That's defended tidily by Smith.
Did you not think it was a little bit borderline? Because he kept his 3 fingers in the air as the batsman's Cars was walking forward and didn't remove his fingers until he was virtually in his face. I thought that was pushing it a bit.
Well, you could look at that both ways. Cars decided to stay walking in extremely close proximity to Sajid Khan. That's tossed up by Nauman, defended.
And yes,
all a bit of needle, Multan needle. And you've got the villain. Well, a villain only. You're certainly not a villain if you're Pakistan. Absolute hero that they brought back into the side, Sajid Khan. A villain if you're England, and he's looked the part in every way. That one is. Well, I thought he was driving out towards cover. In actual fact, it's going to go down towards third man off Nauman Ali. It's going to be a boundary. It's a big relief for England. Get the scoreboard ticking. Not sure that's where Smith meant it, but he's got 4 runs nonetheless.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
It went aerial for a while, though, didn't it?
Yeah, there's nobody there. There's a vacant, wide third man. I don't think that's where he was aiming it, though.
No, I think he was aiming it squarer than that, yeah. But I'm sure.
Right. Around the wicket comes Nauman to the right-hander, who just dabs it. That one he did mean. Just a little push in the general direction of point. There's no run. It's the end of that over. It's 232 for 6. 49 overs now complete. Are we going to get one more in before the close of play? We should do, shouldn't we?
Oh, God, yeah. It's only 1:18. You've got another 12 minutes, Tone.
Yeah, I thought that, but I remember Messi saying only half an hour, and the sun setting fast.
Well, the sun is setting fast, but we won't get the whole in for today. We've had 82.3 overs.
Lots of messages. George McPherson, this is Paul from England. Stephen Kelp, for fuck's sake. Kieran Sides, what happened? I only went to make a bit of lunch. Jay Grover, cheers for that. For fuck's sake, England should be taking this away from Pakistan. George
In
McPherson.
comes Sajid, wheels in, swept by Bryden Cass. Slightly misfielded at square leg. And did they take a single, or have they decided? Yes, they did. I mean, there might have been a school of thought now to try and... Well, no, I don't think that's the England way. There is a school of thought that says just let Cass try and keep the ball out and keep Smith for the morning. But I think when the pitch is starting to turn this much, it ain't going to be better come tomorrow morning. You might as well get the runs while you can. Smith defends off the back foot this time. Adjusts his helmet. Plays the shot again retrospectively, but he played it pretty well, to be fair. You don't want to get caught bare too much on the back foot, though, because the ball is turning. You're going to always be in a spot of bother.
Well, I mean, that's what really did for Brook. I mean, that ball that got Brook turned massively. It was the biggest turner. They had a list of the balls that had turned and how much they turned to get the wickets. They were all over 5 and around about 5.5. The one that got Brook turned 7-point-something%.
Round the wicket. That's a full bunger. And Smith says, well, if you're going to chuck me those, even when the game's going, it's not on our way, I'm going to put those away every day of the week. Away it went through extra cover for 4 runs off a full toss.
So that means the score for today is on 3-4-4, I believe.
Where were we on the GPL?
Well, that leaves.
Is there someone in the game?
And there's only one person left. Messages is out. 3-4-7 is Hombre Nuevo. Only 3 more runs in the next 10 minutes. Beyond that,
well, actually, that's in with a shout. That's just defended by Jamie Smith, who must have got the memo on the GPL. Just 3. What 3? If they score 3 in the next 10 minutes, Hombre wins. Anything more than 3, everyone's out, and we roll across to tomorrow. That's defended on the back foot by Smith. Splendid bit of GPL protection by him. I suppose the best GPL protection from our perspective is to whack it for 4.
Absolutely.
If you're batting for Hombre Nuevo, just keep defending and sneak a 3 near the end. That one is flicked. That's going to be probably at least one of them. They may come back for 2. That was out into the onside Shah Massoud fields. What did they take? They did just take the single. So 2 needed in 10 minutes if Hombre is going to win. I think that's the end of the over, wasn't it?
I believe so.
I'm so taken by the drama and excitement. 129 England trail by
Stephen Kelp. It's always the 7th day of a test when spin starts to enter the equation. Indeed. Very good. Ben McCormick, who was it said Stokes' technique was always faultless. The mockers this afternoon have been ridiculous.
Someone's getting very angry out there.
There's a lot of anger. How quickly they turn.
Oh, and I've got hottest news of all. Sajid Khan has covered up his balding pate with a bucket hat.
We've been saying that all afternoon.
Oh, have you? Well, not with me here.
Well, no.
Easy, Ollie. We just can't play spin. We know this. Messi, Sajid Parker has a lot to answer for. Adrian Moon, lol, exciting now. In it. And Liam Mahoney, you were right. Ben 4 wickets for 14 runs.
Nauman tossed wide of off stump. Smith hits it down into the ground straight to that very closely attending slip. There is the slip and the forward short leg. So do we think the bucket hat from Sajid Khan is also part of the theatre? Is he just slightly...
No, he just looks like he's on an holiday at sort of Canberra Sands.
He just thrown up, defended by Smith. Well, I haven't seen anyone else in the Pakistan. There he is, fielding the ball. You can't miss him. I haven't seen any other Pakistan players wearing bucket hats.
Well, the other day, I think yesterday or sometime, I saw him with it. Someone had a bucket hat and it was kind of turned up, almost looked like a Panama on their head. Maybe it was in the last test.
Right, well, around the wicket comes Nauman. Turns, keeps low, is left by Smith. Rizwan deals with it, and there is no run.
It's originally a fishing hat, isn't it? A bucket hat. I wonder when it...
Yeah, they used to clip all their things in it, didn't they? The
flies and things. Yes, you're right. Nauman round the wicket, defended by Smith. No run.
You see, if we hadn't lost so many wickets, that ball would have been driven and driven hard. That's the difference, isn't it?
Absolutely. He's having to moderate his game. Wasn't there a character in MASH who wore a fishing bucket hat?
Yeah, what's his name? Hawkeye, wasn't it? Hawkeye.
Yeah,
Hawkeye.
I think it was. Was it the Alan?
I think it was.
Yeah, I think it was the Alan Alda character.
The Alan Alda character.
Okay, defended into the offside. No run by Smith. He's got his eye on.
Was it the Elliot Gould character in the film?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think. I mean, maybe there was more than one of them. For some reason, it may have been Hawkeye. It may have been.
Elliot Gould was Hawkeye, wasn't he, in the film?
Yeah. Right, round the wicket again comes Nauman. That's solidly defended. Back to him by Smith. No run.
I think Donald Sutherland's Hawkeye.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Elliot Gould's the other one. Can't remember his name. Oh, wait, is that the end of the over?
Well, it's 238 for 6 after 51. 128 runs the deficit. A game that has rather changed its complexion as the sun has set in Multan. 40.
Yes, rather like Joe Root did during the last test. It's changed its complexion. Ben McCormick, cometh the hour, cometh no man. Stephen Kelk, I didn't go to a post school or anything, but can I do a Latin joke? Mr. P, sorry, Stephen. Only old Harrovians are allowed to do Latin jokes. No, crack on, Gov. And Stephen Kelp says, if a policeman stops no man in the street and unreasonably demands to know his identity, does he respond, no men, Neschio? I do like
Sajid, that's got to be close.
No, it hasn't.
Ripped back. Pass. Well, he looks bang in front.
But he's been hit miles outside the off stump, hasn't he? And he's playing a shot.
Well, was he? I thought.
Yes.
Well, okay. I'd like to see that again because I thought he stepped back onto his stumps. I grant you, it pitched well outside of off.
No,
Sharma's do this with you, Bear.
The confusion was because it looks like it does, because it is the back pad, then the front.
Let's have a look. He does step out. He had the back pad well out of line. His front pad was in line, but that counts as being outside. So you're right, 40. Beautifully moderated.
No, it hit him outside the line of off stump, even though it hit his front pad. Quite a long way outside off stump, really.
Okay, right. Okay, defended by Cast. I'd like to see that several more times.
Well, they just showed us it. It was about.
Well, I did. Marginally outside of off stump.
Well, there's another stump.
His back leg was well outside of off stump. His front leg somewhat less so. Over the wicket comes the twirling demon, Sajid Khan. Similar ball, nips back in. Somehow kept out with a combination of bat pad and just about anything he had to hand by Cast.
I do think that here...
Inside edge, in fact.
It was an inside edge. I do think here, tomorrow morning, I don't think they'll do it tonight.
Into the offside, Sajid Khan, who's sprightly, just trotting after that. He wants the ball in his hand. He wants to get this last ball bowled. He knows. He's got England a little bit on the run here, but these two are doing a good job of trying to stem the flow of wickets. Thrown up, well defended by Cast. It's the end of the over. It's 238 for 6. 4 wickets For
Well,
Sajid Khan, 128 the deficit.
Sorry, Mr. P is confused by Stephen Kelk's joke. He says he didn't go to Harrow, doesn't get it. George McPherson, England don't seem to want to dominate Pakistan. It's quite difficult when you're 6 wickets down and 128 runs adrift, to be fair. Pokey Bumfinger, no man is an island, and I wish he'd fuck off back out to sea. Messi, all of a sudden the GPL's back in play and England score at stumps of 236 or 240. Will you do winner? That's incorrect, isn't it? Have we got? I don't know. Tati, celebrating the arrival of the merch mug in Basel. Thanks, chaps. It's currently annoying the fuck out of my cricket-loving Aussie mate at work. Cheers.
Well, it's going to be Shahid Mahmood for bowling. Who's tossing that ball up from hand to hand, a study in malevolent concentration. Not a great ball, actually. Would have slid on with the arms just outside the leg and was just worked away to mid-wicket by Smith. He'll take a single.
I think that's rather curious. Why would you get a guy who hasn't bowled for a while to bowl the last over of the day? Wouldn't you get the guy instead of Nauman who's in a groove?
I agree.
That seems very weird.
Right. I'm with you, Bear. 100%. Looks very dark there. Very, very dark now.
Very, very dark indeed.
Those floodlights are shining extremely brightly, almost as brightly as
one more run.
Nasser Hussein's eyes all those years ago.
One more run and Hombre Nuevo does win the GPL.
Well, Hombre, you're in the game, Hombre. That's dabbed. There is not the run because it was dabbed straight to short third man. There will be no run on that occasion. 127 runs the deficit, 239 for 6 the score.
Nervous times in Sydenham.
Well, no, we do people to win, really. That's turns and is defended by Cars. No run. So one more run. How big is the pot there? Remind me how big the pot is.
The pot today would be 54, 11, £59.
59 quid, well worth the winning. Defended in front of his off stump by Cars. I wonder if he knows. I wonder if he has got the memo to go, look, just nick a single. 59 quid is going to be
well, no, the bank, the bank wants him either to score 2 or none. Or 4.
Ah, right, defended. I know what the bank wants, yeah. That was pushed to the leg slip on that occasion by Cars, who's 2 off 18 for him. It's last the very Baz Ballian. We think it almost certainly should be the last ball of the day. It's been bowled by Sajid. It goes down leg. It's taken by the Rizzler. And the bails are moved. 239 for 6. And that's a game that looked to be cruising along exactly the way England wanted it has turned dramatically as the ball has turned more. And probably it's Sajid Khan there in his bucket hat with his Pakistan star on the top, who has made the biggest difference with his 4 wickets. It's been dramatic stuff, chaps.
It has, and I just hope that England come out tomorrow and don't get stuck into what they've just done now. I mean, I can understand they're playing for the close of play, but I think if the pitch is turning like this and suddenly you find yourself 120 behind with 4 wickets in hand, I think you're better off trying to be proactive, because you're better off trying to get the bowlers off their lengths, because if you let them sit, there will be a ball with your name on it, and I think that is kind of the spirit of Bazball. And they've got to find it in the morning. Even if they only get 70, 80 runs out of the last 4 wickets and they get reasonably close, they might still be in the game, depending on what they can bowl Pakistan out for. And assuming that, I mean, if that happens by sort of lunchtime tomorrow, you can see this game not really going to 5 days, and therefore it's try and get them out, and when they come out for the second dig, be proactive again, because if it's going to turn, as I said, there's going to be a ball with your name on it.
Well, just as a reminder, at tea, England were 88 for 1. They'd have just lost Crawley, who had been caught by Mohammad Rizwan on review, but a definite edge from the bowling of Nauman Ali. It all looked to be going quite nicely by the time they'd reached 125, still for 1, but then Ollie Pope, only 29, he was bowled by the demon wizard Sajid Khan. Joe Root, he went fairly soon after for 34, bowled by Sajid Khan, and it didn't take too long after that before Ben Ducket went. He 114, but he was caught by Aga Salman off the bowling of guess who? Sajid Khan, and don't think Sajid Khan was quite finished just yet, because he then went bowled Harry Brook, and suddenly 88 for 1 had become 225 for 5. England backs were to the wall, and Ben Stokes was there to staunch that flow of wickets. He didn't. He went. It was a Nauman Ali got him, caught by Abdullah Shafiq, and suddenly England were on 225 for 6. They didn't add too many more. 239 for 6 is where they finished. Smith has done a pretty game job with Bryden Cass of keeping those spinners at bay, but it's going to be a tough old morning. Will be a fascinating morning, and we'll be there, of course.
Are you in tomorrow?
More messages for you? Yes, of course I am.
No.
Yeah, I'm afraid there is a little bit of a backlog because with everything that's happening. So I'll just
hit us with
through some. Stephen Kelk explains his Nauman Neskio joke, which you can. I won't go through it all because it's a little bit abstruse. It's worth reading if you're interested in Netherlands litigation. Yeah. Michael Bedford, we obviously didn't get the build-up to Root's wicket because someone was waxing lyrical on their own account. Michael Bedford's got a beef. Ben McCormick, has there been a large element of carelessness on the part of England's batsmen, or is it just great bowling? Might come back to that after I've read these messages in concluding remarks from our two gentlemen here. Hattie the Batty, you remind me of the two Ronnie's drama, The Phantom Raspberry Blower of Old London Town.
With the Victorian melodrama, yes.
That's right. Easy Ollie, the picture has just deteriorated in the last hour, spinning way more. Jay Grover, Mr. P, that is a comment that could head down on several levels of truth and irony. Jay Grover, dirty old town. Indeed. Jay Grover, Sajid Khan is mint. That is all. He's definitely brought some big energy to the Pakistan team. Ben McCormick, it was the elderly major. Steve Aldersley, Henry Blake, War 1-2, I believe. Stephen Kilt, Tony, thought he was enjoying my Latin joke and you interrupted.
Oh, sorry. Beg your pardon.
Don't worry. Oh shit, come back. Don't go. The bucket. Here we go. Jay Grover, McCormick, it were the butler, Hattie the Batty, Pokey Bumfig the bucket hat is an Irish farming hat from the early 1900s. I googled it. Ben McCormick, Steve Aldersley, that's him. Henry Blake in Matt. Henry Blake,
yes, thank you. I knew it wasn't. He did wear one. Okay, I saw it occasionally, but it's not what he was
their boss.
with. Yeah, that's right.
He was their boss, wasn't he? Yeah, he was the laid-back boss. Jeremy Henderson, come on, hombre, too late. Missed out by one, I think. Some more hombre encouragement. Jay Grover, thank you all very much. Stephen Kelk, thanks for the coverage to everyone. I will super chat tomorrow to get Tony to call me Mr. Kelk all day.
I'll do my best.
Ben McCormick, fewer mockers tomorrow, everyone. Otherwise, I may have to break out the reverse mockers. And Mark Arnold says, adios, amigos.
Adios, amigos.
Adios.
Hasta mañana.
Well, that is it. We'll be back, I suppose, 5:50 in the morning to see what England can do. Suddenly, the pitch has suddenly taken on some life. Finally, about an hour and a half out for the end of the day, and
the end of day 7.
The end of day 7, and I still think Pakistan probably should have got more runs. It wasn't doing this much when they were batting. It wasn't doing this much when England started batting, but suddenly it's taken off. I suppose England will get the heavy roller in the morning, and it might deaden it out for the first hour. Then I think they should be aggressive. They should come out aggressive tomorrow morning. What will be. It's a very Bazballian way to do it, and I think they should do it that way.
I think we can forget to a certain. Well, no, never say never with this England side. Highly unlikely that they will pass Pakistan. It means they're going to have to use the pitch better than Pakistan's battery of spin bowlers.
Yep.
To stay in the game with a half a chance, because you really think by the time England get to bat again, anything over 120 is going to be a tough ask.
Indeed, I have to agree with you on that one.
Well, I think we should let the bear go and have a siesta.
Yeah, indeed. I'll see you in the morning. Who's in tomorrow? With me and you?
I can tell you that if you wish. Very quickly, I can tell you that tomorrow, you and me and Messrs are going to open the show. Also in there's going to be Hendo, obviously in his a later arrival. Gary, I shall be bringing Gary with me, so whatever he's been watching at the Hackney Alhambra, I shall get a full report on it on the car on the way in.
Nice.
Dylan will be in, So he'll be doing our social media output as our placement student, and hopefully he's had a good time today, and I'll be there to help him out a bit more tomorrow. Will is going to be in. Ajit in the afternoon. Fourth is going to be back. It's quite a gang.
Yeah,
quite a gang. There we go.
Coolio. All right. I shall play the jingle, the theme tune, and we will be out of here. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact.